Today's compilation is dedicated to those smart men who want not to click 10 times on a YouTube video, but one. And to those women as well, of course, because essentially everything is for them and because of them. And what better place to start than the first profession in the world, the origins of prostitution. Prostitution, often referred to as the world's oldest profession, has a history that predates recorded civilization. Archaeological evidence from the ancient city of Uruk, located in modern-day Iraq, suggests that prostitution existed as early as 20,400 BCE. The earliest written records of prostitution come from the ancient Near East in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where sacred prostitution was a common practice, even an integral part of society. Evidence from ancient Mesopotamia, primarily Sumer and Babylonia, reveals that prostitution was institutionalized and regulated by law. Temples, the epicenters of economic and social activity, often housed sacred prostitutes, also known as temple or cult prostitutes. These women were considered servants of the goddess Ishtar, the deity of love, beauty, sex, and war. They participated in sexual rites as part of the religious practices and festivals believed to ensure the fertility and prosperity of the community. But prostitution was not limited to temples. There were also secular prostitutes, often slaves or destitute women, who worked in brothels or independently. The Code of Hammurabi, a Babylonian law code dating from the 18th century BC, contains several laws pertaining to prostitution, indicating its widespread acceptance and regulation. These laws included provisions for inheritance rights of prostitutes and penalties for crimes against prostitutes. It was a profession imbued with religious significance, legal recognition, and economic assistance, making it a vital part of the societal fabric of the time. In ancient Greece, prostitution was not only legal but also taxed by the state, and it played a significant role in society. The practice was widespread, and it was considered a necessary part of life, particularly in urban areas. The profession was populated by both men and women, and it was divided into several categories. The highest class was the heterae, who were educated, independent women who provided companionship and intellectual stimulation to their clients, in addition to sexual services. They were often hired by wealthy men for long-term relationships and were expected to participate in social events, engage in intellectual discussions, and even influence their clients' political decisions. The second category was the auletrides, who were often slaves or foreigners. They were primarily entertainers, skilled in playing the aulos, a Greek wind instrument, and dancing. They were usually hired for parties and could offer sexual services as well. The lowest class was the pornai, the majority of whom were slaves. They worked in brothels that were often owned by wealthy citizens. Their services were inexpensive, and they were available to most men, regardless of their social status. Their lives were harsh, and their work was dangerous, often leading to a short lifespan. The brothels in ancient Greece, known as dicteria, were usually small, often just a single room. The rooms were typically furnished with a bed and a lamp, and the walls were often adorned with erotic paintings. The brothels were usually located near the ports, catering to sailors and merchants. The prices for services varied, but it was generally affordable, even for the lower classes. The state played a significant role in regulating prostitution. The earnings of the prostitutes were taxed, and the state used the revenue for various public works. The state also set the prices for the services, ensuring that they remained affordable for most men. The brothels were often inspected by the state officials, and the prostitutes were required to undergo regular health checkups. Despite the state's involvement, the life of a prostitute was not easy. They were often mistreated by their clients and their owners, and they had little to no legal protection. They were also stigmatized by society, and they were often excluded from religious ceremonies and public events. However, they were also seen as a necessary part of society, providing a service that was in high demand. Despite the societal stigma, some prostitutes managed to rise above their circumstances. The heterae, in particular, were often able to gain significant influence and wealth. They were known for their wit, beauty, and intellectual prowess, and they were often sought after by the most powerful men in society. Some heterae even managed to achieve a degree of fame and notoriety, with their names and stories being recorded in history. One such example is Phryne, a hetera who became one of the richest women in Athens. She was known for her extraordinary beauty, and she was the model for many of the statues of Aphrodite, the Greek goddess of love. However, the lives of most prostitutes in ancient Greece were far from glamorous. In contrast, in ancient Rome, the profession was typically practiced by slaves, although freeborn women and men could also choose this path. The Roman word for prostitute was meretrix, derived from the Latin mere, meaning to earn. However, it was not a respected profession. Roman moralists viewed it as a necessary evil, a means to satisfy the base desires of men and prevent the corruption of Roman people. Despite this, prostitutes were often featured in Roman literature and art, a testament to their irreplaceable presence in society. The prostitutes worked in brothels, which were often located in the Suburra, Rome's red light district. Each prostitute had a small room, called a cella, where they would meet their clients. The prices for services varied greatly, depending on the attractiveness and age of the prostitute, as well as the client's wealth. In addition to brothels, prostitution also occurred in various other venues across the city. Roman baths, taverns, and even graveyards were known to be places where prostitutes served clients. Street prostitutes, known as bustuariae, often operated near tombs outside the city walls, a practice that was considered particularly disgraceful by Roman society. Prostitutes were required to register with the city officials responsible for maintaining public order. They were also subject to a tax known as the vectigal, which was collected by the state. Failure to pay this tax could result in severe penalties, including reclassification as an infamous, a person stripped of their legal and social rights. Prostitutes were also required to wear distinctive clothing, typically a toga, which was otherwise only worn by men. This was intended to clearly distinguish them from respectable Roman matrons. They were also often required to dye their hair blonde or wear blonde wigs, as the Romans associated blonde hair with exoticism and sexual availability. The legal status of prostitutes in Roman society was complex. While they were not technically slaves, they were not free citizens either. They were considered infames, a legal status that deprived them of most civil rights. They could not vote, hold public office, or even make a will. Despite the harsh conditions and societal scorn, prostitution remained a needed part of Roman society. It was seen as a necessary evil, a way to protect the virtue of Roman wives and prevent the spread of adultery. Middle Ages saw a significant shift in the perception and treatment of prostitutes. In early medieval times, prostitution was not explicitly illegal. The Church, while disapproving of sexual immorality, was more focused on issues of heresy and paganism. Moreover, the societal structure of the time, based on feudalism, left many women without economic support, leading some to turn to prostitution for survival. This was especially true during times of war and famine, which were frequent in the Middle Ages. In the 12th and 13th centuries, however, the Church began to take a more active role in regulating morality, including prostitution. The Fourth Lateran Council in 1215, for instance, mandated that prostitutes should be segregated from the rest of the society, leading to the establishment of red light districts in many European cities. Yet, despite such measures, prostitution remained a pervasive part of medieval society, often tolerated for its perceived ability to prevent more serious sexual crimes. It was a paradoxical situation, condemned by the Church, yet half secretly accepted and even regulated by secular authorities. The Middle Ages also witnessed the rise of brothels, known as stew houses in England, which were often licensed and regulated by local authorities. These establishments were usually subject to various rules, such as restrictions on their hours of operation and the types of services they could offer. In the 14th century, for instance, the City of London bought and managed 31 brothels in Southwark. The city used the profits from these establishments to fund public works and other civic projects. While brothel keeping was considered a legitimate, if morally dubious, profession, individual street prostitutes were often treated with disrespect and faced harsh penalties if caught. They could be publicly shamed, whipped, or even banished from the city. The demand for their services still remained high, fueled by a large population of unmarried men, including clerics, students, and soldiers. In many cities, prostitutes were required to wear distinctive clothing to set them apart from other women. This could include a particular color, such as red or striped garments, or a specific item, like a veil or a badge. These regulations were intended to protect the honor of respectable women and prevent any confusion about a woman's status. In addition to clothing regulations, prostitutes were often barred from certain public spaces, such as churches and marketplaces, and were not allowed to marry or inherit property. These measures served to reinforce the social marginalization of prostitutes and limit their opportunities for social advancement. Despite these restrictions, fines and licenses paid by prostitutes and brothel owners were a significant source of revenue for many medieval cities. This economic incentive often led to a pragmatic approach to enforcement, with authorities turning a blind eye to prostitution as long as it remained discreet and orderly. The lives of medieval prostitutes were often difficult and dangerous. They faced the risk of violence from clients, exploitation by brothel owners, and the threat of sexually transmitted diseases, which were poorly understood and often fatal. In many places, prostitutes were not allowed to be buried in consecrated ground, reflecting their outcast status. Their existence reflected the realities of medieval life, with its rigid social hierarchies, economic inequalities, and complex attitudes towards sex and morality. As the Middle Ages drew to a close, attitudes towards prostitution began to change. The Protestant Reformation in the 16th century brought a new emphasis on moral purity and a rejection of the necessary evil argument. Many Protestant leaders, such as Martin Luther, called for the abolition of brothels and the punishment of prostitutes. Similarly, the rise of humanism and the rediscovery of classical texts led to a reevaluation of women's roles and sexuality. Some humanist thinkers, like Desiderius Erasmus, advocated for the education of women and the promotion of marriage as an alternative to prostitution. In the 16th and 17th centuries, prostitution was a complex phenomenon. In Europe, it was both a social reality and a legal issue. Prostitutes were at high risk of contracting venereal diseases, which were rampant and often deadly in the 16th and 17th centuries. Despite the risks, many women found prostitution to be a more attractive option than other forms of labor available to them, such as domestic service or manual labor. In 1546, Henry VIII closed the brothels in England, pushing prostitution underground. However, it continued to thrive, especially in London, where it was estimated that 1 in 5 women were engaged in the sex trade by the late 16th century. In France, King Louis IX attempted to ban prostitution in the 13th century, but it was King Francis I who established state-controlled brothels in the 16th century. These establishments, known as maisons de tolérance, were intended to limit prostitution to certain areas and control its spread. Meanwhile, in Italy, the Catholic Church was grappling with the issue of prostitution. In 1563, the Council of Trent declared that prostitution was a lesser evil than having sex outside of marriage, leading to a high rise in the number of brothels in Italian cities. In the Netherlands, the Dutch Reformed Church, despite its moral objections, accepted prostitution as a necessary evil, and the church even owned brothels and rented them out to prostitutes, using the proceeds for charitable purposes. The first recorded instance of prostitution in South American English colonies dates back to 1607 in Jamestown, Virginia. The colony, predominantly male, faced a severe shortage of women. This imbalance led to the emergence of prostitution as a means of addressing the men's needs. In 1620, the Virginia Company began sponsoring the transportation of young, single women, known as tobacco brides, to the colony. These women were essentially sold to the highest bidder in exchange for tobacco, a valuable commodity. The mid-17th century saw the emergence of more organized forms of prostitution in the English colonies. In New Amsterdam, later renamed New York, public houses or taverns became common venues for prostitution. These establishments were often owned and operated by women. Meanwhile, in the southern colonies, particularly in Maryland and Virginia, the plantation system led to a unique form of prostitution. Enslaved African women were often forced into sexual labor by their owners. By the end of the 17th century, prostitution had become a deeply entrenched aspect of colonial life in America. As we move into the 19th century, the landscape of prostitution began to change. Industrialization brought about significant shifts in society, leading to an increase in urban populations and the growth of a new working class. This, coupled with the lack of economic opportunities for women, led to an increase in prostitution. In the United Kingdom, the Contagious Diseases Acts of the 1860s represented a significant shift in the state's approach to prostitution. These laws allowed police officers to arrest women suspected of being prostitutes in certain areas and subject them to mandatory checks for venereal diseases. If found to be infected, the women could be confined in lock hospitals until cured or for a maximum of 1 year. In France, the regulationist policy of the 18th century continued, with the introduction of compulsory health checks for prostitutes in 1802. In the United States, the 19th century saw a move towards more punitive measures against prostitution. The social purity movement gained traction, leading to the introduction of laws criminalizing prostitution in many states. By the end of the century, almost every state had laws against prostitution on the books. The 19th century also saw the emergence of a more organized and commercialized sex industry. In many cities, red light districts where prostitution was concentrated became established. These districts were often located in the poorer parts of the city and were characterized by a high density of brothels and other establishments associated with the sex trade. The nature of prostitution also changed during this period. While street prostitution continued to be common, the 19th century saw the rise of brothel prostitution. Brothels ranged from low-end establishments catering to the working class to high-end parlor houses that catered to the upper classes. In these establishments, prostitutes were often employed by a madam who provided them with room and board in exchange for a share of their earnings. The 19th century also saw the rise of white slavery, a term used to describe the coerced or forced prostitution of women. This phenomenon was particularly associated with the migration of women from rural areas to cities and from Europe to the Americas, where they were often deceived or forced into prostitution. The turn of the 20th century saw the rise of social purity movements that tried to remove prostitution entirely. These movements, often led by middle-class women, viewed prostitution as a form of exploitation and a symptom of social downfall. In 1910, the United States passed the Mann Act, also known as the White Slave Traffic Act, which made it illegal to transport women across state lines for immoral purposes. Simultaneously, the early 20th century marked a period of increased international cooperation in the fight against the trafficking of women and children for sexual exploitation. The 1904 International Agreement for the Suppression of the White Slave Traffic, followed by the 1910 International Convention for the Suppression of the White Slave Traffic, marked the first international efforts to combat human trafficking. Despite these efforts, prostitution continued to thrive in the shadows of society. The economic hardships of the Great Depression in the 1930s led to a wave in street prostitution, as many women turned to sex work as a means of survival. The aftermath of World War II saw a shift in attitudes towards prostitution, with many countries moving towards decriminalization or regulation. In 1949, the United Nations adopted the Convention for the Suppression of the Traffic in Persons and of the Exploitation of the Prostitution of Others, which called for the punishment of those who exploit the prostitution of others, rather than the prostitutes themselves. In the latter half of the 20th century, several countries, including parts of Nevada in the United States, the Netherlands, and Germany, legalized and regulated prostitution, arguing that it would help protect sex workers and reduce the incidence of sex trafficking. These countries implemented systems of licensed brothels, mandatory health checks, and other regulations to ensure the safety and rights of sex workers. However, the debate over the best approach to prostitution continues to this day. Some argue for the so-called Swedish model, which criminalizes the purchase of sex, but not the selling of it, in an effort to reduce demand and protect sex workers. Others advocate for full decriminalization, arguing that it is the only way to ensure the rights and safety of all sex workers. Despite these differing approaches, the history of prostitution shows that it is a complex issue that has been a part of human societies for millennia. In the 21st century, the debate around prostitution has become more nuanced, focusing on issues of gender equality, human rights, and the role of societal structures. The rise of the internet has also transformed the industry, allowing for greater anonymity and ease of communication between clients and sex workers. In 2000, the Palermo Protocol was adopted. This international legal agreement is dedicated to combating human trafficking, including the exploitation of prostitution. It emphasizes the importance of consent and differentiates between voluntary sex work and forced prostitution. In the same vein, the World Health Organization released a statement in 2012 advocating for the decriminalization of sex work to improve the health and safety of sex workers. They argue that criminalization increases vulnerability to HIV and other sexually transmitted infections, as well as violence, poor health, and exploitation. However, despite these advances, many challenges remain. The criminalization of sex work in many parts of the world continues to expose sex workers to violence, discrimination, and other forms of harm. And to end it all, here's a story of the most legendary prostitute throughout history. Her tale begins in the 15th century in the city of Rome. Fiammetta Bianchini, born in 1440. Fiammetta's early life was marked by hardship. Orphaned at a young age, she was forced into prostitution to survive. However, her beauty, wit, and charm soon caught the attention of Rome's elite. By her late teens, she had become a celebrated figure in Rome's high society, renowned for her intelligence and conversational skills as much as her physical allure. In 1457, Fiammetta caught the eye of the wealthy and influential Cardinal Rodrigo Borgia. Borgia, who would later become Pope Alexander VI, was a notorious womanizer. Their relationship, which was both passionate and volatile, lasted for several years and significantly elevated Fiammetta's status in society. Her relationship with Cardinal Borgia ended in 1460, but her notoriety continued to grow. Fiammetta's influence reached its zenith in the late 1460s when she became the mistress of Giuliano de' Medici, the brother of Lorenzo the Magnificent, ruler of the Florentine Republic. Fiammetta's relationship with Giuliano was more than just a business arrangement. The two shared a deep emotional connection, and Giuliano even fathered a child with Fiammetta. Their relationship lasted until Giuliano's assassination in 1478. Despite facing numerous challenges, Fiammetta managed to maintain her status and influence. She was known for her lavish lifestyle, hosting extravagant parties attended by Rome's elite. Fiammetta's fame even reached the ears of foreign writers, making her one of the most well-known figures in 15th century Europe. And now, those we all love the most. Those who we just can't get enough of. There's plenty of them running around, roaming the streets, so catch one if you're brave enough and enjoy the ride while it lasts. Here's the origins of nymphomania. They sure are plenty of fun, and plenty of crazy as well, oftentimes. Nymphomaniacs have always been around, there's no question about that. Thus, there's no one precise way to date the beginning of nymphomania in human history, but we're going to try to get as close to it as we can and explore how nymphomaniacs have been treated throughout the time. One thing's for sure, by the end of this video, you'll definitely know how to spot a nymphomaniac and what to do with her when you finally meet one. The concept of nymphomania, a term historically used to describe excessive sexual desire in women, is a relatively modern one, originating from the 18th century. However, an exploration of prehistoric societies reveals interesting aspects of sexual behavior and gender roles. In prehistoric times, the focus was primarily on survival and procreation. The concept of sexual desire as we understand it today did not exist in the same form. Sexual activity was likely more driven by biological instincts rather than personal desire or pleasure. The Venus figurines, small statues dating back to the Paleolithic era, provide some insight into prehistoric views on female sexuality. These figurines, found across Europe, Asia, and Africa, depict women with exaggerated sexual characteristics, suggesting a strong emphasis on fertility and reproduction. However, it is important to note that these artifacts do not necessarily indicate a prehistoric version of nymphomania, but may simply reflect the importance of fertility and procreation in these societies. It's important to consider the societal structures that existed, with most prehistoric societies being likely egalitarian, meaning there were no strict hierarchies or social classes, and this would have most probably extended to sexual relationships as well. The archaeological record provides some further evidence of prehistoric sexual behavior. Cave paintings and other forms of prehistoric art often depict sexual acts, suggesting that sex was a part of everyday life. With the evidence suggesting little to none references to nymphomaniac women in prehistoric times, I still have a gut feeling saying there's something there. Thus, we have to go deeper. The term nymphomania derives its roots from ancient Greek mythology, specifically from the nymphs, who were small goddesses associated with nature. The nymphs were known for their beauty and free-spirited nature, often portrayed as young maidens who loved to dance and sing. But these were gods, not humans. A simple Greek woman's sexual behavior was heavily regulated and controlled, and any inconsistency from the norm was said to be of a touch from the gods. Women were expected to be modest and take part in sexual activity as little as possible. Their excessive sexual desire was seen as a sign of moral weakness. This belief, combined with the medical theories, created a complex and often contradictory understanding of women's sexuality among Greek society. To be honest, the ancient Greeks' medical theories about nymphomania sound more like something from a horror movie, and that's why we definitely need to take a look at them. One theory that gained significant traction was the concept of the wandering womb. This theory, primarily attributed to the ancient Greek physician Hippocrates, stated that many of the health problems experienced by women, including being overly sexual, were due to a displaced uterus within the body. To cure a wandering womb, one was suggested to change their diet or take a bed rest. If that didn't help, more extreme measures were taken into use. For example, fumigation. Fumigation involved the application of foul-smelling substances to the nose and pleasant ones to the vagina to drive the womb back to its proper place. Yikes. Other treatments, suggested by the totally competent doctors of ancient Greece, included marriage and pregnancy. The wandering womb theory was so deeply ingrained in medical thought that it was still being taught in European medical schools as late as the 16th century. It was only with the progress of modern anatomy and the cutting open of human bodies that the theory began to be seriously questioned and eventually discarded from the medical realm. The ancient Greeks also believed in the concept of hysteria, a term derived from the Greek word for uterus. This was a medical condition believed to be exclusive to women, caused by disturbances in the uterus. Symptoms of hysteria included faintness, nervousness, and most importantly, unusual sexual behavior. Someone should have just sent the ancient Greeks a copy of the Kama Sutra. Problem solved. By the way, Kama Sutra was most likely written in 225 AD. Go surprise your friend with a fun fact, if you have one. While ancient Greeks brought some clarity to the situation, it still feels like we need to dig deeper into the history of these magical silly beasts called nymphomaniacs. And what better place to explore next than the dark Middle Ages, where around every shady corner there might be some crazy humping going on. In the Middle Ages, the understanding of mental health was significantly different from today's perspective, and the understanding of nymphomania was heavily influenced by the works of ancient Greek and Roman physicians who believed that women's bodies were naturally colder and wetter than men's, making them more affected to certain conditions. For instance, they were thought to be more prone to conditions associated with excess cold and moisture, such as respiratory ailments, certain types of fever, and an excessive sexual arousal. This concept was rooted in the four humors theory, which proposed that the human body was composed of four basic substances: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. These substances were associated with the four elements of earth, air, fire, and water, and their balance was believed to determine a person's health and temperament. Women, according to this theory, were thought to be dominated by the colder and wetter humors, phlegm and black bile, resulting in their bodies being naturally colder and wetter. Physicians often prescribed treatments aimed at warming and drying the body, such as hot baths and certain herbal remedies. This belief, combined with the societal expectations of women's behavior, led to the creation of the nymphomania diagnosis. The treatment for nymphomania in the Middle Ages varied, with some physicians recommending marriage and regular sexual intercourse, while others suggested more extreme measures such as bloodletting or surgical interventions. But do not be fooled. Nymphomania was not widely accepted in the Middle Ages, and the overly healthy bathtub treatments were only affordable to higher class. Lower-class women who showed excessive sexual desire or behavior akin to what we would now classify as nymphomania were viewed with suspicion and often subjected to harsh punishments. The Church, wielding significant influence over societal norms, considered such behavior as sinful and a threat to the moral fabric of society. The primary method of punishment was public shaming, a common practice in medieval times for various crimes. Women accused of excessive sexual behavior were often stripped naked and paraded through the streets, subjected to the mockery and ridicule of their community. This public humiliation served as a deterrent, discouraging others from engaging in similar behavior. In more severe cases, women were sent to asylums, where they were subjected to brutal treatments. These included bloodletting, a common medical practice of the time, believed to balance the humors in the body, as mentioned before. The idea was to drain the patient of excess blood, thought to be causing the hypersexuality. There was one more punishment for nymphomania in the Middle Ages, but honestly, I'm not even sure I can say what it is on YouTube, so let's just leave it at that. The diagnosis of nymphomania was not only a reflection of the medical understanding of the time, but also a tool for social control. The fear of public humiliation and brutal treatments led many women to suppress their sexual desires, contributing to a culture of repression and silence around female sexuality. The Church's influence further reinforced these norms, associating sexual desire with sin and immorality. However, these practices did not go unchallenged. Some medieval texts, notably those by female mystics such as Margery Kempe and Julian of Norwich, subtly questioned the Church's stance on female sexuality and suggested that women's sexual desires were not inherently sinful but could be a path to spiritual enlightenment. To which I say, Amen. And here's the most famous nymphomaniac from the Middle Ages, Marguerite de Bourgogne, a French queen whose reputation for sexual promiscuity led to her being one of the most well-known women of her time. Marguerite's life at the royal court was anything but ordinary. She was known for her beauty and charm, but also for her scandalous behavior. The queen's sexual appetite was said to be insatiable, leading to numerous affairs that shocked the court and the kingdom. Through her manners, Marguerite was able to get influence and control over many courtiers and nobles, thus securing her power at court. However, her sexual exploits did not go unnoticed. The queen's behavior was considered scandalous and immoral. Despite the societal norms and expectations of the time, Marguerite did not shy away from her desires. Everything was going smooth, until one day the queen got involved in the infamous Tour de Nesle affair. This scandal, which took place in 1314, involved the wives of the three sons of Philip IV of France, including Marguerite herself. The women were accused of adultery, with the charges being brought by their own husbands. The Tour de Nesle was a tower in Paris, where the queen and her sisters-in-law were said to have conducted their forbidden affairs. The accusations were based on the discovery of a purse containing tokens, which were believed to have been given to the women's lovers as a mark of their intimate relationships. Marguerite was accused of having an affair with a knight named Gauthier d'Aunay. The scandal was a significant event in the French royal court, leading to the execution of d'Aunay and his brother, and the imprisonment of the accused women. The fallout from the Tour de Nesle affair was swift and brutal. Marguerite de Bourgogne was found guilty of adultery and sentenced to life imprisonment. Her royal status did not shield her from the harsh punishment sentenced out by the court. She was stripped of her title and privileges and imprisoned in the fortress of Château Gaillard, a formidable stronghold located in Normandy. Marguerite's life in prison was far from the luxurious existence she had once enjoyed as a queen. She was kept in harsh conditions with minimal comforts. Her once vibrant beauty faded and her health began to deteriorate. Marguerite's imprisonment lasted for a decade. In 1325, she met a tragic end, dying under mysterious circumstances. Some accounts suggest she was strangled to death, while others hint at a possible suicide. It might be a life story with a sad ending, but its true essence lies in joy. The legendary Queen of France carried on something beautiful, the never-ending spirit of nymphomania. And though one might say it's a curse, not a blessing, then I say it's always up for discussion. So let's dig deeper and see where the truth actually lies. By the 18th century, the term nymphomania was coined, as already mentioned twice, marking the medicalization of female sexual desire. It was a time when the medical field began to categorize and label various conditions, including those related to human sexuality. French physician Bienville, who came up with the term, described nymphomania as a female disease, characterized by an insatiable desire for sexual intercourse. He considered it a pathological condition, a deviation from what was deemed normal female sexual behavior. The diagnosis of nymphomania was not based on any concrete medical evidence, but rather on subjective observations and moral judgments. Symptoms for this sickness varied widely, from flirtatious behavior to a strong desire for sexual gratification, and even to reading novels, which were considered a corrupting influence to the woman's mind. The diagnosis itself was mainly used to control and pathologize women who did not conform to the societal expectations of modesty and passivity in sexual matters. It's important to note that the concept of nymphomania was deeply rooted in the societal context of the 18th century. This was a time when women's roles were largely confined to the home sphere, and their primary function was seen as bearers of children. Any expression of female sexual desire outside the bounds of marriage and procreation was viewed with suspicion and often shamed. The notion of nymphomania was not limited to the medical sphere, but affected popular culture as well. It was often portrayed in literature and art of the time, further reinforcing societal stereotypes about female sexuality. And born in 18th century, the most well-known nymphomaniac throughout history is said to be Russian Tsar Catherine the Great, who had so many lovers, she had to kill her husband to find time for them. She even had a secret room filled with genitalia-adorned furniture to take her partners to. One could even say she was the Russian Dorian Gray of 18th century. The diagnosis of nymphomania was further reinforced by the rise of psychiatry in the 19th century. Psychiatrists like Richard von Krafft-Ebing and Sigmund Freud shamed female sexual desire, labeling it as hysteria or nymphomania. Freud, in particular, had many seriously weird theories about nymphomania among women, for example, the theory of penis envy. He proposed that during the psychosexual development stages, a young girl realizes she lacks the body parts only men have, leading to feelings of inferiority and jealousy towards males. Freud also introduced the term Electra complex to describe a girl's feelings of rivalry with her mother for the affection of her father. This, according to Freud, leads girls to nymphomania. It's important to note that these theories were met with criticism and controversy at the time, with many arguing that they reflected Freud's own biases rather than universal truths about female sexuality. One thing's for sure, Freud sure was a unique guy with some really weird theories. But the 19th century brought along many odd theories about nymphomania, including a breath of fresh air for the ladies who just can't keep it in their pants. But first, the medical theories. One influential theory was that of degeneration, which suggested that certain individuals and families were predisposed to mental and physical decline. This theory was often used to explain nymphomania, with women diagnosed with the condition seen as degenerate and a threat to social order. Another influential theory was that of neurasthenia, a condition characterized by nervous exhaustion and weakness. Many physicians believed that excessive sexual desire in women could lead to neurasthenia, further linking nymphomania to mental illness. But just when the ladies thought they'll never get a break, there appeared several critics who challenged the medical and societal understanding of female sexuality. Some physicians argued that nymphomania was not a disease but a natural variation in sexual desire. They pointed out that the concept was based on arbitrary and culturally specific norms, and that it was used to pathologize and control women's sexuality. These critics also pointed out the double standard in the way male and female sexuality were viewed. While women were diagnosed with nymphomania for displaying excessive sexual desire, men were rarely pathologized for similar behavior. This double standard reflected the gender norms of the time, which saw male sexuality as active and aggressive, and female sexuality as passive and submissive, leading to tensions between societal expectations and individual desires. Despite these criticisms, the concept of nymphomania remained influential throughout the 19th century and well into the 20th century. By the mid-20th century, the understanding of women's sexuality began to evolve. The Kinsey Reports, published in 1948 and 1953, challenged the common views on female sexuality, suggesting that women's sexual desires were far more varied and intense than previously believed. However, the term nymphomania continued to be used, often mockingly, to describe women with active sexual lives. The 1950s also saw a rise in the use of lobotomies to treat various psychiatric conditions, including nymphomania. This insane procedure, which involved damaging the frontal lobes of the brain by hammering a pick into it, was seen as a last resort for treating nymphomania, thank God. The practice was controversial and often led to severe physical and mental side effects. To think that only 70 years ago they were breaking open the heads of some of the most wonderful people on earth, legally, is a bummer. In the 1960s and 70s, the feminist movement began to challenge the concept of nymphomania. Feminist scholars argued that the term was used to pathologize women's sexuality and reinforce patriarchal control. They pointed out that there was no equivalent term for men, highlighting the double standards in societal attitudes towards male and female sexuality. Not really sure why there's a need for such word, but okay. In the late 20th century, the concept of nymphomania continued to evolve. The term was increasingly seen as outdated and sexist, and it was rarely used in medical or psychiatric contexts. It was seen as a relic of a time when women's sexuality was misunderstood and stigmatized. As we entered the 21st century, the term nymphomania had all but disappeared from medical and psychiatric literature. The 2000s saw significant advancements in the understanding of women's sexual health. The World Health Organization recognized that women's sexual health involves a positive approach to human sexuality and the possibility of having pleasurable and safe sexual experiences. This was a far cry from the early 20th century, when women's sexual desires were often viewed as a disorder. During this period, the field of sexology made significant strides in understanding female sexuality. Research highlighted the complexity and diversity of women's sexual desires, challenging the simplistic notions that had previously come up. The concept of nymphomania as a disease seemed increasingly out of place in this new understanding of women's sexuality. And now, let's see what nymphomania is known as in the year 2024. The medical specialists of today have replaced the term nymphomania by the term hypersexuality. Hypersexuality is characterized by excessive sexual thoughts or behaviors that interfere with a person's life, causing significant distress. The causes of hypersexuality are multifaceted. Biological factors such as hormonal imbalances or certain neurological conditions, for example, can lead to hypersexuality. Psychological factors, including mood disorders, substance abuse, and certain personality disorders, can also cause hypersexuality. One common misconception is that hypersexuality is simply about having a high sex drive. However, it's much more complex than that. Hypersexuality involves a compulsive need for sexual activity that can lead to distress and impairment in daily life. It's not about enjoying sex, but about being unable to control sexual impulses. Another misconception is that hypersexuality is a choice. This can lead to blame and judgment towards individuals with the condition. However, hypersexuality is not a choice, but a complex interplay of biological, psychological, and social factors. These misconceptions can have serious consequences. They can prevent individuals from seeking help, exacerbate feelings of shame and guilt, and perpetuate harmful stereotypes. It's crucial to challenge these misconceptions and promote a more accurate and compassionate understanding of hypersexuality. These ladies must be embraced. Keep that in mind. It's important to note that today's doctors view hypersexuality as something that is not a moral failing or a character flaw, but a complex interplay of biological, psychological, and social factors that can have serious consequences if left untreated. It can lead to relationship problems, occupational difficulties, legal issues, and physical health risks. But still, if you research the web, they ask individuals experiencing hypersexuality to seek professional help. But after knowing all this, I'm afraid they're going to try to lobotomize me in a dark office corner somewhere. The treatment actually involves a combination of psychotherapy, medication, and self-help strategies. So go get help, you maniac. But now that part's behind you, you arrive home and your hot stepsister is waiting for you in the living room. Yes, this is the extended history of incest, and this is going to get crazier than ever. Inbreeding, the mating of closely related individuals, increases the expression of harmful recessive genes. When similar gene pools reproduce, their offspring are more likely to inherit the same detrimental genes from both parents. Consequently, inbred populations often exhibit decreased biological fitness, known as inbreeding depression. This manifests as reduced fertility, higher juvenile mortality, and increased disease susceptibility. To make it simple for you, it means do not sleep with your cousin, no matter how hot she is. And if you do, use protection. We don't need three-legged Joes running around asking for candy on the street. By the end of today's documentary, we've learned how incest can make your skin turn blue. Yes, you heard it. Like a blueberry. No kidding. And even learned how sometimes even the best of us can't resist the irresistible. Like Charles Darwin, who apparently couldn't say no to his cousin Mary's sweet cheeks and ended up marrying her instead. And much more fun and interesting stuff. Inbreeding reduces genetic diversity, making populations more vulnerable to environmental changes and diseases. Genetic diversity is essential for adaptation and survival. Without it, populations cannot effectively respond to new selective pressures such as diseases or habitat changes. Studies on animal populations, like cheetahs, which have low genetic diversity due to historical bottlenecks, demonstrate how inbreeding can threaten species survival by reducing their ability to withstand environmental pressures. Inbreeding's genetic consequences impact entire populations over generations. Reduced genetic diversity limits adaptability to environmental changes, increasing extinction risks. Inbred zoo animals often struggle with reintroduction into the wild due to insufficient genetic variability for new challenges. In humans, isolated inbred communities may face higher rates of genetic disorders like cystic fibrosis or Tay-Sachs disease, owing to the greater chance of inheriting identical recessive genes. Geneticists study these populations to understand genetic inheritance patterns and implications. Mitigating inbreeding effects involves introducing new genetic material through outcrossing, enhancing genetic diversity, and population resilience. Conservation biology uses these methods to protect endangered species. Another take is the Westermark effect, named after Finnish anthropologist Edvard Westermark, which is a psychological hypothesis suggesting individuals raised together in early childhood develop a natural aversion to sexual attraction towards each other. Introduced in Westermark's 1891 book, The History of Human Marriage, it implies that close domestic proximity during early childhood triggers this aversion, preventing inbreeding. Various studies support this phenomenon, especially among children raised in communal settings, like Israeli kibbutzim, and biological siblings reared together. Arthur Wolf's study on minor marriages in China, where children were betrothed and raised together, showed significantly lower marriage success and sexual attraction. The Westermark effect contrasts with Freud's Oedipus complex and has broad implications, from understanding human mate selection to informing social and cultural practices around childhood upbringing. Evolutionary psychology explores deeply how natural selection shapes behavior. Kin selection theory, introduced by British biologist W.D. Hamilton in 1964, posits that individuals assist relatives to ensure the survival of shared genes. Hamilton emphasized inclusive fitness, the impact an individual has on spreading its genes through offspring and aiding relatives, as crucial in evolution. Kin selection theory elucidates altruistic behaviors in animals. For instance, worker bees forego reproduction to help the queen produce more offspring, benefiting their shared genetic code. The theory also applies to human behavior. Studies indicate people are more likely to help siblings than distant relatives or strangers. Family bonds significantly influence decisions about resource distribution and care. Kin selection can shape social structures. In many societies, extended families collaborate in child rearing and resource sharing, reflecting evolutionary advantages. But rare genetic disorders linked to incest arise from the limited gene pool within closely related individuals. Incest heightens the risk of genetic disorders by increasing the likelihood that both parents carry the same recessive genes. One example is the Habsburg jaw, a distinctive facial deformity in the Habsburg royal family, resulting from generations of intermarriage. Another is hemophilia B, or royal disease, prevalent in European royal families who often married within their lineage. Children from incestuous relationships have a significantly higher probability of inheriting autosomal recessive disorders like sickle cell anemia and Tay-Sachs disease. One notable case is the Blue People of Kentucky, a family with methemoglobinemia, causing their skin to appear blue. This rare condition was worsened by interfamily marriages in the isolated Appalachian region. Methemoglobinemia is an autosomal recessive disorder caused by a deficiency in the enzyme converting methemoglobin back to hemoglobin, thus turning your skin blue like a blueberry. Somewhat reminds me of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Another rare condition linked to incest is xeroderma pigmentosum, making skin extremely sensitive to UV rays and increasing skin cancer risk. This disease has a higher incidence in regions with consanguineous marriages, like some Middle Eastern communities. Genetic isolation due to incest has also led to clusters of disorders, such as Ellis-Van Creveld syndrome among the Old Order Amish in Pennsylvania, resulting in polydactyly, short stature, and heart defects. Hunter-gatherer societies developed distinct cultural norms, including the prohibition of incest, crucial for group survival and social cohesion, avoiding genetic risks like birth defects. Anthropological studies reveal that hunter-gatherers established taboos against incest to avoid these biological consequences. This rule became fundamental to community organization and kinship structures. It also played a vital role in forming alliances with other groups, promoting genetic diversity and resource sharing. By ensuring members sought partners outside their immediate family, societies reduced genetic disorder risks and maintained healthier populations. Rituals, myths, and stories often reinforce these norms, embedding anti-incest sentiments deeply within their culture. These norms helped hunter-gatherers thrive in various environments despite numerous challenges. Kinship and marriage rules among early human groups were crucial for social organization and survival. Organized into small bands or tribes, these societies relied on kinship systems to form alliances and maintain cohesion. Kinship determined roles, inheritance rights, and responsibilities within the group. These connections were patrilineal, matrilineal, or bilateral, depending on the society. Marriage rules ensured genetic diversity and forged intergroup alliances. Exogamy, marrying outside one's group, minimized inbreeding and fostered unity with neighbors. Polygyny, where a man had multiple wives, was common in resource-rich societies, while monogamy prevailed in resource-scarce environments. Strict rules and ceremonies governed marriage practices, ensuring legitimacy and social acceptance. Detailed kinship terminology identified and addressed relatives by specific terms, vital for maintaining the structure and functions of early human groups. But many upcoming ancient civilizations adopted practices that seem strange to modern societies and seem to early humans as well. One such practice was royal incest. Seen in cultures like ancient Egypt and the Chinese Empire. In ancient China, incest among ruling elites was common. Royal bloodlines were preserved through pure lineage, often resulting in marriages between siblings and close relatives. The Shang dynasty, spanning from 1600 to 1046 BC, endorsed such unions to maintain their divine mandate and strengthen rulers' power. Ancient Chinese rulers often believed in a divine right to rule, granted by the heavens. This belief included the notion that incestuous unions would help maintain divine favor. Emperors and kings viewed themselves as semi-divine figures whose marriages could influence their relationship with the gods. For example, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who ruled from 221 to 210 BC, reputedly had several consorts from within his family, believing it would secure his status and power. Qin dynasty court records indicate such marriages were encouraged to ensure the emperor remained in the gods' good graces. It was thought that divine favor could be transferred through bloodlines, and incest was a way to keep this divine influence within the ruling family. This intertwining of religion and marriage legitimized incestuous practices, embedding them into the cultural and political frameworks of ancient Chinese society. Historical texts like oracle bones reveal numerous instances of royal siblings marrying. The Zhou dynasty, from 1046 to 256 BC, also arranged marriages between cousins to preserve lineage sanctity. These elite practices influenced broader social norms, ensuring the continuity of familial wealth and power through marital unions. Here, incest was also deeply influenced by the belief in ancestral spirits. Ancestor worship required maintaining pure, unbroken family lines. Incestuous marriages were seen as a way to keep the family strong and unified, thus honoring ancestors. During the Han Dynasty, from 206 BC to 220 AD, emperors and nobles often married within their family to consolidate power and resources. Empress Luji married her niece to her son to strengthen her authority. Commoners sometimes emulated the elite's marital behaviors. Legal texts like the Han Code reveal that although incest was technically illegal for commoners, it was often overlooked, especially if the family had high social standing or royal ties. the social and political benefits frequently outweighed moral and legal concerns. Marriages among close relatives were strategic, aimed at retaining power and preserving wealth within a limited circle. This practice ensured valuable resources like land, titles, and influence stayed within the family. During the Warring States period, from 475 to 221 BC, the need for strong familial alliances intensified. Powerful families almost always married their children to close relatives to fortify political positions. Records from this period show that such practices were accepted and encouraged to ensure political stability and economic prosperity. Rare opposition to incestuous marriages was usually driven by external political agendas rather than internal ethical concerns. Incestuous practices profoundly impacted Chinese history and society. These marriages aimed to consolidate political power and maintain divine favor, but led to genetic issues and decreased diversity. Historical accounts indicate certain ruling families suffered hereditary conditions that weakened their rule. Despite these drawbacks, incest remained normalized in noble and royal circles for centuries. Confucian texts hinted at the complexities of such practices, but the emphasis on family loyalty and reverence for ancestors overshadowed the drawbacks. Over time, Chinese society shifted away from these practices. Later emperors introduced reforms to discourage incestuous marriages, influenced by the need for a healthier, more stable society. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, the practice had largely diminished. Next up, ancient Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, which had intricate social and familial structures. Rulers of Uruk engaged in brother-sister marriages, documented in cuneiform tablets outlining marital traditions. These unions reinforced political alliances and ensured offspring legitimacy. Mesopotamia's detailed records, including the Code of Hammurabi, provide valuable insights into the prevalence and regulation of incest. Deities like Inanna and Dumuzi, depicted in mythological texts as engaging in incestuous relationships, further justified human imitation of divine behaviors. The royal family of Akkad exemplifies early dynastic practices. Sargon of Akkad, who founded one of history's first empires, allegedly had his children marry each other to ensure dynastic continuity. These practices were controversial. Some ancient texts laud the purity and strength of the royal bloodline, while others hint at discord and conflict from such unions. Priestly authorities often conducted these marriages, drawing divine parallels. High-ranking officials sometimes adopted similar customs. The prevalence of incestuous marriages among the elite maintained a homogeneous ruling class, but raised concerns about genetic diversity and societal health. Records from Mari suggest the practice was more widespread than believed. Cuneiform tablets and correspondences detail family trees and marriage alliances. Myths and religious practices intertwined with these customs, offering divine endorsement or warnings. The Epic of Gilgamesh, a cornerstone of Mesopotamian literature, subtly addresses this topic. Gilgamesh, a part god and part human king, had a complex relationship with the goddess Ishtar, hinting at divine tribal norms influencing human practices. Another notable narrative is the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation myth, which describes the god Marduk's rise to supremacy, involving relationships that modern eyes might see as incestuous, offering divine precedent for human behavior. The deity Enki was known for incestuous acts with multiple family members in various myths. These intertwined myths and societal customs provided a theological foundation that blurred the lines between divine acts and human behavior. Archaeological findings, such as statues and carvings, often depict these gods in family groups, reinforcing the divine nature of these relationships. Given the religious influence in Mesopotamian daily life, such depictions likely normalized incestuous relationships among certain societal classes. Cuneiform tablets also reinforce these norms with detailed mythological narratives. Incest in ancient Mesopotamia, though taboo today, was rooted in cultural and religious ideologies to maintain divine favor and socio-political stability. Despite risks like genetic defects and family strife, the perceived benefits often outweighed concerns, similarly to ancient China. Textual records, legal codes, and mythological narratives reveal a society where incestuous relationships were regular, governed by strict laws and cultural expectations. Marriages were strategically planned to retain wealth and power within families. Priests and religious leaders endorsed these unions, believing they embodied the will of the gods. As external influences and evolving moral perspectives entered Mesopotamia, the practice faced scrutiny and decline, though it left an indelible mark on the historical record. Extricating moral judgment from understanding historical practices allows for a richer, more nuanced view of Mesopotamian society. But now, incest, or mating between closely related individuals, occurs in many animal species and has intrigued scientists due to its apparent evolutionary disadvantages. One might assume incest leads to harmful genetic consequences, yet it persists in nature, indicating underlying benefits. You're correct. We're looking into incest in Animal Kingdom next, and it's going to be wilder than ever. Some animal populations are geographically isolated, limiting mate choices and resulting in inbreeding, as seen in the Galapagos Islands finches. These finches, famously studied by Charles Darwin, often mate within their small groups, preserving genetic traits that aid their survival. In social insect colonies like ants, bees, and termites, incest is surprisingly common. Queen ants and bees frequently mate with siblings to efficiently propagate their genetic material, ensuring the rapid establishment of new colonies and maintaining genetic consistency crucial for cooperation and survival. In crowded or isolated environments, inbreeding can also prevent the dilution of advantageous traits. While incest might seem counterproductive, its prevalence in the animal kingdom suggests a complex balance between risks and evolutionary benefits that merits further study. Inbreeding in animals can highlight both positive and negative genetic traits. In some wolf packs, alpha pairs may mate with close relatives to reinforce beneficial traits like strength, endurance, or hunting skills, essential for survival in harsh environments. However, negative consequences, such as inbreeding depression, can result in reduced fertility, lower birth rates, or increased disease vulnerability. Some species manage to minimize these risks. Naked mole rats, living in subterranean colonies, often engage in close-kin mating, but show a low occurrence of inbreeding depression. Their genetic mechanisms may allow them to eliminate harmful genes over generations. Certain amphibians and reptiles, like some toads and lizards, have adapted to environments where mates are scarce by regularly inbreeding without significant detrimental effects. Understanding these patterns and outcomes provides insights into the adaptive strategies species use to cope with the genetic risks of inbreeding. Birds in small island populations exhibit intriguing inbreeding behaviors. The island scrub jay of Santa Cruz Island often mates with close kin to preserve adaptive traits essential for survival. In isolated environments, finding unrelated mates is difficult, so incest helps maintain the genetic pool. Similarly, the Hawaiian crow, or alala, resorts to inbreeding to prevent genetic diversity loss. Guppy populations in Trinidad's rivers often consist of closely related individuals and inbreed to sustain their numbers when isolated by environmental barriers like waterfalls. Studies suggest female guppies can recognize and avoid mating with close relatives unless no other options exist. In some primate species, such as chimpanzees and gorillas, males may mate with close relatives. In a chimpanzee community, males often stay in their natal groups, leading to potential incestuous pairings. Female chimpanzees avoid inbreeding by transferring to different groups, balancing inbreeding risks. In gorillas, dominant silverbacks may mate with closely related females within their group. Genetic diversity in gorilla groups is managed by occasional migrations between groups, reducing inbreeding depression. In ring-tailed lemurs, males may inbreed to maintain social structures within their troops, especially with limited mate options. And lastly, for the animal kingdom, inbreeding is also common among rodents like mice and rats in isolated or overcrowded environments. These rodents have mechanisms to cope, such as polyandry, where females mate with multiple males to boost offspring genetic diversity. Wow, what a ride through incest that was. But there's no stopping now, as we're fast-forwarding into a more mystical incest experience, if one might say so. The origins of incestuous practices in ancient Siberian shaman societies are complex. Shamanism, centered on nature and ancestral spirits, was prevalent. Incestuous relationships were often justified by spiritual beliefs. Shamans, spiritual leaders, claimed a divine connection and used this as a rationale. The practice was tied to concepts of purity and concentration of spiritual power within bloodlines. Marriages between siblings or close relatives were believed to strengthen the shaman's power, as purity of the bloodline was thought to fortify spiritual prowess. In many tribes, shamans wielded significant influence, becoming both spiritual and political leaders. The consolidation of power within families was strategic. Among the Yakuts, a shaman's efficacy was linked to lineage and purity. Marrying within the family safeguarded and enhanced spiritual capabilities. Elder shamans or tribal leaders often orchestrated these marriages, understanding their community's spiritual needs. Rituals and ceremonies accompanied these unions, adding spiritual significance. Over time, these practices became institutionalized, symbolizing both spiritual power preservation and political stability. Shamans held that diluted bloodlines weakened spiritual connections, endangering the tribe's well-being. This pervasive ideology led to younger members being taught the importance of such unions early on. Clan records and oral histories reveal a complex societal structure where spirituality and bloodline purity were intertwined. And now, the good old ancient Egyptian civilization, renowned for its monumental architecture and rich mythology, which had some real unique social customs. One of these complex customs, as you might have guessed, was the practice of incestuous marriages within royal and sometimes even common families. These unions were strategic for royalty. Pharaohs often married close relatives, including siblings and half-siblings, to preserve the royal bloodline's purity. The earliest recorded instance of royal incest dates back to the First Dynasty, around 3000 BC. This practice was believed to ensure the pharaoh's divine status, as he was considered a living god on earth. By maintaining a pure lineage, the pharaoh's divine nature was thought to remain untainted. This custom was deeply rooted in Egyptian religion and cosmology, which depicted gods engaging in similar unions. For example, the god Osiris married his sister Isis, setting a divine precedent. Concentrating power within the family was also a political strategy. It minimized external threats and internal disputes over succession by ensuring family control over the throne. Royal incestuous marriages peaked during the Ptolemaic period, reflecting a blend of Egyptian and Hellenistic traditions. Divine kingship justified royal incest in ancient Egypt. The pharaoh, as the intermediary between gods and people, required a pure bloodline. The belief in bloodline purity was thought to secure the kingdom's prosperity and stability, as the pharaoh's divine favor extended to the land and people. Rituals and religious ceremonies reinforced this ideology, portraying the pharaoh and his consorts in divine roles, legitimizing their unions. This integration of religious beliefs with state governance created a robust framework supporting royal incest. Historical records of royal incest in ancient Egypt feature figures like Akhenaten and Nefertiti. Akhenaten, ruling during the 18th dynasty, is noted for his religious reforms and marrying his daughter to preserve the royal bloodline. His son, Tutankhamun, married his half-sister Ankhesenamun. Such practices continued into the Ptolemaic dynasty, where rulers adopted Egyptian customs to legitimize their reign, including family intermarriage. Cleopatra VII, the last active Ptolemaic ruler, married her younger brother Ptolemy XIII. These unions were crucial for maintaining the perception of divine right and political stability. Incestuous relationships in ancient Egypt are often linked to the royal family's desire to preserve the divine bloodline. However, incest among commoners also existed, driven by social and economic factors. High mortality rates and economic uncertainty motivated families to form strong internal alliances. Ancient Egyptian laws allowed marriages between close kin, though brothers and sisters were exceptions outside the royal circle. Economic necessity, social customs, and religious traditions converged, leading to the acceptance and practice of incestuous relationships among common Egyptians. Archaeological findings illuminate ancient Egyptian life. Burial sites with inscriptions and grave goods hint at familial relationships. Skeletal remains analysis reveals close-kin marriages among commoners. DNA studies from mummies indicate high inbreeding levels, aligning with historical records. This biological data matches cultural and legal frameworks allowing such unions. Artifacts, including household items, offer insights into domestic lives. Personal letters and legal documents describe marriages and family arrangements supporting endogamy. The emphasis on family continuity and economic stability was evident even at basic societal levels. The practice was more common in rural areas than urban centers, likely due to different social and economic pressures. Archaeological evidence and textual records provide a comprehensive picture of why and how incestuous relationships were integrated into daily life for many common Egyptians, sustained by legal acceptance, social necessity, and economic benefit. Next on our incest list is ancient Rome, where incestuous relationships, especially among the elite, were driven by political, social, and economic motivations, and not at all because their sisters were hot Roman blondes. Yeah, right. The Julio-Claudian dynasty exemplifies the incest theory, with emperors Claudius and Nero notorious for their incestuous unions. Claudius married his niece Agrippina the Younger to secure his rule and intertwine the family's dominance. Roman laws and moral perceptions of incest differed significantly from modern standards. As the Roman Empire grew, stricter laws to regulate incest emerged, yet loopholes and exemptions persisted for political reasons. Another case was Emperor Caligula's marriage to his sister Drusilla, seen as both scandalous and a power move. Under Emperor Augustus, the Julian laws aimed to restore moral standards and family values by penalizing adultery and incest. Despite these efforts, incestuous practices persisted in certain circles for strategic benefits. Incest in ancient Greece, however, though taboo today, was a complex practice rooted in various traditions and beliefs. City-states like Sparta and Thessaly practiced endogamy, marrying within a particular group. This custom extended beyond royals to citizens, strengthening community bonds. The family unit was central to Greek society, and incestuous marriages aimed to preserve property and power within the family. Greek mythology contains numerous examples of gods and heroes engaging in incestuous relationships. The story of Oedipus, who unwittingly wed his mother, Jocasta, highlights the tragic consequences of such unions. Zeus, king of the gods, married his sister Hera, showing divine endorsement of these practices. These tales mirrored societal norms and validated human behavior by attributing it to the gods. Philosopher Plato discussed incest in his works. In Plato's The Republic, he examines incest within his ideal state, suggesting selective breeding among the ruling class for superior offspring. While he doesn't directly endorse brother-sister marriage, he implies relaxing marriage restrictions to strengthen the state, indicating cautious consideration of incest's potential benefits by intellectuals of the time. Historical records and archaeological findings confirm incestuous practices. Certain burial sites reveal closely related individuals buried together, hinting at maintained familial bonds through marriage. Ancient Greek legal texts offer additional insight, detailing rules and exceptions for familial marriage. The primary aim was often to safeguard property and ensure suitable heirs, but incest also had socio-political implications. Intermarriage between powerful families could solidify alliances, consolidating power and influence within society's upper echelons. These practices were controversial, sparking moral debates even then. Mythological narratives integrating incestuous relationships mirrored human realities and societal norms. Gods and heroes engaged in these relationships, providing celestial validation. The Greeks reconciled their moral reservations with mythological stories. Tragic consequences, such as those in the tales of Electra, cautioned against the dangers and taboos of incest. Legal frameworks evolved to address the complexities of incest. By the classical period, incest was increasingly stigmatized, and more laws prohibited close-kin marriages. This shift highlights a move towards a more rigid societal structure, reflecting changing attitudes and an understanding of the repercussions associated with incest. Next up, Japan's vivid history includes unique cultural practices, such as incest within royal and noble families, as well as some really weird traditions going along with it. Keep your hats on, it might get windy in here. Incest tradition dates back to ancient times and was prominent during the Heian period, spanning from 794 to 1185 AD. Marrying siblings or close relatives helped prevent wealth and power from being diluted by external influences. Historical records show numerous instances of emperors and empresses marrying their siblings or close relatives to ensure power remained concentrated. Many noble families adopted this practice to safeguard their estates and political leverage. In Shinto, Japan's indigenous spirituality, purity was paramount, and incestuous unions were seen as a way to maintain it. A notable example is the myth of Izanagi and Izanami, divine siblings who created the Japanese islands. This myth provided divine justification for incestuous relationships among the ruling class, suggesting such unions were divinely sanctioned. Additionally, these practices were practical. In an era where political alliances and stability were crucial, marrying a close relative ensured loyalty and unity within noble families. It minimized the risk of betrayal and internal conflict, creating a more stable power structure. During the Heian period, the Fujiwara clan emerged as a dominant aristocratic family, controlling the imperial court. They used marriages strategically, marrying daughters to emperors and placing male relatives in key government positions. This approach solidified their influence across generations. By marrying within the family, they kept power and resources concentrated, avoiding dilution through external alliances. The Fujiwara clan dominated Japanese politics for centuries, intertwining politics, marriage, and family lineage to maintain elite power. Incestuous marriages extended beyond the Heian period, influencing other dynasties and noble families in Japan's history. The Tokugawa shogunate, from 1603 to 1868 AD, also witnessed incestuous relationships within the shogun's family. The Tokugawa family arranged marriages between close relatives to maintain power. They believed such unions would produce stable and controllable heirs. These strategic marriages helped sustain a concentrated power structure, minimizing the risk of outsiders disrupting the order. incestuous practices were deeply embedded in cultural attitudes toward marriage and family relations. Japanese literature and historical texts from the Heian and subsequent periods often romanticize these relationships, portraying them as noble and pure. Works such as The Tale of Genji, written by Murasaki Shikibu in the early 11th century, depict complex family relationships that sometimes include forbidden love. These stories reflected and reinforced societal attitudes, making incestuous relationships more acceptable among the elite. The romanticism surrounding these relationships helped normalize them, ensuring they persisted across generations. The closed nature of Japan's high society meant fewer opportunities for external influences, allowing these practices to remain relatively unchallenged. The intertwining of cultural ideals with strategic necessities demonstrated how deeply ingrained these practices were in maintaining social order and power dynamics. Buddhism, arriving in Japan in the 6th century, introduced new perspectives on incest, generally discouraging it to promote moral conduct and familial harmony. However, aristocratic traditions limited the impact of Buddhist resistance among the elite. Over time, Japanese society synthesized Buddhist principles with existing cultural practices, leading to a nuanced, increasingly negative view of incest. By the Edo period, spanning 1603–1868, the combined influences of Buddhism, Confucianism, and growing foreign contact began reshaping Japanese attitudes toward incest. This era saw a gradual decline in the acceptability of incestuous marriages among the elite, reflecting broader changes in societal norms and moral values. During the Edo period, incestuous practices among the elite declined, but remnants persisted in rural and isolated communities. Local customs and the desire to preserve family wealth occasionally led to incestuous marriages on a smaller scale. As Japan modernized in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, such practices became rare and socially unacceptable. Legal reforms and Western influence during the Meiji Restoration from 1868 to 1912 played a significant role in this shift. New legal codes explicitly prohibited incestuous marriages, marking the end of the practice in Japanese society. Cultural transformation, legal changes, and global integration shifted societal norms towards rejecting incest. In contemporary Japan, the historical practice of incestuous marriages is largely forgotten or viewed through a historical lens. Modern legal and social frameworks strictly prohibit incest, and such relationships are widely condemned. These remnants offer a fascinating glimpse into past societal norms and power structures. The strategic, religious, and social factors that once justified these practices highlight Japan's dynamic historical development. Today, Japan's strict laws and social mores reflect a complete departure from this element of its past. But incest, a taboo in many cultures, has a complex history in India as well. Ancient Hindu texts, like the Rig Veda, reference incestuous relationships among deities. For example, the goddess Usha and her brother Ushas had a union described in these texts. Early Vedic society, spanning from 1500 BC to 500 BC, viewed incest through a spiritual lens, linking it to divine creation and cosmic order. Royal families, especially during the Gupta Empire from 320 to 550 AD, practiced incestuous marriages to preserve bloodline purity. In South India, Dravidian culture often allowed and encouraged cousin marriages. In ancient India, the concept of incest was intertwined with cosmology and metaphysics, especially in the Vedas and Upanishads. The Rig Veda's Purusha principle describes a cosmic being whose self-sacrifice created the universe, sometimes involving elements perceived as incestuous. The Mahabharata tells the story of Arjuna and Subhadra, cousins who married, illustrating how cultural context once accepted such practices. Over time, societal norms evolved, and these customs faced resistance. The Manusmriti, an ancient legal text, detailed laws against close kinship marriages, marking a shift from early acceptance to the gradual prohibition of incestuous relationships. The shift from acceptance to prohibition of incest in India is evident in various dharmashastras, such as the Gautama Dharma Sutra and the Yajnavalkya Smriti. These texts labeled incestuous relationships as a patya dosha, a grave social and moral fault. In medieval India, enforcement of these laws intensified, aligning with a heightened focus on the caste system and purity of lineage. Texts like the Mitakshara and the Dayabhaga explicitly forbade incestuous liaisons. The Bhakti movement, emerging around the 7th century, emphasized personal devotion over rituals, indirectly discouraging permissive views on incest. As regional kingdoms evolved, local customs were codified, and views on incest gradually converged toward uniform disapproval. These developments highlight the dynamic nature of social values in response to religious, legal, and cultural changes. In modern India, the legal stance explicitly condemns incest, aligning with global norms. The Indian Penal Code categorizes incest under sexual offenses. Despite legal prohibitions, incest occasionally surfaces, indicating underlying socioeconomic complexities. Genetic science has clarified the biological risks of incestuous unions, reinforcing societal prohibitions. India's sociocultural evolution shows a definitive move towards disapproving incest, driven by legal changes, religious reforms, and scientific advancements. Contemporary India largely condemns incest, reflecting alignment with national laws and international social mores. It wouldn't probably surprise you if I said that the entire Asia has a rich history of incest. Not just India. They're wacky there, but who isn't, right? In ancient Persia, the Zoroastrian religion, originating around 600 BC, viewed certain forms of incest, particularly close-kin marriages, uniquely. The practice known as wedada allowed unions between siblings or other close relatives, seen as purifying and reinforcing familial bonds, integral to Zoroastrian eschatological beliefs. These marriages were believed to create a sacred bond, contributing to the community's spiritual and social harmony. In Mongolia, the Mongol Empire under Genghis Khan exhibited another aspect of incestuous relationships. Although not as institutionalized, alliances through marriages among close kin were practical for political consolidation and maintaining tribal cohesion. These unions helped establish loyalties and strengthen bonds within the ruling elite, ensuring the stability of the empire's extensive territories. In ancient Tibet, royal incestuous relationships were practiced to solidify political alliances and preserve the purity of the royal bloodline. Historical records, such as King Songtsen Gampo's lineage in the 7th century, indicate that siblings and close relatives often married to strengthen dynastic claims. These practices were influenced by the region's blend of indigenous beliefs and later Buddhist customs. In ancient Southeast Asia, societies like Thailand and Vietnam saw incestuous marriages among the elite as strategies to consolidate wealth, power, and social status. In Southeast Asia, the Angkor Empire in Cambodia intertwined royal incest with dynastic politics. Temple inscriptions from the 10th to 13th centuries describe sibling marriages within the ruling class. Kings married their sisters to reaffirm their divine right to rule and maintain royal blood purity. This practice highlighted the interconnectedness of religion and royalty, where rulers were seen as divine beings. In the 19th and 20th centuries, attitudes towards incest shifted across Asia. Western colonial influences, legal reforms, and modern educational systems contributed to the decline of royally sanctioned incestuous marriages. These changes reflected broader social transformations, as countries in Asia adopted more westernized legal frameworks and societal norms. In ancient Korean history, on the other hand, familial relationships were governed by Confucian principles shaping marriage and family structures. Incestuous relationships were forbidden to uphold moral integrity and social harmony. Marriages were arranged within social classes but outside immediate families to preserve lineage and societal order. Records from the early Three Kingdoms period, from 57 BC to 668 AD, indicate severe penalties, including death, for violating these norms. During the Joseon dynasty, spanning 1392 to 1897, the Gyeongguk Daejeon legal code explicitly outlawed incestuous unions, with punishments like banishment or execution. Historical archives document numerous cases where individuals faced harsh consequences for inappropriate relationships. These boundaries significantly influence societal norms regarding family and marriage in Korean history. In Korean mythology, the tale of Dangun, the legendary founder of Gojoseon in 2333 BC, offers a unique perspective on incest. According to legend, Dangun's mother, Ongnyeol, was a bear transformed into a woman by the deity Hwanung. She later married Hwanung, highlighting a mythological instance of divine intervention enabling unconventional unions. However, such myths were exceptions and not reflective of societal norms. During the Goryeo dynasty, from 980 to 1392, strict regulations against incest persisted, influenced by Confucian and Buddhist teachings. Monogamous marriage and strict exogamy were emphasized, promoting social stability and moral behavior. Royal families and the aristocracy were under intense scrutiny to adhere to these principles, with genealogical records meticulously maintained to prevent breaches. Violations could lead to severe penalties, including demotion or ostracism. These practices underscored the importance of family purity and moral conduct, laying a foundation for maintaining social order and ethical behavior across generations in Korean history. Legal and societal restrictions on incest in Korean history were mirrored in customary laws and cultural taboos. Villages and clans adhered to informal rules that augmented official regulations, ensuring that marriages within the same clan were avoided. Detailed family registries, called jokbo, played a crucial role in tracking familial lines and preventing incestuous relationships. Jokbo provided comprehensive records of ancestors and descendants, essential for verifying potential marriage partners' family backgrounds. This societal emphasis on purity and moral integrity was reinforced by religious practices and communal activities, creating an environment where the concept of incest was universally condemned. Modern Korea continues to adhere to these historical principles through contemporary legal frameworks. The prohibition against incest remains enshrined in South Korean law, and cultural sentiment strongly rejects such relationships. The historical evolution of these norms highlights a continuous and deliberate effort to preserve social harmony and moral conduct throughout Korean history. In ancient Africa, incest played distinct roles in various societies. Among the ruling classes of the Kingdom of Kush, which thrived from around 1070 BC to 350 AD, incest was practiced in royal families. Historical sources suggest this reinforced the connection between the ruling family and the divine, as gods were believed to have ordained these lineages. This practice strengthened the hierarchical structure, consolidating sacred and political power within a small, closely knit royal family, ensuring greater control over succession and governance continuity. The ancient Ethiopian civilization, centered around the kingdom of Aksum, exhibited similar practices. Reigning from approximately 100 AD to 940 AD, Aksumite rulers often married siblings or close relatives. This intertwining of divine favor with royal legitimacy was central to their belief system. The Aksumites saw these unions as a way to prevent foreign influence and protect their divine heritage. Incest played a crucial role in the social and political fabric of the kingdom. Royal incest in ancient African societies symbolized power, divinity, and lineage. These unions were justified by political and religious beliefs, not viewed through today's moral lens, but as essential for governance and social stability. Each society had unique reasons for practicing incest, mainly focusing on bloodline purity and divine right. From Egypt's pharaohs to the rulers of Kush, Aksum, Numidia, Ashanti, and Congo, royal incest highlighted the interplay between spirituality and politics, ensuring dynastic continuity and stability through controlled familial alliances. The incest taboo is a globally acknowledged social norm, but its origins and implementations vary. In pre-colonial Americas, indigenous tribes had diverse practices, from strict prohibitions to lenient attitudes. Polynesian aristocracy permitted sibling marriage to preserve pure bloodlines, while Inca rulers saw royal incest as a means to maintain dynastic purity. Incest rules were shaped by specific cultural, social, and political needs. Anthropologists note that relatives sometimes married there to secure strategic power alliances. The Aztecs practiced polygamy, including unions now considered incestuous, to expand their influence. Understanding these practices in historical context is crucial rather than through a modern lens. Cultural norms around incest were more about societal structure and control than the act itself. In many indigenous cultures, the family was a fundamental organizing unit, reflecting broader social hierarchies and power dynamics. Among the indigenous tribes of the Americas, incest customs varied. In the Andean region, the Incas practiced royal incest, with rulers marrying their sisters to maintain political stability and consolidate power within the elite. Other Andean tribes had strict rules against incest, with severe penalties. The Maya civilization had a complex approach. Commoners faced strict prohibitions, while the ruling class permitted marriages between close relatives to secure political alliances. The Aztecs had unique customs. Incestuous marriages strengthened the state's control over territories. Exploring incest practices in pre-colonial Americas, we find the Natchez people of the lower Mississippi Valley. The Great Sun, their paramount chief, married his sister to maintain sacred lineage and political stability. The Natchez believed their royal family descended from divine beings, and sibling marriages reinforced this divine status. In contrast, tribes like the Lakota and Cheyenne adhered to strict anti-incest rules, broadly defining incestuous relationships to include many clan members. These prohibitions were tied to their clan structures, organizing social roles and responsibilities. In the Pacific Northwest, tribes like the Kwakwaka'wakw practiced ceremonies where privileges, including marriage rights within certain kin groups, were passed down. In the southeastern region, the Cherokee had matrilineal clans with strict incest taboos, forbidding marriage within the same clan. These taboos extended to various relatives, ensuring clear marriage boundaries. Similarly, the Hopi of the southwestern United States, a matrilineal society, maintained strict incest prohibitions. Hopi clans were integral to their social, religious, and political life, with marriages arranged to avoid incest and strengthen interclan alliances. In the Caribbean, the Taino people permitted sibling marriage among the nobility, akin to Incan practices. Taino chiefs, or caciques, married close relatives to solidify their rule and stabilize leadership, symbolizing their divine authority. Incest regulations were culturally rooted, maintaining social and political order. The Iroquois Confederacy, spanning the northeastern United States and Canada, had complex kinship systems. They followed matrilineal descent, tracing lineage through the mother, and clans were matrilineal. Incest prohibitions were strictly enforced, banning marriage within one's clan. This clan exogamy reinforced bonds between different clans and ensured genetic diversity. The Great Law of Peace stressed the importance of these marital rules to maintain societal harmony. The Puebloan peoples of the southwestern United States, including the Zuni and Caries, also had structured incest taboos. Their societies were organized into clans that governed social, religious, and political life. Marriages were arranged to avoid intra-clan unions, creating alliances beyond individual clans and fostering community interconnectedness. The intricate nature of these incest taboos highlights how pre-colonial tribes systematically organized their societies to reflect and reinforce their cultural, social, and political values, ensuring stability and cohesion within their communities. In the Arctic, the Inuit people had distinct practices regarding incest. Their nomadic society, organized into small, family-based groups, strictly prohibited incestuous relationships to ensure genetic diversity and community health. These alliances not only avoided incest, but also served as diplomatic tools to prevent conflicts and secure peaceful relations. In pre-colonial Americas, intricate incest taboos were intertwined with religious beliefs. The Moche civilization of coastal Peru conducted elaborate ceremonies where the elite practiced ceremonial incest to invoke divine favor. The Toltec civilization in central Mexico had incest practices among the priestly caste to preserve religious sanctity and continuity. The Guarani people of South America enforced strict incest taboos, but allowed cousin marriages to strengthen familial ties and unify kinship networks. These practices show that incest regulations were deeply linked with the spiritual and ritualistic worldviews of these societies, aligning familial relationships with their cosmological beliefs and societal needs. The ruling elites of the Chimu civilization in northern Peru practiced incestuous marriages to merge divine and royal authority, solidifying control over spiritual and temporal realms. Similarly, the Mixtec nobility of Oaxaca, Mexico engaged in incestuous unions to preserve royal lineage sanctity. In contrast, the Araucara tribes of the Great Plains in North America strictly prohibited incest to maintain social cohesion and communal integrity. The Tairona civilization of northern Colombia followed a matrilineal system, forming intricate marriage alliances to strengthen political and economic ties among clans. Incest taboos and practices adapted to each culture's specific needs and beliefs, ensuring social order and continuity. The Tlingit people of the Pacific Northwest had a different approach. Tlingit society was divided into two moieties, or social groups, and marriage within the same moiety was strictly forbidden. These moieties were further divided into clans, with marriage rules reinforcing social cohesion and kinship ties. Incest rules were strategic tools to navigate the socio-political and economic landscapes of their time. The Carib people of the Caribbean prohibited close-kin incest, but encouraged marriages between distant relatives to strengthen alliances and ensure group survival. The Kayapo people of the Amazon practiced regulated exogamy, allowing certain cousin marriages to balance familial cohesion with genetic diversity. These incest regulations maintained social order, political alliances, and community resilience. The Tolowa of present-day California and Oregon enforced strict incest taboos to maintain social fabric and ensure healthy offspring. Among the Mapuche of southern Chile and Argentina, clans determined marriage eligibility, enforcing exogamy to ensure social harmony and expand support networks. The Calusa, an indigenous tribe of Florida, exemplified distinctive incest practices. They maintained a hierarchical society where incestuous marriages among the nobility concentrated power and preserved the divine status of the ruling class. Believing their leaders descended from the gods, these marriages sustained divine lineage. Similarly, the Kogi of Colombia's Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta practiced sibling marriages among their religious leaders, or mamos, to perpetuate spiritual authority and continuity. The Chickasaw in the southeastern United States enforced incest prohibitions through their matrilineal clan system, maintaining social order and forming alliances with other tribes. These diverse incest customs in pre-colonial Americas reveal multifaceted societal approaches. Such practices were intricately linked to social, political, and religious structures, ensuring community needs were met while maintaining cohesion and resilience. But now that we've discussed almost each and every pre-colonial American tribe's incest history, let's look at how the colonists affected the continent. The early colonial period in the Americas exhibited social norms vastly different from today's. In these close-knit communities, incest was sometimes tolerated due to isolation, lack of marriage partners, and the need for population growth. By the mid-1600s, recorded instances of familial relationships now deemed incestuous existed. These unions often arose from necessity or social isolation, as small settlements far from larger towns faced significant demographic pressures. In early American colonies, regulations on incest were either absent or lenient. Authorities prioritized survival and community stability over strict moral codes. In some regions, particularly the Chesapeake Bay area, marriages between relatives, such as first cousins, were common. These unions were seen pragmatically, considering the limited pool of potential spouses and the need to sustain population levels. Nonetheless, moralists and clergymen voiced disapproval, though their influence was limited. By the late 1600s and early 1700s, the legal framework regarding incestuous relationships began evolving. Colonial charters and laws, influenced by English common law and biblical injunctions, started addressing these unions explicitly. In 1705, the Virginia colony prohibited marriages between close kin. Despite this, enforcement was inconsistent, and familial ties remained influential in small, rural communities. The focus was often on maintaining social order rather than punishing private behavior, leading to sporadic implementation of these laws. Incest cases brought before local courts were typically resolved with leniency or admonishment rather than severe punishment. Perceptions and handling of incestuous relationships varied across colonies. In Puritan New England, regulations were stringent, with consistent enforcement against incest. The New Haven colony's legal code explicitly condemned incest, prescribing severe punishments like public shaming and corporal punishment. Conversely, Southern colonies exhibited greater tolerance due to limited populations and labor needs. Local sentiments and economic necessities often overrode formal legal dictates, allowing incestuous relationships to persist despite prohibitions. This regional variability reflects the complex interplay between law, morality, and practical survival in colonial America. Family dynamics in colonial America influenced incestuous relationships. Family units were vital for survival, economic stability, and social structure. Religious and cultural beliefs about family purity and bloodline integrity sometimes led to the acceptance of these relationships. Religious leaders and moralists frequently warned against the physical and moral dangers of incest, although their warnings were not always heeded. Incestuous relationships in colonial America were documented in diaries, letters, and court records, offering insights into these secretive practices. Massachusetts court records from the 17th century reveal prosecutions for incest, underscoring the legal repercussions and social stigma. Personal accounts in diaries and letters show the complexities and moral ambiguities of these relationships. These documents reveal how individuals and families balanced familial obligations with societal norms. Incestuous relationships in colonial America left a lasting impact on future generations. Although modern standards condemn these practices, they were part of the survival and social structure in early colonies. Gradually, stricter laws and increased social oversight reflected changing attitudes towards family and morality. By the 18th century, as colonies stabilized, the necessity for such unions decreased, leading to stricter enforcement against incest. But now, the good old church-ruled medieval Europe, where things are usually quite strict. Let's look at how they viewed incest, but I'm not guessing there's anything sweet coming up, like a fun night with your second cousin. Incestuous relationships in medieval Europe often involved royal and noble families consolidating power, wealth, and land through strategic marriages. Well, who would have guessed, right? The Catholic Church initially had strict laws against consanguinity, prohibiting marriages up to the 7th degree of separation, but these rules were frequently bent or disregarded by the elite. The papacy granted dispensations, allowing nobles to marry close relatives to preserve stability and alliances. These marriages united vast estates and kingdoms across Europe. In England, the Plantagenets frequently intermarried, and similar practices were seen in France with the Capetians and in Spain with the Castilian royal line. A notable instance was the marriage of Eleanor of Aquitaine to King Henry II, both descendants of Charlemagne. While primarily strategic, these unions later caused genetic issues, a consequence little understood at the time. Medieval consanguinity laws were often manipulated by bishops and local clergy, usually from noble families, to benefit their kin. Incestuous marriages held significant political importance. The Habsburgs, for instance, used such unions to consolidate control over European territories, encapsulated by their motto, Bella gerant ali, tu felix Austria nube, or let others wage war, thou happy Austria marry. The Church's inconsistent enforcement of prohibitions led to legal and societal variances. Royal genealogies reveal patterns of close kin marriages, reinforcing alliances and claims to thrones. The insular nature of medieval aristocracy made incest a prevalent yet complex practice. One notable case of incestuous marriage in medieval Europe was Philip II of Spain and his niece Anna of Austria in 1570. This union highlights how European nobility prioritized political gain over biological concerns. The genetic consequences of intermarrying within the family became significant over generations. The infamous Habsburg jaw, or mandibular prognathism, is often cited as a direct result of prolonged interbreeding among the Habsburgs. These genetic deformities underscored the risks of consanguineous marriages, yet the practice persisted due to its immediate political benefits. Another example is the marriage between John of Gaunt and his niece, Constance of Castile. Such unions were about land, power, and maintaining pure bloodlines, deemed essential for preserving royal lines. Churches played a dual role by both opposing and facilitating these marriages, depending on the political climate. Over time, the cumulative genetic issues prompted a gradual societal shift away from such practices. The Church's role in medieval incestuous marriages is particularly notable during the Avignon papacy, spanning from 1309 to 1377, influenced by French monarchs. This period saw numerous dispensations for royal and noble marriages within close kin. For example, Philip V of France married his first cousin, Joan II of Burgundy, in 1307. Despite the Church's official stance against consanguinity, its need to maintain influence over powerful dynasties led to leniency. The tug-of-war between ecclesiastical rules and royal prerogatives created a complex societal landscape. Records indicate a high awareness of the potential political upheavals caused by dissolving such unions, sometimes resulting in wars or significant diplomatic conflicts. For instance, the conflict between the papacy and the French crown over King Philip IV's desire to annul his marriage to Joan I of Navarre in 1284 demonstrates the delicate balance of power and personal relationships. Medieval literature and chronicles often reflect societal attitudes towards incestuous relationships. Chroniclers like Geoffrey of Monmouth and Jean Froissart recorded numerous instances of noble intermarriage with a tone of pragmatism rather than condemnation. The legendary stories of figures such as King Arthur and his half-sister Morgause, later depicted by writers like Thomas Malory, reflect the era's complex views on lineage and legitimacy. These narratives illustrate the intertwining of myth and reality, where incestuous relationships could symbolize both a threat to social order and a means of preserving royal bloodlines. Legal records from the period reveal the severe consequences for non-royal incestuous unions. However, the elite's immunity from these penalties underscored the double standards within medieval society. The protection of dynastic integrity often trumped moral and religious prohibitions, highlighting the divergence between societal norms and the actions of the ruling class. Events like the Borgia family's alleged incestuous affairs in the late Middle Ages and Renaissance exemplify this complex legacy, blending historical fact with scandalous rumor and myth. Europe's ruling families often pursued close-kin marriages to consolidate power within a limited pool of elite heirs. England's royal family faced challenges. The Wars of the Roses, from 1455 to 1487, a series of dynastic conflicts, highlighted the role of incestuous alliances in both conflict and resolution. Henry VII's marriage to Elizabeth of York, his relative, aimed to end the war by uniting warring factions and stabilizing the monarchy. Additionally, medieval pseudo-scientific beliefs about heredity influenced these practices, as maintaining pure blood was erroneously thought to ensure superior traits, despite evidence of the health risks associated with consanguinity. Medieval pseudoscience influenced incestuous practices beyond heredity. Alchemical beliefs suggested blood purity could enhance longevity, appealing to the aristocracy's desire for power and stability. Alchemists swayed court decisions, while medieval warfare and disease pressured noble families to secure heirs through close familial bonds. The Black Death, spanning from 1347 to 1351, increased the need for strategic alliances to maintain dynastic continuity. Women played pivotal roles in these alliances, often married to close relatives to cement political ties. Isabella of Castile's marriage to Ferdinand II, her second cousin, united Castile and Aragon, exemplifying the intersection of politics, pseudoscience, and social survival strategies in medieval aristocracy. Throughout the medieval period, the Church's role in regulating and sometimes endorsing incestuous marriages evolved. The Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 sought to curb the practice by recognizing only up to the fourth degree of consanguinity. Despite this, powerful families often secured exceptions. Papal dispensations became negotiation tools, exemplified by the marriage of Edward III of England and Philippa of Hainault, his second cousin. The Church's ambivalence mirrored a broader societal struggle between moral norms and political pragmatism. The Byzantine Empire exhibited similar dynamics, with close kin unions among ruling families, highlighting the practice's universality across Christendom. Legal frameworks varied, with some regions enforcing harsher penalties. Over time, canon law became more stringent. Growing awareness of genetic issues gradually led to a decline in such marriages among European nobility. The effect of marital alliances on European geopolitics underscores the strategic importance of incestuous unions in medieval Europe. In the Holy Roman Empire, marriage diplomacy was pivotal. Frederick Barbarossa's marriage to Beatrice of Burgundy, his second cousin once removed, exemplified using consanguineous marriages to cement political alliances. These unions ensured loyalty among vassals and bound noble families to the imperial crown. Similarly, in France, the Capetian dynasty frequently engaged in consanguineous marriages to consolidate power. Chapter houses and monasteries also played roles, acting as sanctuaries for political maneuvering through marital contracts. International alliances often relied on close kinship. The union between Margaret of Austria and her nephew, Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, showcases the lengths to which dynasties would go to secure alliances. This marriage served to unite the Habsburg Empire's sprawling territories. The legacy of these unions is evident in the genetic lineage of current European royalty. The evolving views on incestuous marriages in late medieval Europe marked a significant shift. By the 15th and 16th centuries, Renaissance humanism began challenging traditional notions. Scholars like Erasmus of Rotterdam criticized close kin marriages for their ethical and health implications. The rise of Protestantism further disrupted the practice, with reformers like Martin Luther advocating stricter adherence to biblical prohibitions against incest. In England, the Reformation, initiated by Henry VIII's break with the Catholic Church, led to new marriage laws. These changes reflected broader societal shifts towards individualism and scientific inquiry. Meanwhile, royal families navigated the balance between political necessity and emerging ethical considerations. By the end of the medieval period, increased awareness of genetic issues influenced royal marriage strategies. The legacy of medieval incestuous unions persisted in genetic health problems among European nobility, prompting a gradual shift towards diversifying genetic pools. This period underscores a complex interplay of politics, religion, and emerging science in shaping the evolution of marital practices. And now, because why not, a small Baltic country with a rich history, Estonia. Estonia, on the Baltic Sea's eastern coast, has a history shaped by foreign rule, Christianization, and the interplay of rural and town life. Church court records reveal instances of incest, highlighting the tension between customary practices and imposed legal frameworks. In the 13th century, the Teutonic Order's Christianization of Estonia enforced canonical law, strictly forbidding incestuous unions and aligning Estonia with broader European norms. Pre-Christian customs were more flexible, with incestuous relationships largely dependent on local traditions and communal acceptance. In pre-Christian Estonia, family relationships centered on survival and social harmony. Extended families lived together, forming close-knit communities where intra-family marriages helped consolidate property and resources. Christianity's arrival disrupted these practices, imposing new moral and legal standards. Church authorities rigorously documented incestuous relationships, not just for moral reasons, but to exert control over the populace. These records often merged with local folklore, blurring the lines between myth and legal precedent. A notable 17th century case involves an Estonian peasant family. Church records describe siblings accused of incest after villagers reported their close relationship. The case attracted significant attention from church and secular courts. Punishments for incest ranged from public penance to severe penalties like exile or death, reflecting the offense's gravity within the Christian moral framework. Documenting such cases by church authorities served a legal function and reinforced Christian doctrines among the local population, aiming to reshape Estonian social norms. By the 19th century, Estonia experienced significant social and cultural changes under Russian and German rule. Despite the formal Christian moral framework, rural areas retained many traditional practices, including incest, especially in isolated communities. However, Estonian society had become more aligned with broader European norms due to greater integration with neighboring regions. Documentation from this period shows a decline in incest cases, partially due to changing societal values and the influence of the Enlightenment, which emphasized individual rights and rationality. The combined legacy of traditional practices and imposed legal frameworks created a complex tapestry of societal norms regarding incest. But now, moving back to Europe in Renaissance period. The topic of incest during the Renaissance is complex, rooted in socio-political dynamics. Incestuous marriages were common in royal families, driven by the desire to consolidate power and secure alliances. Marrying within the family kept wealth, titles, and influence concentrated, preventing rivals from gaining power. This practice had significant genetic consequences, leading to inherited disorders among European nobility. Politically, incestuous unions deterred external rivals, making them strategic maneuvers as well as familial practices. Renaissance humanists revered the art, literature, and customs of ancient Greece and Rome, which often included depictions of incestuous relationships among gods and rulers. These tales sometimes justified similar practices in contemporary society. The hierarchical Renaissance society emphasized preserving noble bloodlines, leading to marriages between close relatives to maintain family lineage. The Catholic Church, while officially condemning incest, frequently granted dispensations for consanguineous marriages among the nobility to ensure political stability and alliances. These dispensations reveal a pragmatic approach to religious doctrine, accommodating the political realities of the Renaissance. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 drove many noble families to seek refuge in Western Europe. These displaced nobles often married within their ranks to preserve their heritage and influence. The rise of powerful Italian city-states like Florence and Venice fostered a competitive environment where families aimed to maintain dominance. Such unions also legitimized claims to thrones, evident in the intricate connections of the Medici and Borgia families. This complex web of familial relations ensured power and wealth remained among a select few, reinforcing the trend of incestuous marriages. During the Renaissance, the understanding of genetics was rudimentary. Although the effects of inbreeding, such as inherited disorders, were somewhat recognized, they were not well understood. This lack of genetic knowledge did not deter royal families from incestuous marriages. Noble families often attributed health issues to divine will or saw them as minor trade-offs to retain political power. Charles II of Spain, deeply affected by inbreeding, exemplifies the severe consequences of these practices. Born into the Habsburg dynasty, Charles II suffered numerous health and developmental problems due to his parents' close familial ties. Despite these known risks, political stability and family loyalty often outweighed concerns about genetic health. This reflects the broader Renaissance mindset, which prioritized immediate political and social gains over long-term implications. Understanding incestuous practices in the Renaissance requires examining women's roles. Noblewomen were often pawns in dynastic strategies, forced into marriages with close relatives to preserve political alliances and family power. Their autonomy was sacrificed for the family's greater good. However, some women wielded considerable influence, navigating family dynamics to further their political agendas. Caterina Sforza, a notable Italian noblewoman, exemplifies how women maneuvered within these constraints to achieve personal and political goals. Despite a system promoting consanguineous unions, she exercised significant power. The Enlightenment era, spanning the late 17th to early 19th centuries, was marked by intellectual and philosophical advancements. Yet, a curious and taboo subject persisted: incest. Incestuous relationships during this period can be traced to societal structures and scientific inquiries. This practice was not just accepted, it was often encouraged. Monarchies and noble families exemplified incestuous relationships to consolidate power. Enlightenment thinkers, who promoted rationality and progress, faced conflicting beliefs about incest. Philosophers like Voltaire criticized the practice, while others were ambivalent or silently accepting. These complex views highlight the tension between emerging modern values and traditional practices. Natural science professors also explored the genetic and biological impacts of incest, laying early groundwork for genetics. During the Enlightenment, aristocratic incest was linked to preserving noble bloodlines. As science progressed, figures like Carl Linnaeus studied human heredity, subtly criticizing incest by linking genetic defects to consanguineous unions. The Enlightenment's pursuit of knowledge coexisted with Old World practices, underscoring the era's complexities. Discussions on incest addressed morality, power, and control within the upper classes. Incest found justifications beyond noble families in the broader Enlightenment scientific community. The era saw a rise in anatomical studies and burgeoning fields like embryology and heredity. Scientists and philosophers grappled with human reproduction questions, often using incestuous relationships as case studies. Jean-Jacques Rousseau mentioned incest in his writings, reflecting on its societal implications. Carl Linnaeus, leading the emerging field of botany, used plant breeding experiments to draw parallels with human heredity. This period marked the beginning of systematic inquiries into genetics, though the understanding was rudimentary. These scientific explorations highlighted the dangers and moral quandaries of incest, gradually influencing public opinion. The intricate web of Enlightenment beliefs, combining scientific curiosity with traditional practices, mirrored the era's broader conflicts and progress. Incest during the Enlightenment actively engaged contemporary thinkers and scientists. Incest in the Enlightenment era became a focal point of legal and religious discussions, with legislation varying widely across Europe. In some areas, laws were stringent, mirroring the Church's firm opposition. Canon law, deeply intertwined with societal norms, shaped public opinion on incest. The Catholic Church condemned it as a sin and moral failing, imposing severe penalties. However, enforcement was inconsistent, often swayed by social rank and political power. Some Enlightenment philosophers, like Montesquieu in The Spirit of the Laws, called for a more nuanced understanding, examining how cultural and historical contexts influenced views on incest. He argued against rigid moral judgments. The legacy of incest in the Enlightenment period leaves a controversial and complex historical footprint. Once accepted and even encouraged among aristocrats to preserve wealth and power, the practice gradually became a subject of scientific scrutiny and moral debate. Enlightenment thinkers, grappling with new ideas about rationality, individual rights, and human nature, saw incest as a symbol of broader societal tensions. The era's investigation into human heredity laid the groundwork for modern genetics, despite its rudimentary understanding. Discussions surrounding incest touched on myriad aspects, from power dynamics in noble families to evolving legal and religious norms. By the late 18th and early 19th centuries, growing awareness of genetic defects and a shifting moral landscape began to challenge the acceptance of incestuous relationships. The Victorian era, 1837 to 1901, under Queen Victoria, was marked by strict social codes and moral values. Incest was legally defined as sexual relations between close blood relatives, including siblings, parents, and children. Societal views often extended this taboo to cousins, despite no legal restrictions on cousin marriage. Prominent figures like Charles Darwin, who married his first cousin Emma Wedgwood, exemplified this trend. The intersection of incest and eugenics also emerged during this era. Eugenic theories aimed at improving human genetics coexisted with prevalent cousin marriages among elites. Critics argued such unions risked genetic defects, yet they persisted. The scientific community debated the impact of cousin marriage on heredity, influencing public opinion and legal discourse. Government reports, like the 1865 Report on the State of Lunacy, highlighted concerns over genetic disorders from close kin unions. Victorian-era medical authorities warned against incestuous marriages, citing increased risks of mental and physical disorders. Victorian attitudes towards incest were intertwined with economic and social strategies. The upper classes viewed intrafamily marriages as a means to consolidate wealth and retain property and titles within the lineage. This practice drew concern and criticism from various societal sectors. While the middle and lower classes occasionally emulated the upper class, they generally held more conservative views on incest. Fear of genetic repercussions from close kin marriages was fueled by limited understanding of heredity at the time. Victorians relied on anecdotal evidence and early scientific studies to form their opinions on the risks of birth defects and mental illnesses from incestuous relationships. Medical journals frequently published warnings about the dangers of inbreeding and the potential transmission of hereditary diseases. Public discourse mirrored these concerns, with newspapers and pamphlets discussing the negative outcomes observed in offspring from such unions. This period saw rising interest in heredity and genetics research, alongside growing public awareness of these issues. Prominent doctors and scientists, like Sir Arthur Mitchell and Sir George Darwin, explored the consequences of incestuous marriages, contributing to the evolving understanding and stigmatization of the practice. In the Victorian era, the legal perspective on incest was shaped by common and statutory law. Parliament enacted laws to uphold moral standards, notably the Incest Act of 1908, which criminalized such relations. Prior to this act, serious consequences awaited those caught in incestuous liaisons. Courts could annul incestuous marriages, and individuals involved faced social ostracism and legal penalties. The Church of England emphasized moral hazards and divine prohibitions against such unions, with sermons and religious texts warning of spiritual and physical consequences. Newspapers frequently publicized incest cases, contributing to public condemnation. Sensationalist journalism highlighted salacious details to arouse outrage. The combination of legal, religious, and media influences created a complex web of stigma around incest, making it a focal point of Victorian moral discourse. Victorian literature and popular fiction significantly shaped public perceptions of incest. Novels and stories often explored themes of forbidden love and familial relationships, highlighting the consequences of such unions. These narratives reinforced social stigmas and fears, acting as cautionary tales. The era's interest in phrenology and human behavior studies also influenced the discourse. Phrenologists claimed to identify a predisposition towards behaviors like incest based on skull shape and size. This pseudo-scientific approach swayed public opinion on the dangers of incestuous relationships. Education and public health campaigns emerged to inform people about the risks of close-kin marriages. By the late 19th century, the convergence of legal, social, and scientific developments firmly entrenched the taboo against incest in Victorian society. And before we discuss incest in modern times, let's see what the biggest religions on earth have to say about incest. First up, Buddhism. Early Buddhist texts intertwine the origins of incest with mythology and history. One notable example is the story of the Shakya clan, to which the Buddha Siddhartha Gautama belonged. Legend says the Sakya descended from King Okaka of the Ikshvaku dynasty. After King Okaka banished his eldest son, the son and his sisters settled in a new area. With no other families to marry into, the siblings married each other to continue their lineage. This narrative justified incest as essential for preserving royal bloodlines, a common element in various ancient cultures. Early Buddhist texts neither explicitly condemn nor condone incest. They acknowledge incestuous unions under specific circumstances like lineage survival. Buddhism's approach to incest becomes more intriguing in Jataka tales, stories about the Buddha's previous lives. The Jataka tales offer insights into the treatment of incest within the Buddhist context. These tales, recounting the Buddha's past lives, often include family relationships deemed unconventional by modern standards. A notable tale is that of Prince Mahajanaka, who, after a shipwreck, finds himself in a kingdom where the royal family practices sibling marriage to maintain purity and governance. Additionally, the Kusa Jataka narrates Prince Kusa marrying his half-sister, highlighting the nuanced view of incest within royal duties and lineage. These stories show that incestuous relationships were sometimes seen as necessary for preserving dynastic continuity in historical Buddhism. Such narratives underscore the importance of royal bloodlines and the lengths taken to uphold them. While modern interpretations might view these tales differently, they provide a window into the socio-cultural and historical context of Buddhism, where lineage survival often justified incestuous practices. The Buddha's stance on celibacy among monks and nuns reflects a broader perspective on familial relations. By advocating for a monastic life free from marital ties, he indirectly addressed issues surrounding incest. Ancient Buddhist practices may have been influenced by local customs and socio-political needs. In regions where Buddhism spread, such as Tibet and Southeast Asia, local traditions often melded with Buddhist principles. In Tibet, royal marriages sometimes included incestuous unions to preserve the divine lineage of kings, while in Southeast Asia, particularly in ancient Khmer culture, brother-sister marriages were part of the royal tradition. These practices highlight how regional customs intertwined with the broader Buddhist ethos, showing that the acceptance and rationale for incest varied depending on historical and cultural contexts. The integration of Buddhist principles with regional customs led to a nuanced approach to incest in various Buddhist societies. Classical texts offered a detached view, but practices evolved based on local needs and traditions. In medieval Japan, some Buddhist sects practiced consanguineous unions within monastic communities to maintain spiritual purity and continuity. Buddhism emphasized moral conduct, advocating actions that reduced suffering and promoted harmony. Incest, while sometimes tolerated or practiced, was neither widely celebrated nor condemned. The Buddha's teachings focused on ethical behavior, suggesting that practices like incest were contextualized within the broader ethical and cultural landscape. The origins of incest in Buddhism are best understood through adaptation and integration with societal norms, aiming to maintain harmony and continuity within Buddhist frameworks. Next up, the Jewish Code. Incestuous relationships and their prohibitions have been integral to Jewish law for millennia. The Torah, particularly the Book of Leviticus, is a primary source for these laws. Leviticus chapter 18 explicitly lists prohibited relations, including siblings, parents, and in-laws. Unlike many ancient societies, such as Egyptian and Mesopotamian civilizations, which practiced incestuous marriages among royalty to preserve bloodlines, Jewish incest laws aim to distinguish the community from surrounding nations, emphasizing holiness and moral behavior. Rabbinic interpretations in the Talmud expanded these restrictions, adding layers of communal ethics. The rabbis reinforced Torah laws and adapted them to evolving social contexts. Prohibitions extended to foster and adoptive relationships, reflecting a growing understanding of family dynamics and moral expectations. This evolution highlights Judaism's unique approach to issues of purity, morality, and societal structure. Incest prohibitions in Judaism stem from social, moral, and ritualistic factors. The Genesis story of Cain and Abel underscores early family structures and the significance of family purity. Although the Torah doesn't explicitly condemn Cain for incest, it implies severe consequences for moral violations. Another pivotal instance is Lot and his daughters in Genesis 19. After Sodom and Gomorrah's destruction, Lot's daughters believed they must repopulate the earth, leading them to intoxicate their father and conceive children through him. This act, later condemned in Jewish teachings, exemplifies the chaos and moral decline from incest. Leviticus' priestly code, emphasizing purity and holiness, shows that incest laws aim to preserve community sanctity. These laws evolved through cultural exchanges and interactions with neighboring societies. The Babylonian exile in 6th century BC significantly influenced Jewish legal traditions, introducing new laws and customs that merged into rabbinic Judaism. This blend of native traditions and external influences led to a comprehensive codification of incest laws, ensuring their relevance and application throughout Jewish history. The story of Tamar and Amnon in 2 Samuel 13 highlights the complexities of incest in Jewish history. Amnon, a son of King David, develops an obsessive desire for his half-sister Tamar, manipulates circumstances to be alone with her, and rapes her. This act violates familial trust and triggers severe repercussions within King David's household. The narrative underscores the devastating effects of incestuous relationships, reinforcing the need for strict prohibitions. Beyond biblical narratives, Jewish oral traditions and folklore also shaped incest laws. Talmudic texts compiled between 200 and 500 AD include extensive discussions on permissible and prohibited relationships. The rabbis' deliberations aim to clarify ambiguities and apply ancient laws to contemporary situations. By addressing hypothetical scenarios and real-life cases, the rabbis forged a robust legal framework that governed Jewish communal life. Maintaining family purity and moral integrity remained central to these legal texts. Over centuries, these deliberations evolved, adapting to new social realities while retaining core ethical principles inherent in Jewish law. The concept of gilui arayot, or illicit sexual relations, in the Talmud also governs incestuous relationships. The resilience of rabbinic authority and the uniformity of halacha were crucial in preserving these aspects of Jewish identity. Rabbinic responsa, comprising written decisions and interpretations by rabbis on legal issues, further solidified the understanding of incest laws. Responsa literature addressed unique circumstances faced by dispersed Jewish communities, ensuring that the core principles of incest prohibitions were upheld regardless of geographic or cultural differences. Modern Jewish communities observe ancient laws in diverse ways. The Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox movements approach incest prohibitions with varying stringency. Orthodox Jews strictly follow halakha, ensuring marital unions comply with traditional biblical and rabbinic laws. Conservative Judaism upholds these laws, but allows more lenient interpretations in certain cases. The Reform movement reinterprets these prohibitions to align with contemporary ethics. Despite differences, principles of family purity and moral integrity remain intact across all denominations. These communities engage with their legal and ethical traditions, adapting them to new social realities while rooted in ancient wisdom. Emphasis on preventing incest underscores a commitment to the sanctity of family and community life. Third on our list, Christianity. Incest in Christianity has roots in ancient texts and interpretations. The Bible addresses forbidden relationships, especially in Leviticus chapters 18 and 20, which lay down laws against incest. Early narratives, like Adam and Eve's children, raise questions about humanity's origins and sibling unions for human propagation. Cain and Abel, Adam and Eve's children, would have married their sisters for humanity to continue, indicating early tolerance or unavoidable acceptance of incest in early human lore. The subject becomes more structured with Mosaic law, explicitly prohibiting various incestuous relations to maintain social stability and lineage purity. The Council of Trent was pivotal in defining the Church's stance on marriage and incest. It reinforced bans on incestuous unions and broadened the kinship degrees within which marriage was forbidden, marking close relative marriages as significant moral and doctrinal concerns. These reforms addressed abuses and clarified Catholic doctrine. Biblical interpretations of incestuous relationships were revisited, highlighting their unique contexts. Various synods and councils reaffirmed these prohibitions, ensuring adherence within the Christian community. The medieval period saw further elaboration on incest prohibition, influenced by theological thought and societal needs. Canon law expanded prohibited degrees of relationship, reflecting concerns over moral and hereditary implications. Incestuous relationships were seen as threats to social order and familial stability. Civil authorities began adopting similar restrictions. In some European regions, rulers issued edicts prohibiting incest to align with ecclesiastical directives. Ecclesiastical courts strictly enforced these laws, leading to annulments and penances for violations. This intertwining of civil and church law highlights the significant influence of Christian doctrine on social norms and legal structures. As society evolved, the integration of church teaching on incest into civil law became more evident. The historical Christian stance on incest significantly influences contemporary laws and attitudes. Many Western legal systems reflect principles rooted in centuries of Christian doctrine. Marriage laws in various countries prohibit unions between close relatives, mirroring restrictions established by canon law and expanded by post-medieval church influences. Contemporary Christian denominations uphold these prohibitions, aligning with historical precedent and modern legal standards. The precedent set by early Christian leaders and evolving interpretations has ensured these prohibitions remain integral to both religious and secular understandings of familial relationships. Fourth up, Hinduism. Incest in Hinduism traces back to ancient texts and mythologies. A notable example is from the Rig Veda, one of Hinduism's oldest texts, dating around 1500 BC. It narrates the story of twin siblings, Yama and Yami. Yami expresses her desire to unite with Yama, her brother, symbolizing ritualistic meanings rather than promoting incest. The Vedas, especially the Rig Veda, use symbolic language to convey deeper philosophical meanings. In this context, Yami represents eternal life and cyclical time. Another significant narrative is of Prajapati, the lord of creatures. In the early Vedic period, Prajapati created a daughter whom he desired and pursued. This myth is often interpreted symbolically, reflecting the unity of creation and the creator rather than literal incest. The tale illustrates cosmological principles and the interconnectedness of all life forms. It is crucial to understand these narratives within their cultural and historical context, where they served as allegories for cosmic principles and natural phenomena rather than actual incestuous practices. The Mahabharata, over 2,000 years old, features narratives where incestuous relationships play a pivotal role. Kunti, mother of the Pandavas, bore Karna with the sun god Surya before marrying King Pandu. Karna's hidden identity leads him to fight against his own brothers, highlighting complex moral and social dilemmas around birth and family ties. Mythological stories also feature Krishna, who married his cross-cousin Mitravinda. While cross-cousin marriages are not strictly incest by modern standards, they occupy a gray area in Hindu mythological and social constructs, indicating the diversity and complexity of ancient marriage norms. The context and interpretation of these stories vary widely, revealing the multifaceted nature of kinship and relationships in Hindu mythology. In the Bhagavata Purana, Brahma's love for his daughter Saraswati is depicted. Brahma, a principal Hindu deity, is shown infatuated with Saraswati, whom he created. This narrative symbolizes themes of creation and life's cyclical nature. Brahma's desire for Saraswati signifies the eternal bond between knowledge or Saraswati and creation or Brahma. Incestuous themes appear in various Puranas, where royal siblings marry to preserve lineage purity. For instance, Kashyapa marries his sister Aditi in the Matsya Purana. These stories reflect ancient norms valuing bloodline preservation, offering insights into ancient societal views on family and marriage. emphasizing symbolic and ritualistic aspects over literal practice. In the legend of Shiva and Shakti, they are cosmic siblings and consorts. Shiva and Shakti represent the universe's dynamic forces, embodying masculine and feminine principles. Their union symbolizes the interplay between these forces, essential for creation and balance in the cosmos. This duality and unity underline many Hindu philosophical concepts, emphasizing the importance of balance and harmony between opposing elements. The concept of divine incest appears in the story of Manu, the progenitor of mankind, according to Hindu texts. Manu's attempt to preserve the human race involved pairing his children to perpetuate life, an act seen as necessary in a mythological context. Incest themes in Hindu mythology appear in Lord Vishnu's avatars. For instance, in the Ramayana, some interpretations suggest Sita was a reincarnation of Vedavati who had pledged herself to Vishnu. Thus, Sita's marriage to Rama, an avatar of Vishnu, symbolizes the reunion of the divine couple. This relationship highlights divine destiny and cosmic cycles rather than literal familial bonds. Such narratives are common in folklore, where divine beings transcend human norms, conveying profound spiritual truths and mythological principles integral to Hindu cosmology. Understanding these tales requires delving into their symbolism, which interweaves moral, existential, and cosmological themes, reflecting the rich tapestry of Hindu religious thought. And last but not least, Taoism. In ancient Chinese history, Taoism stands as a significant religious and philosophical tradition. Its roots intersect with the concept of incest, though more symbolically than literally. Early Taoist texts like the Tao Te Ching, written around the 6th century BC by Laozi, use allegories that scholars interpret as metaphors for purity and unity, often illustrated through close familial relationships. In Taoist thought, incest symbolized the unity of all things rather than a practiced behavior. Additionally, Taoist alchemical traditions emphasize the merging of opposites, with the union of yin and yang representing universal harmony, sometimes depicted through familial bonds. These practices were symbolic and rarely enacted in reality. During certain periods, Taoist-influenced rulers promoted these teachings, encouraging familial marriages to maintain lineage unity and purity. Taoism's symbolic use of incest appears in spiritual cultivation and meditation. Certain Taoist sects promoted internal alchemy, harmonizing internal energies. This mirrors the merging of familial elements, suggesting a form of incest within oneself to achieve spiritual unity. The goal was to create inner balance by uniting yin and yang energies within the body. Some Taoist myths recount stories of divine siblings or familial pairs, symbolizing cosmic and spiritual truths. These tales emphasized harmony and achieving higher spiritual states. The symbolic nature of incest in Taoism reveals connections to unity and harmony, rather than promoting actual incestuous practices. The persistence of symbolic representations in Taoist thought has significantly influenced Chinese history and folklore. Royal families sometimes adopted practices reflecting these traditions, such as intra-family marriages, to maintain lineage purity and legitimacy. It is crucial to differentiate between symbolic and literal practices. While incestuous symbolism in Taoism reinforced themes of unity and cosmic balance, it did not promote real-life incest among followers. Over the centuries, these symbols have been reinterpreted within Taoist philosophy and Chinese culture, highlighting the complex interplay between human relationships and cosmic principles. Modern interpretations often view these elements as metaphorical tools for understanding broader spiritual truths rather than endorsements of specific behaviors. This rich tapestry of symbolism continues to intrigue scholars and devotees, underscoring the profound depth and nuance in Taoist teachings and their interpretations of human and cosmic unity. The 20th century normalized certain familial behaviors previously considered taboo. In ancient cultures, incest was often reserved for deities or royalty to maintain a pure bloodline. However, the 20th century recontextualized incest through psychology, medicine, and social norms. The prevalence of incestuous behavior studies increased with Sigmund Freud's psychoanalysis. Freud's Oedipus complex theory suggested children have subconscious romantic feelings towards their opposite-sex parent, impacting the understanding of human sexuality and familial relationships. Medical advancements also highlighted the genetic dangers of incest, shifting public perception to recognize severe health risks. As the 20th century advanced, the legal and social ramifications of incest became more pronounced. Many countries strengthened laws against incest, responding to the growing awareness of its psychological and genetic impacts. In the United States, states adopted stricter measures to prevent incestuous relationships. Psychoanalysis explored family dynamics leading to such relationships, with Carl Jung expanding on Freud's theories to examine archetypes and unconscious factors in incestuous attractions. Socio-cultural shifts, such as the evolving role of women and changing family structures, influence perceptions and responses to incest. Public health campaigns and education highlighted the dangers and moral implications of incest. By the mid to late 20th century, increased media coverage of incest cases contributed to greater public understanding and condemnation. The combination of legal, psychological, and social perspectives formed a comprehensive approach to addressing incestuous relationships. By the early 20th century, genetics began influencing societal views on incest. The rediscovery of Gregor Mendel's work highlighted the potential for genetic disorders from consanguineous relationships. This scientific perspective evidenced the biological risks of close kin marriages. Reports of genetic anomalies in offspring from incestuous unions led to public outcry and reinforced legal prohibitions. The eugenics movement, aiming to improve genetic quality, gained global traction. Figures like Francis Galton argued against incest, citing its harmful effects on the gene pool. Governments implemented policies and restrictions based on these findings, further stigmatizing incestuous relationships. Educational campaigns informed the public about the genetic consequences of incest, contributing to a broader understanding of its dangers. Literature and media in the 20th century significantly influenced public perception of incest. Vladimir Nabokov's 1955 novel, Lolita, thrust the topic into the cultural spotlight. Although centered on pedophilia, Lolita intertwined themes of inappropriate familial relationships, igniting public debate on societal norms. Psychoanalytic literature further explored incestuous desires, popularizing Freud's theories. Films and television began depicting incest more openly, often within tragic or morally reprehensible contexts, fostering public discourse on the ethics and consequences of incest. Celebrity scandals involving incest received extensive publicity, heightening awareness and condemnation of the practice. By the late 20th century, societal views on incest had significantly transformed. Legal frameworks worldwide became stricter, and the scientific community provided clear evidence of the genetic risks of incestuous relationships. These findings were integrated into public health policies and education, further stigmatizing incest. Concurrently, sociology explored family structure and dynamics' impact on behavior, offering insights into preventing incestuous relationships. Psychological interventions for at-risk families also became more common, addressing underlying issues and preventing future occurrences. Additionally, the media played a crucial role in shaping public discourse by scrutinizing high-profile cases and promoting awareness. Incest, universally condemned, remains a hidden issue today. Legally defined globally, it generally refers to sexual relationships between close relatives. Recent statistics indicate that 10 to 15% of children in some countries may experience incestuous abuse. This distressing number is often underreported due to social stigma and fear. High-profile cases regularly expose such abuse, prompting legislative changes. Developed nations have implemented stringent laws and educational programs to combat incest. Many countries enforce mandatory reporting of suspected child abuse. Despite these measures, incest persists, often within family environments dominated by control and secrecy. Mental health professionals identify significant psychological tolls on victims, including long-term trauma and interpersonal difficulties. In many cases, the cycle of abuse perpetuates through generations. Technological advances play a dual role. While offering new methods of detection and support, technology can also facilitate incestuous exploitation through digital channels. Raising public awareness and continuing education for professionals remain critical. Incestuous relationships highlight complex psychological and social dynamics. Family power imbalances can coerce individuals into abusive situations. Societal taboos make it hard for victims to seek help. Fear of familial and social repercussions often silences victims, perpetuating the abuse cycle. Governments and NGOs work tirelessly to address incest. Public awareness campaigns educate communities about its signs and consequences. Hotlines, shelters, and online resources provide vital support for victims. Legislation evolves to ensure stricter penalties for offenders and better protection for victims. Educational institutions incorporate programs to teach children about boundaries and consent from a young age. Technology will play an increasingly pivotal role. Artificial intelligence and big data could revolutionize how we detect and prevent incestuous abuse. Predictive analytics may identify at-risk individuals, while virtual reality can offer safe spaces for victims to seek counseling. The future of combating incest hinges on societal changes and technological advancements. Internet-based therapy and support groups offer anonymity and accessibility, encouraging victims to come forward. Machine learning algorithms can scan digital communications for red flags, enabling early intervention. International cooperation is crucial for addressing cross-border incest cases. Global treaties and agreements promote sharing best practices and resources. Coordinated efforts between law enforcement, social services, and healthcare providers can foster a more comprehensive approach to prevention and intervention. Cultural shifts are equally vital. Promoting gender equality and empowering individuals to speak out against abuse can create an environment where incest is less likely. Media plays a significant role in destigmatizing the issue and fostering open dialogue. Documentaries, news reports, and social media campaigns can spotlight the issue, making it harder for perpetrators to hide. Well, I hope you learned something. If you fell asleep midway, then take this with you. Use protection when you have forbidden fun with your relatives. But if you didn't fall asleep, go grab something to drink, because you've been sucking in information about ancient civilizations for over 2 hours now. You must be dehydrated. And if your stepsister is there with you, you're definitely dehydrated. Okay. Coming up, the always fun, always wet, the origins of lesbians. I still can't believe Trump was shot in the ear 2 days ago. In God we trust indeed. But now, exploring the origins of lesbianism, which involves examining ancient human societies and early communities where survival hinged on cooperation and complex social structures rather than lust and greed, as it does today. And in early human societies, sexuality was probably not as rigidly defined either. Evidence from cave paintings, artifacts, and burial sites indicates that intimate relationships were often fluid. In ancient Mesopotamia, records of female partnerships, though rare, are surprisingly revealing. Texts and artifacts depict women in intimate bonds beyond friendship. In Sumer, goddess worship significantly influenced these relationships. Women often served as priestesses in temples of goddesses like Inanna, associated with love and sexuality. These priestesses formed close communities, almost always with erotic bonds. By the way, in the animal kingdom, the habit is not as rare as one might think. Frankly, lesbianism in animals has intrigued biologists for decades. One of the earliest examples was observed in Japanese macaques. Studies in the 1950s documented female macaques engaging in mating behaviors, such as mounting and grooming, with other females. Similar behaviors have been noted in bottlenose dolphins, where female dolphins form long-lasting bonds involving sexual activities. Another notable species is the Laysan albatross. Research in 2008 found that 31% of albatross pairs on Oahu's Kaina Point were female-female. These pairs played crucial roles in raising chicks, showing that lesbian pairings can benefit species survival. And animal lesbianism isn't confined to mammals and birds. It has been observed in reptiles, amphibians, and insects as well. For instance, studies on the garter snake have shown female-female courtship during mating season. These behaviors suggest that lesbianism in animals might be rooted in evolutionary strategies, social structures, and survival mechanisms. The story of lesbianism in ancient Greek culture is deeply intertwined with the poet Sappho, who lived on the island of Lesbos in the 6th century BC. Celebrated for its emotional depth and focus on female passion, Sappho's poetry provided an intimate glimpse into the lives of ancient Greek women. Her fragments describe love and admiration for women, forming one of the earliest literary references to female same-sex relationships. The island of Lesbos on which she lived became synonymous with female same-sex relationships, attracting women from all over Greece seeking a community to express their love freely. This era in Greece was marked by a liberal attitude towards different kinds of sexuality, including same-sex relationships. However, the modern concept of lesbianism did not exist in the form you're thinking it existed. Hordes of beautiful women piled up on the island of Lesbos, having a good time, right? No, that would be awesome, but ancient Greek lesbian relationships were often seen as companionship and intellectual connection, rather than purely physical attraction. Sappho's work immortalized these connections, ensuring their place in history, and we'll always be thankful to her for that. Her poetry, though surviving in fragments, has had an undeniable impact, inspiring countless interpretations and rekindling interest in ancient Greek naughty gals. But outside the island of Lesbos, in ancient Greece, women's roles were mostly confined to household duties, limiting their public and social interactions. However, in regions like Sparta, women enjoyed more freedom and autonomy. There, female companionship thrived, with same-sex relationships being highly encouraged. Vase paintings and sculptures from Sparta, for example, depicted women in affectionate embraces, hinting at deeper connections. The veneration of goddesses like Aphrodite also framed these relationships within the context of love and desire. Thus, while not formally recognized or institutionalized, lesbian relationships in ancient Greece found expression through cultural and artistic channels. And now, looking into ancient Rome, known for its complex social structures and cultural institutions, which also had notable views on sexuality. While male homosexual activity in ancient Rome is well documented, female same-sex relationships are often understudied. Thankfully, Roman literature and historical records from Seneca and Martial offer glimpses into lesbianism in ancient Rome. The term tribus, derived from the Greek tribine, meaning to rub, described women who engaged in sexual activities with other women. Sexual relations there were often viewed through dominance and social status. Male citizens were expected to assert dominance, complicating perceptions of female same-sex relationships. These relationships were seen as challenges to male authority and societal norms. Like in ancient Greece, in ancient Roman society, women's roles were predominantly domestic as well, often limiting their public presence, but women from elite backgrounds enjoyed greater autonomy and influence, often facilitating same-sex relationships. Artifacts like frescoes and pottery sometimes depict women in intimate settings, suggesting romantic connections. Epigraphic evidence, such as epitaphs and inscriptions, provides insight into female same-sex relationships in ancient Rome as well. Some tombstones and memorial plaques celebrate bonds between women. A notable example is the inscription of Claudia Metrodora, who dedicated a heartfelt epitaph to her female companion. Notable figures like the poet Martial satirized and criticized women who pursued other women, reflecting broader societal skepticism. While intended to ridicule, these texts inadvertently confirm the presence and awareness of lesbianism in Roman society. The frequent appearance of same-sex themes in literature, satire, and graffiti suggests that these relationships, though marginalized, were relatively common. Next up, we're going to rub the surface of lesbianism in ancient Egypt. Hang in there, it's just going to take a minute or two, and then we're moving on to good old weird Japan, where there are no limits to how strange things can get sexually. But first, ancient Egypt, that has a few surprises up its sleeve as well. The concept of lesbianism in ancient Egypt is intriguing due to the scarcity of explicit documentation, yet fascinating insights emerge from historical accounts and artifacts. Papyrus from Deir el-Medina hints at same-sex relationships among women in this worker community near Thebes. This village housed workers and artisans who built the royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings. One notable artifact, the Turin erotic papyrus, primarily depicts heterosexual couples but suggests an environment where sensuality and desire were acknowledged. Additionally, personal letters and ostraka, or inscribed pottery shards from Deir el-Medina, contain affectionate language between women. These exchanges might indicate deep friendships or romantic relationships, or something even deeper than that. The role of women in religious rites in ancient Egypt is also significant. Priestesses of goddesses like Hathor and Isis participated in rituals celebrating fertility, love, and sexuality, blurring the lines between the sacred and sensual. These practices allowed explorations of same-sex desire within a socially accepted framework. Same-sex relationships might have been private there due to societal norms, but the cultural emphasis on harmony and balance most likely allowed space for various forms of love. Temples and religious precincts, central to social and cultural life, provided women with settings to form close, potentially romantic bonds in a private and respected context. The integration of love and spirituality in these spaces makes everyone happy who is a friend of lesbianism and lesbians in general. And let's be honest, who isn't? And now, just like I promised, here's maybe the oddest country in the history of the world, taking into consideration their overflowing lust and sexual liberty. Here's lesbianism in ancient Japan. In ancient Japan, the origins of lesbianism are intertwined with unique cultural and social structures. The Heian period, spanning from 794 to 1185, serves as a starting point for understanding these connections. Aristocratic women, often secluded in court life, formed intense emotional bonds. Literary works like The Tale of Genji by Murasaki Shikibu provide glimpses into these relationships, though often coded and veiled. Buddhist nunneries also became focal points during this era. Women seeking refuge from societal expectations or devoted to spiritual life found solace and companionship within these religious establishments. These environments sometimes foster deep same-sex emotional and physical connections, seen as spiritually motivated or a form of ascetic practice. Additionally, waka poetry played a role in expressing these affections. This form of poetry, characterized by emotional expressiveness and brevity, allowed subtle communication of desires and affections between women. While explicit references to lesbian relationships are scarce, hints and nuances in literary and historical records suggest a rich tapestry of same-sex relationships. The absence of overt condemnation in many texts hints at a nuanced, if not accepting, view of these relationships during this period. During the Edo period, from 1603 to 1868, same-sex relationships, including lesbianism, became more openly documented. The rise of Yoshiwara, the pleasure quarters in Edo, modern Tokyo, created a space for liberated sexual expression. Within these licensed quarters, courtesans sometimes formed intimate relationships for companionship and emotional support. These relationships were recorded in woodblock prints and literature, offering insights into their dynamics. Kabuki theater added complexity to the understanding of same-sex relationships. Female kabuki performers, called onnagata, originally played both male and female roles, captivating audiences with their beauty and talent. Off-stage, they often engaged in romantic and sexual relationships with other women. Social acceptance of these relationships fluctuated, but they were an undeniable part of the cultural landscape. Legal and societal attitudes varied. While there was no explicit legal prohibition against same-sex relations among women, societal norms and family expectations often dictated discretion. The Meiji period, dating from 1868 to 1912, marked profound changes in Japanese society, driven by westernization and modernization. The government aimed to centralize and unify the nation, leading to the replacement of traditional and samurai customs with Western norms. This shift affected the visibility and acceptance of same-sex relationships, including lesbianism. During this era, romantic friendships among women became prominent. These intense, often lifelong relationships were socially tolerated and sometimes encouraged. Meiji literature provides examples of such relationships, marked by deep emotional bonds and occasional physical intimacy. Novels and poetry depicted the depth and intensity of these friendships, capturing their romantic aspects without explicitly labeling them as same-sex relationships. Educational institutions, especially women's schools, played a crucial role in fostering these romantic friendships. Female students, living and studying together, developed close bonds seen as a normal part of their social and emotional growth. Teachers sometimes viewed these relationships as beneficial, believing they promoted moral and intellectual development. The Meiji period's ambivalent stance allowed these relationships to flourish within a limited but meaningful context. To me, it sounds like this Meiji guy was pretty great after all. At least about lesbians. During the Taisho period, from 1912 to 1926, Japan evolved rapidly with increasing Western influences shaping social attitudes. The concept of Class S relationships emerged, characterized by deep emotional connections between schoolgirls and young women, often without physical intimacy. These relationships were seen as youthful expression and generally accepted by society. Class S relationships were prominent in all-girls schools where students formed intense bonds. Women's magazines and novels of the Taisho period frequently featured stories celebrating these connections. Writers like Nobuko Yoshiya, known for pioneering works on same-sex love, brought visibility to these relationships through stories highlighting deep affection and admiration between female characters. Despite societal acceptance of Class S relationships as a phase of adolescence, they were expected to be temporary, ending once women entered adulthood and pursued traditional roles in marriage and family. During Japan's early Showa period, from 1926 to 1989, societal norms shifted under militarization and World War II. Emphasis on traditional family roles and nationalistic values reduced the acceptance of same-sex relationships, including those between women. The government promoted heterosexual marriage and reproduction, pressuring conformity. In urban areas like Tokyo, underground subcultures emerged, discreetly exploring same-sex relationships. Cafes and bars in entertainment districts served as meeting places for women seeking same-sex companionship, operating under the radar and offering a haven for nonconformists. As Japan transitioned into the latter half of the 20th century, the understanding and acceptance of lesbianism evolved. The global women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 1970s significantly influenced Japanese society, fostering awareness and acceptance of diverse sexual orientations, including lesbianism. Media representation improved, with television shows, films, and literature featuring more complex and positive portrayals of lesbian characters and relationships. This shift helped normalize and destigmatize same-sex relationships in broader society. Despite these advancements, challenges persist. Societal pressures and legal recognition of same-sex relationships remain contentious. However, growing visibility and support systems in urban areas indicate a gradual shift towards greater acceptance. Thus, Japan, with a wonderfully beautiful history of lesbianism, once again moves towards being all jolly and gay. And who could be sad when hearing that? I'm even considering buying a plane ticket to Japan right now. Before we can hop on to more modern times in lesbianism, let's see what the church thought about lesbians in Middle Ages. The Middle Ages in Europe, spanning from the 5th to the late 15th century, witnessed complex attitudes and limited understanding of same-sex relationships. As you can guess, Christian doctrine significantly influenced views on lesbianism. The medieval church condemned all non-procreative sex, including same-sex relations, labeling them as sodomy. Churches' penitentials, handbooks for confessors, listed specific penances for women engaging in sexual acts with one another, such as fasting, pilgrimages, or other forms of penance lasting several years. During the medieval period, marriages were mainly arranged to strengthen alliances, secure property, and ensure lineage continuation. Despite these and other similar societal norms, historical records indicate women expressed love and affection for each other as well. Hildegard of Bingen, a 12th century abbess and mystic, provides an example. Her writings describe intense spiritual and emotional relationships between women, hinting at same-sex unions. Medieval literature, such as the French Romance of the Rose and Chaucer's Legend of Good Women, includes stories of passionate friendships and relationships between women. Additionally, some court records and legal cases from medieval Europe document women living together as couples, occasionally adopting male attire to present as heterosexual pairs and avoid suspicion. But what influenced the view on lesbianism the most, probably, was the medieval medical understanding of sexuality and the human body. Based on ancient Greek and Roman theories, medieval medicine believed in balancing bodily humors. Women engaging in same-sex activities were viewed through these medical theories, attributing such behavior to an imbalance of humors. For instance, excessive heat or passion could explain same-sex attraction. Many medical texts, such as those by Avicenna and other prominent medieval physicians, discussed female homoeroticism, but in veiled or ambiguous terms. Despite the medical community's attempts to rationalize these behaviors, underlying social taboos and religious condemnations persisted. But thankfully for the lesbians, urban environments in medieval Europe, such as Paris, London, and Florence, provided contexts for same-sex female relationships to emerge. These bustling cities offered anonymity and spaces for women to connect. Social networks and subcultures in urban areas discreetly allowed the expression of same-sex desires. Guilds, markets, and communal settings facilitated interactions among women, creating opportunities for romantic or affectionate bonds. Legal records occasionally reveal cases of women living together or accused of same-sex relations. For instance, 15th century court documents from Florence mention women accused of sodomy, reflecting urban authorities' attempts to control sexuality. Despite risks, some women maintained same-sex relationships, navigating societal norms and legal constraints to find companionship and love. These urban interactions enhanced the understanding of lesbianism in medieval Europe, showing that love and desire flourished in various settings, from convents to cities. And what a beautiful love it must have been. But that's enough with church-driven Europe. Let's move on to the continent where the sun is always up, the magnificent Africa. Lesbianism has deep historical roots in various African cultures, often challenging the perception that same-sex relationships are a Western import. In pre-colonial Benin, women who refused to marry men were sometimes recognized as man-women, taking on roles and responsibilities typically reserved for males. Similar practices were observed among the Lovedu people in South Africa, where women-upon-women marriages were not uncommon. These marriages were often economic or social contracts, facilitating alliances and inheritance rights rather than being purely romantic. Across Africa, historical examples of female same-sex relationships are varied and complex. In Uganda, King Mwanga II of Buganda had a harem with both men and women, allowing same-sex relationships among his courtiers. The Nyakyusa people of Tanzania recognized mummy-baby bonds between older and younger women, differing from societal expectations of womanhood. These relationships provided emotional and economic support, sometimes evolving into intimate bonds. In modern Sudan, female same-sex relationships existed among the Tuareg, where women formed loving partnerships accepted within their communities. Despite colonial and post-colonial pressures to conform to Western heteronormative models, these traditions have shown resilience, maintaining a presence in many African societies. During the colonial period, European powers imposed their ideals on African societies, criminalizing and marginalizing these relationships. Yet, the resilience of these traditions can be seen today, as modern African movements draw strength from their ancestral past. Key figures and communities across the continent continue to celebrate and reclaim these aspects of their heritage. Understanding the historical basis for lesbianism in Africa, and before we talk about modern times, let's view the pre-colonial Americas as well, because they were and are a sweet people who must not be forgotten. In pre-colonial Americas, diverse indigenous cultures exhibited a wide range of gender and sexual identities, including what we now recognize as lesbianism. A notable example is the two-spirit identity in many Native American cultures, which includes various gender expressions and sexual orientations, such as lesbian women. Two-spirit individuals often held esteemed positions, contributing to spiritual, social, and political life. Anthropological studies of the Mojave people reveal aliha, biological males adopting female roles, and huame, biological females assuming male roles. Huame often formed same-sex partnerships with other women, reflecting acceptance of lesbian relationships. Such identities were not only acknowledged, but revered in many native societies. The Maya civilization, renowned for its advanced writing and astronomical systems, also exhibited diverse sexual behaviors. Maya codices contain depictions and references hinting at same-sex female relationships. Though many codices were lost or destroyed during the Spanish conquest, they reveal a broader understanding of sexuality, unrestricted by European norms. The arrival of European settlers significantly disrupted existing gender and sexual dynamics in the Americas. They imposed strict religious and cultural norms, viewing indigenous practices through a moralistic lens and seeking to eradicate what they deemed deviant behavior. This included targeting same-sex relationships and fluid gender identities, often through brutal methods. Missionaries played a crucial role, actively converting native populations to Christianity and enforcing rigid heteronormative principles, undermining social structures that embraced the good kind of diversity. Colonial laws criminalized same-sex relationships, and indigenous peoples were often forced to abandon their cultural practices under threat of violence or death. Despite these oppressive measures, the rich history of lesbian relationships in pre-colonial Americas testifies to the resilience and complexity of indigenous cultures. Many Native American communities continue to honor and revive traditional understandings of gender and sexuality, celebrating the diversity that was once commonplace. And last but not least, the modern times, where no one understands what's happening, or at least I don't apparently. But nonetheless, let's take a look. The term lesbian, as we already discussed, originates from the Greek island of Lesbos, home to the poet Sappho around 600 BC. Thus, Sappho's poetry, often expressing love for other women, laid an early foundation for the concept of lesbianism. In the 19th century, lesbianism gained prominence in Western societies. Anne Lister, an English landowner and diarist, documented her romantic relationships with women in detailed journals from the early 1800s. Lister's diaries, initially written in a secret code and deciphered years later, are considered the first extensive documentation of lesbian life in modern Europe, earning her the title of first modern lesbian. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, lesbianism gained visibility through literature and sexology studies, notably influenced by Richard von Krafft-Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis, one of the first modern texts to discuss female homosexuality in a scientific context. In the early 20th century, lesbianism's visibility evolved, especially in artistic and intellectual circles of cities like Paris, Berlin, and New York. By the 1920s, these cities became vibrant hubs for lesbian communities. Influential figures such as American expatriates Gertrude Stein and Alice B. Toklas in Paris hosted literary salons, creating spaces for open discussions on lesbianism. Between the World Wars, Germany's Weimar Republic allowed some openness, with Berlin becoming famous for its lesbian nightlife, featuring clubs, bars, and publications. Pioneering publications like Die Freundin provided platforms for lesbian voices. However, the rise of the Nazi regime in the 1930s led to severe repression, forcing many lesbian communities underground. During the 1950s and 1960s, lesbianism was largely stigmatized globally, suppressed by conservative societal norms. Despite this, underground networks and bars emerged, offering secret meeting spaces for lesbians. The 1969 Stonewall riots in New York City marked a pivotal moment, igniting activism and increasing visibility for the community. These events paved the way for the lesbian movements of the 1970s, leading to gradual acceptance and rights for lesbians in modern times. Today, lesbian visibility and acceptance have vastly improved through activism, media representation, and legal advancements. And of course, because you keep watching it on Cornhub. Okay, that was two women living together, but it's all fun and games, because in your mind, you're there with them. Yeah, that's fun for a night, maybe two, but imagine actually living with two women, all the time. Yeah, let's explore that thought for a moment, because although it might seem like a good idea at first, you might just want to rethink it after this. Here's the origins of polygamy. Watch out. Threesome with your two girlfriends every day. That's polygamy, and we're going to tear its wild history wide open, revealing ancient societies where only old guys could have two wives, and talk about modern societies where still you can have 15 women, but you have to share them with the whole village. Plot twist: you pay all the alimony. If right now you're thinking two girlfriends sounds fun in games, you might just rethink it by the end of this video. Because double the fun means double the trouble. So, let's begin already, because your wife is probably already waiting for you to take the trash out, but you promised you'd watch one more video. Polygamy, the practice of having more than one spouse at a time, has been a common habit in many cultures throughout history. In prehistoric times, societal structures were largely determined by the needs of survival. The concept of marriage, as we understand it today, did not exist. Instead, relationships were formed based on the need for making children and the division of labor. It is believed that polygamy, specifically polygyny, one man with multiple wives, was common during this era. The primary reason for this was the higher mortality rate among prehistoric men due to hunting and warfare. This resulted in a surplus of women, leading to the practice of polygyny. Additionally, having multiple wives allowed for increased fertility, a crucial factor in the survival of early human societies. However, it is important to note that this was not a universal practice. The societal structure varied greatly depending on geographical location and available resources. Moving forward in our exploration of polygamy in prehistoric times, we delve into the archaeological and genetic evidence that supports the popularity of this practice. One of the earliest indications of polygamy comes from the Paleolithic era, around 20,000 years ago. Fossil records from this period, particularly those found in the region of modern-day Russia, reveal a skewed gender ratio in adult remains, with significantly more females than males. This difference suggests a polygynous society, where one male mates with multiple females. Research on ancient DNA, such as the study conducted by Hammer et in 2008, indicates a higher variance in male reproductive success compared to females, which points to a polygynous mating system, where a small number of males mate with multiple females. Moving into the Neolithic era, around 10,000 years ago, the advent of agriculture led to significant changes in societal structures, including marital practices. For instance, some societies practice sororal polygyny, where a man marries multiple sisters, or fraternal polyandry, where a woman marries multiple brothers. Archaeological evidence from this period suggests a continuation of polygamy, but with some notable shifts. One such shift was the emergence of social layering. As societies transitioned from hunter-gatherer lifestyles to farming, wealth and resources became increasingly concentrated. This led to the emergence of powerful elites who could afford to have multiple wives. Evidence of this can be seen in burial sites, where high-status males are often found buried with multiple females. Another notable shift was the change in the nature of polygamy. While Paleolithic societies were predominantly polygynous, Neolithic societies showed evidence of both polygyny and polyandry, where one female has multiple male partners. This is suggested by archaeological findings in regions like ancient Tibet and Nepal, where burial sites indicate a woman being buried with multiple men. To be honest, ancient Tibet, a region known for its unique cultural practices, was very notable for its practice of polygamy. This societal norm, deeply rooted in the Tibetan culture, was prevalent during the Tubo dynasty from the 7th to 9th centuries. Polygamy was not only accepted, but was also encouraged as a means to establish alliances and strengthen familial ties. The most prominent example was the Tibetan king Songtsen Gampo, who had multiple wives, including Princess Wenching from the Tang dynasty of China and Princess Bhrikkudi of Nepal. These marriages were strategic, designed to serve political alliances and promote peace. Diggings at Tibet burial sites have also revealed multiple wives buried alongside high-ranking males, indicating their polygamous marital status normality. Furthermore, ancient texts and scriptures, such as the Old Tibetan Chronicle and the Old Tibetan Annals, provide evidence of polygamy. These documents, dating back to the 7th century, contain records of marriages, divorces, and the societal norms surrounding these practices. Polyandry, where a woman has multiple husbands, was also common in Tibet, but for a very special reason. This was particularly common among the peasant class, where brothers would often share a wife to prevent the division of land and property. This practice was a solution to the challenges of land shortage and population control. The practice of polygamy in ancient Tibet began to decline with the spread of Buddhism in the region around the 7th century. Buddhism, with its emphasis on monogamy, gradually influenced societal norms and practices. However, the transition was not immediate, and polygamy continued for several centuries, particularly in rural areas. Despite the decline, remains of these ancient practices still exist in some remote regions of Tibet. These relics of a past era serve as a testament to the complex and diverse nature of ancient Tibetan society. Moving on to ancient Greece, where the practice of polygamy was not as common as in other ancient societies, yet it was not entirely absent either. It is important to note that ancient Greece was not a unified nation, but a collection of city-states, each with its own set of laws and customs. In most city-states, monogamy was the norm, but there were exceptions. For instance, in Sparta, a city-state known for its military strength and unique societal structure, polygamy was practiced to some extent. This was primarily due to the city's emphasis on producing strong warriors. If a man was unable to have children with his wife, he could take a second wife to ensure offspring. This led to the rise of polygamy in the city-state known for its legendary warriors. However, this was not polygamy in the traditional sense, as the first wife would still hold a higher status. In addition, Spartan society was also accepting of polyandria, and not just because they were a bit wild in the head. Spartan men were often away from home due to military campaigns, and the city-state's high mortality rate led to a shortage of men. As a result, it was not uncommon for a Spartan woman to have multiple husbands, as women held the responsibility of bearing children. And how does one bear children when there's no one there to plant the seed? This practice was a practical solution to the demographic imbalance. However, it's crucial to note that these practices were not the norm throughout ancient Greece. Each city-state had its own laws and customs, and what was acceptable in one might not be in another. For instance, in Thebes, another prominent city-state, monogamy was the standard, and polygamy was virtually unheard of. Thebes, unlike Sparta, did not face a severe gender imbalance and thus did not require such drastic measures. In other city-states, such as Athens, the practice was largely frowned upon. Athenian law dictated that a man could only have one legal wife, but concubines were common. The practice of keeping concubines was not considered polygamy, but it did blur the lines of monogamy. The wife, usually of the same social status as the man, was responsible for running the household and producing legitimate heirs. Concubines, on the other hand, were often slaves or metics, foreigners living in Athens. Their children were considered illegitimate and could not inherit their father's property. While the practice of polygamy was not widespread in ancient Greece, it was more common in the mythology of the period. The gods of the Greek pantheon were often portrayed as polygamous, with Zeus, the king of the gods, being the most legendary example. Zeus had numerous lovers, both mortal and divine, and fathered many children. These mythological narratives may have influenced societal norms, but they did not directly translate into everyday practice. The gods were seen as beings who operated outside the moral and social constraints that governed human behavior. Therefore, their actions, including their marital arrangements, were not meant to be copied by mortals. In the realm of mortals, marriage in ancient Greece was primarily a social and economic contract rather than a romantic union. Men married to secure legitimate heirs and to forge alliances with other families. In this context, polygamy would have been impractical, as it would have complicated inheritance issues and potentially led to conflicts between co-wives. It's worth noting that in all of these cases from ancient Greece, where they did practice polygamy, the primary motivation was not sexual, but rather social and economic. But I bet they enjoyed it nonetheless. And now, the exact opposite of the funland they call Sparta and ancient Greece, I present to you the ancient Rome, where everyone has only one wife and no extra fun is allowed. Okay, a bit of fun is still allowed. Polygamy was not a common or socially accepted practice in ancient Rome. The Romans, in fact, were monogamous, a practice that distinguished them from other ancient civilizations. The Roman law of marriage, matrimonium, was based on the idea of a union between one man and one woman. The concept of polygamy was alien to their societal norms and legal systems. The Roman marriage was a private contract between two families, not just the individuals getting married. It was a strategic alliance for political, social, or economic reasons. The woman would leave her father's authority, patria potestas, and come under the control of her husband or his father. The husband had the right to divorce his wife for various reasons, including infertility, adultery, or even for drinking wine, which was considered a serious offense. Women drinking wine was frowned upon and socially unacceptable, especially for married women. It was seen as a sign of looseness and immorality, but was more acceptable for widows and older women. In ancient Rome, marriage was seen as a duty to the state, with the primary purpose being to produce legitimate children who could inherit property and continue the family line. The importance of monogamy was so ingrained in Roman society that Augustus, the first Roman emperor, introduced laws to encourage marriage and penalized those who remained unmarried or childless. Despite the strict monogamous principles of Roman society, there were instances of de facto polygamy. This was not through multiple legal marriages, but rather through the practice of maintaining palake, something similar to Greeks' concubines. This relationship was socially acceptable and even regulated by law, being not considered adultery, as it was a lower status form of partnership. The children of a concubine were not considered legitimate heirs, but they were not stigmatized either. They were given the status of natural children and could be legitimized by their father if he chose to do so. This practice allowed Roman men, particularly those of high status, to have multiple sexual partners while still maintaining the societal norms of monogamy. It was a way to avoid the strict laws of marriage without facing social or legal reaction. Despite the use of palake, the Roman society held monogamy as the ideal. This was reflected in their mythology and literature. The story of Penelope, who faithfully waited for her husband Odysseus to return from the Trojan War, was a popular example of Roman virtue. Similarly, the tale of Lucretia, who chose to end her life rather than live with the dishonor of rape, was seen as a testament to the Roman values of chastity and loyalty. The Romans also had strict laws against adultery. The Lex Julia de Adulteriis, a law code enacted by Augustus in 18 BC, made adultery a public crime for the first time. The law was primarily aimed at preserving the sanctity of the Roman family and protecting the rights of husbands. It allowed them to kill their wives or their wives' lovers if caught in the act. And now, moving far east, where Asia has a long and complex history, with its roots deeply embedded in the cultural, religious, and social fabrics of several societies. In ancient China, for example, polygamy was widely accepted and practiced, particularly among the elite. Emperors and nobles often had multiple wives and concubines, a practice that was not only a symbol of status and power, but also a means to ensure the continuity of their lineage. In the 6th century BC, during the Zhou dynasty, the rites of Zhou even codified the number of wives and concubines a man could have based on his rank. Emperors were allowed to have one empress and numerous concubines, while a duke could have one wife and two concubines, and a gentleman just one wife. Concurrently, in India, the practice of polygamy was also prevalent. The ancient Hindu scriptures, the Vedas, sanctioned polygamy, particularly for Kshatriyas, the warrior caste. This was largely due to the high mortality rate among men who fought in wars, leading to a significant gender imbalance in society. The practice of polygamy in pre-modern Japan was a phenomenon largely confined to the samurai class, and was one of the most interesting forms of polygamy throughout history. The samurai, a military nobility that rose to height in the 12th century, were known for their martial talent and strict loyalty to the Bushido code. However, their domestic lives were characterized by a complex system of marriage that often involved multiple wives. This system, known as yomeri, was not merely a matter of personal preference, but a strategic tool used to cement alliances, consolidate power, and ensure the continuity of family lines. The primary wife, or seishitsu, was usually of equal or higher social status than the husband, and her main role was to produce a male heir. The secondary wives, or sokushitsu, were often from lower-ranking families and were considered part of the husband's household. These marriages were typically arranged by the families involved, with the consent of the wife's parents being a crucial factor. Despite the apparent inequality, the system of yomeri provided certain benefits for the wives involved. The primary wife held a position of considerable authority within the household, while the secondary wives could expect a certain degree of financial security and social status. The children of these marriages, regardless of their mother's status, were considered legitimate and could potentially inherit their father's position. This system of polygamy was not without its challenges, however, and conflicts between wives were not uncommon. However, the practice of yomeri began to decline with the advent of the Edo period in the 17th century. The Tokugawa shogunate, which ruled Japan during this time, implemented a series of reforms aimed at stabilizing the country and centralizing its power. One of these reforms was the prohibition of polygamy among the samurai class. The Tokugawa shogunate sought to distinguish itself from the chaotic Sengoku period, and the prohibition of polygamy was part of a broader effort to promote social order and moral rectitude. Despite this prohibition, however, the practice of yomeri did not disappear entirely, and it continued to be practiced in some form throughout the Edo period. The Mongol Empire, which spanned a significant part of Asia in the 13th and 14th centuries, also saw the practice of polygamy and even saw the rise of the most famous ladies' man throughout history, if I may say so, the Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, whose birth name was Temujin, born around 1162, was the founder and first great Khan of the Mongol Empire, which became the largest empire in history after his death. His life was marked by a chain of conquests and, interestingly, a large number of wives and children. It is rumored that Genghis Khan had numerous ovulating women brought to his bedroom every night. Considering that his reign lasted for 21 years, you do the math of how many children he might have had. It's said that every 8th person on Earth is related to him in this day and age. Thus, the practice of polygamy in Asia has evolved significantly over the centuries, shaped by cultural, religious, and socio-economic factors. Today, it is largely a relic of the past, although it continues to exist in some societies. Moving back to Europe, in ancient Estonia, societal norms and customs were distinctively different from what we see today. The roots of polygamy in ancient Estonia can be traced back to the 1st century AD, a time when the region was populated by various Finno-Ugric tribes. The societal structure was mainly patriarchal, with men holding the majority of power and influence. This structure extended to family life, where a man could have multiple wives. Polygamy was seen as a sign of wealth and status, as only men with substantial resources could afford to maintain multiple households. The practice was not limited to the elite, however. Even men of modest means could have multiple wives if they could provide for them. The wives, in turn, were expected to contribute to the family's well-being through household chores and child-rearing. The practice of polygamy was intertwined with the belief systems of the time. The ancient Estonians practiced a form of animism, venerating natural elements and ancestral spirits. It was believed that having multiple wives increased a man's spiritual power, enhancing his standing in the community and his relationship with the spirit world. The transition from polygamy to monogamy in Estonia was a gradual process, influenced by several factors. The most significant was the Christianization of Estonia in the 13th century. The Teutonic Knights, a Catholic military order, launched a series of crusades in the Baltic region, including Estonia. Their goal was to convert the pagan tribes to Christianity, which included the imposition of Christian marital norms. The Christian doctrine of monogamy was at odds with the established practice of polygamy, leading to a cultural clash. Over time, however, the influence of the church began to take over Estonian society. The Christian clergy actively discouraged polygamy, promoting monogamy as the only acceptable form of marriage. By the late Middle Ages, polygamy had become a marginal practice in Estonia, restricted to remote areas and minority groups. Monogamy had thus become the norm. Hopping onto another continent, in pre-Columbian civilizations of the Americas, polygamy was and is a thrilling subject. Among the Aztecs, a Mesoamerican culture that flourished in central Mexico from 1300 to 1521, polygamy was not only acceptable, but was also a sign of wealth and status. Aztec men, particularly nobles and warriors, often had several wives. However, the first wife held a superior position, and her children were given preference in matters of inheritance. Moving further north, the indigenous societies of the Great Plains, such as the Sioux and Cheyenne, also practiced polygamy. The harsh environment and nomadic lifestyle of these tribes made multiple wives advantageous, as they could contribute to the family's survival by performing various tasks such as gathering food, making clothing, and caring for children. In the Inca Empire, located in the Andes region of South America, polygamy was also practiced, especially among the nobility. The Sapa Inca, the emperor, often had many wives, some of whom were his own sisters, to ensure the purity of the royal bloodline. However, like the Aztecs, the Incas also recognized a primary wife, often referred to as the principal wife or queen, whose offspring were given preference in the line of succession. However, it's important to note that polygamy was not universally practiced across all pre-Columbian societies. Some tribes, particularly those in the northeastern woodlands and the southeastern United States, practiced monogamy. Despite the popularity of polygamy in many societies, these tribes valued the bond between one man and one woman, with divorce usually being a rare occurrence. There are also examples from South America, where only men of worthy age could have multiple children, while the young men must wait for their time, having only one wife meanwhile. The arrival of Europeans in the Americas brought significant changes to the practice of polygamy in pre-Columbian societies. The Europeans, with their predominantly Christian and monogamous beliefs, viewed polygamy as a sinful practice and sought to eradicate it. In the Spanish colonies, for instance, the Catholic Church played a significant role in suppressing polygamy. The Church's missionaries often refused to baptize the children of polygamous unions, which put significant pressure on indigenous societies to abandon the practice. In the English colonies, The Puritans, who held strict views on marriage and family, also sought to suppress polygamy. They passed laws prohibiting the practice and imposed severe punishments on those who violated them. Despite these efforts, polygamy persisted in some indigenous societies, particularly in remote and isolated areas. However, by the late 19th century, the practice had largely disappeared, a victim of European cultural and religious imperialism. The history of polygamy in pre-Columbian societies provides a fascinating glimpse into the diverse cultural practices that existed in the Americas before the arrival of Europeans. It also underscores the profound impact that European colonization had on indigenous cultures and societies. In the vast, icy expanse of Siberia, a unique societal structure existed among the indigenous tribes, particularly with the shamans, spiritual intermediaries between the human and spirit world. Polygamy, specifically polygyny, the practice of having multiple wives, was a common practice. The roots of this tradition can be traced back to the prehistoric times of Siberia, with the earliest recorded instances dating back to the 13th century. The shamans, revered for their spiritual prowess, often had multiple wives. This practice was not merely a social norm, but was deeply intertwined with their spiritual beliefs and practices. Each wife a shaman married was believed to bring with her a unique spirit helper, known as an ayami. These spirit helpers were considered essential for the shaman's spiritual work, providing guidance, protection, and assistance in the spirit world. The ayami were believed to be powerful spirits, capable of transforming into animals, humans, or even inanimate objects. They were considered the source of the shaman's supernatural powers, enabling them to heal, predict the future, and communicate with the spirit world. The more ayami a shaman had, the more powerful they were considered to be. Therefore, having multiple wives was seen as a means of accumulating more ayami and consequently more spiritual power. The wives of shamans were not merely passive participants in this arrangement. They were often powerful spiritual practitioners in their own right, performing rituals, interpreting dreams, and even acting as mediums for the ayami. Their roles were integral to the spiritual and societal functioning of these Siberian tribes. The wives, in addition to their spiritual roles, also played vital roles in the day-to-day functioning of the household. They were responsible for the preparation of ritual objects, maintaining the sacred space of the shaman, and assisting in the performance of rituals. The wives also played a crucial role in the transmission of shamanic knowledge, passing it down to the next generation. The practice of polygyny among Siberian shamans was not without its challenges. Disputes and conflicts among wives were not uncommon. However, these were typically resolved within the family structure, with the shaman acting as the mediator. The shaman's authority, both spiritual and societal, was crucial in maintaining harmony within the household. From the 17th century onwards, Russian colonization brought Orthodox Christianity to Siberia, leading to a clash of cultures and religious beliefs. The Russian authorities often viewed the shamans and their practices with suspicion and hostility, leading to a gradual decline of shamanism and its associated practices, including polygyny. Despite these pressures, shamanism and its traditions managed to survive in certain remote areas of Siberia. The practice of shamans having multiple wives, however, became increasingly rare. Today, while polygyny is no longer a common practice, the legacy of this unique societal structure can still be seen in the rich tapestry of Siberian culture and history. And before we hop on to modern times, let's quickly see how Africa has adopted polygamy and faces the difficulties and joys accompanied with it. In many African societies, polygamy was not merely a marital arrangement, but a complex social system. It was a means of forging alliances, consolidating power, and ensuring the continuity of the lineage. The number of wives a man had often reflected his social status, with the wealthy and powerful often having multiple wives. The practice was also tied to economic factors. In agrarian societies, having multiple wives could mean more hands to work the land, leading to increased productivity and wealth. In pastoral societies, polygamy was often linked to the number of livestock a man owned, as wives and children could help in herding and managing the animals. The arrival of European colonizers in the 19th and 20th centuries brought significant changes to the practice of polygamy in Africa. The colonizers, driven by their own cultural and religious beliefs, sought to suppress polygamy, viewing it as a barbaric and uncivilized practice. They introduced laws and policies aimed at discouraging and, in some cases, outright banning the practice. These efforts, however, met with resistance from many African societies who saw polygamy as an integral part of their culture and tradition. Despite the pressure from the colonizers, the practice persisted in many parts of the continent. In the post-colonial era, the status of polygamy in Africa has remained complex and contentious. While some African countries have outlawed the practice, others have legalized it under certain conditions. For instance, in countries like South Africa and Kenya, polygamy is legal, but it is subject to certain restrictions and regulations. In contemporary Africa, the practice of polygamy is influenced by a variety of factors. Economic factors also influence the practice of polygamy. In some societies, the bride price, a sum of money or goods given by the groom's family to the bride's family, can be prohibitive, making polygamy a luxury only the wealthy can afford. Conversely, in societies where bride price is low or non-existent, polygamy can be more common. The impact of HIV/AIDS has also affected the practice of polygamy in Africa. The fear of infection has led some men to reconsider having multiple wives, and some societies now discourage the practice as a means of controlling the spread of the virus. Today, the Maasai tribe still holds a very interesting tradition, where a man can have multiple wives, 15 for example, and every available single man can also have sexual relations with any of the wives. All the children born from this act are still considered to be the main husband's children. And you thought you'd heard everything. In the 21st century, polygamy remains legal in 58 out of nearly 200 sovereign countries, the vast majority of them being African countries. Notable exceptions include India and Indonesia, where it is legal in certain forms. In India, for example, polygamy is legal for Muslims under the Muslim personal law. In the United States, polygamy is illegal in all 50 states, as well as the District of Columbia. However, enforcement of these laws varies, and there are known communities that practice polygamy in states like Utah and Arizona. This is often due to religious beliefs, as some sects interpret certain religious texts as endorsing polygamy. In Europe, polygamy is generally illegal, with some exceptions for recognized religious communities. For instance, in the United Kingdom, while polygamy is not legally recognized, it is not a criminal offense, and multiple religious marriages may be recognized for welfare benefits. In terms of societal attitudes, polygamy is generally viewed negatively in Western societies. However, there are exceptions, and attitudes can vary widely. For example, a 2016 poll found that 17% of Americans found polygamy morally acceptable, up from 7% in 2003. And now, let's flip the tables and imagine there's plenty of you guys, but you all share the same wife. Might not seem like such a fun idea at first, but just think about it for a moment. In an everyday situation, it might just play right into your hands. Here's the origins of polyandry. Polyandry, a family form where a woman has multiple husbands, has a diverse and fascinating history, and you might just think it's cool because 2 husbands means twice the fun for our lady friends. But you'll be surprised by the actual reasons this abnormal tradition has had such a long-lasting impact on our history, and why, for some parts of the world, it still does. Though rarer than polygamy or monogamy, it has persisted across cultures and epochs. Early examples appear on the Tibetan plateau around 5,000 years ago, primarily among fraternal brothers sharing one wife. This practice consolidated family property, preventing economic fragmentation. Similarly, ancient Indian texts, like the Mahabharata, reference polyandry, with the Pandava brothers sharing a wife. These practices were driven by economic, societal, and survival strategies. In some early hunter-gatherer societies, polyandry reduced wife-stealing risks and ensured male protection and resources for women and offspring. In Nepal's Himalayan regions, particularly among the Sherpa and Ninba communities, polyandry helped prevent the division of scarce agricultural land among many heirs. By sharing a single wife, brothers kept family land intact, ensuring higher productivity and food security. This practice suits the harsh environment where cultivable land is limited. Similarly, among the Todas of southern India, polyandry traditionally involved fraternal brothers. A Toda woman would marry all the brothers in a family, consolidating family resources. The Toda people believed this system maintained social harmony and reduced inheritance conflicts. A woman with multiple husbands also increased the chances of continuous hunting, vital for sustenance. Early polyandry practices were thus closely connected to each society's unique environmental and socio-economic challenges. Though not widespread, polyandry was definitely a strategic adaptation that helped early societies thrive in their environments. In ancient Egypt, although less documented, polyandry existed. Its roots are linked to social, economic, and political factors. Ancient Egyptian society was complex and stratified. Pharaohs and elites often practiced multiple marriages for political alliances and power consolidation. By maintaining several marital ties, they secured loyalty and support from different factions. During the Middle Kingdom, which lasted from 2050 to 1710 BC, Records suggest polyandry was part of intricate family structures with complex custodial and inheritance arrangements. Archaeological findings indicate some women were married to more than one man simultaneously, often within the same family, likely to preserve property, wealth, and lineage. While not widespread, polyandry in ancient Egypt reveals the adaptability and fluidity of marital customs in response to societal needs. In later periods, such as the New Kingdom, spanning from 1550 to 1070 BC, polyandry appears less frequently, reflecting changes in societal norms and family dynamics. The origins of polyandry in ancient Egypt can also be traced to the significance of agriculture and land ownership. Land was a crucial resource, and its continuous cultivation and inheritance were essential. In families with multiple husbands, the combined labor and resources of several men enhanced agricultural productivity, ensuring the land remained fertile and well-tended. Additionally, polyandry could mitigate the impact of high mortality rates, especially among men involved in warfare or labor-intensive tasks. Marrying multiple husbands secured the family's lineage and labor force, even amidst significant losses. Legal documents from this period reference joint marriage contracts, where property rights and responsibilities were shared among multiple spouses. These contracts included detailed provisions for inheritance, ensuring children from polyandrous marriages were recognized as legitimate heirs. Women in these arrangements held considerable authority, managing both domestic and economic affairs. Their unique position provided them with greater leverage in negotiations and decision-making within their households and communities. Thus, polyandry served as a pragmatic solution to the challenges faced by ancient Egyptian society. Religion influenced polyandry in ancient Egypt. The Egyptian pantheon, with its complex deities like Isis and Osiris, featured stories of marriage, betrayal, and resurrection. These myths likely shaped social norms, including marriage customs. Polyandry might have mirrored divine relationships, reflecting the interconnectedness of deities in human society. Hathor, the goddess of love and fertility, was sometimes depicted with multiple male consorts, symbolizing abundance and prosperity. Such religious motifs could have legitimized polyandrous unions. Temples and religious institutions, central to economic and social life, often had influential priestesses and female officials managing land and resources. Their authority within religious hierarchies might have reinforced polyandrous practices, blending spiritual and pragmatic domains and being deeply intertwined with cultural and cosmological beliefs. Socially, it forged alliances and stabilized familial and political ties. Economically, polyandrous marriages consolidated wealth, enhancing family prosperity and influence. Religiously, polyandry mirrored divine relationships and reinforced norms rooted in mythology and spiritual beliefs. Women played a pivotal role, wielding significant influence and authority within households and the community. Their management of family dynamics and economic responsibilities underscored their crucial role in societal cohesion. As discussed, polyandry, where one woman marries multiple men, was rare in ancient civilizations, but traces exist in ancient Greece as well. Information on Greek polyandry primarily comes from myths, legends, and some historical texts. A notable example is Spartan queen Gorgo, who reportedly married multiple men. Although much of this information is intertwined with myth, some aspects reveal reasons behind polyandry in ancient Greece. In Sparta, maintaining equal land distribution among citizens was crucial. Brothers from the same family would jointly marry one woman to avoid dividing family estates, ensuring economic stability. Thus, polyandry was partly driven by economic needs. The exact status and frequency of polyandry in Sparta and other Greek city-states remain debated, but economic, social, and demographic factors played key roles in its existence. Beyond economic reasons, social factors also contributed to polyandry. War significantly influenced demographic patterns, particularly in warrior societies like Sparta, where frequent conflicts reduced the male population. Consequently, the surviving men sought ways to ensure population stability and societal continuity. Polyandry emerged as a solution, allowing men to collectively father the next generation. Additionally, polyandry secured alliances between families. When multiple brothers from one family married a woman from another, it strengthened familial bonds and fostered community unity. Ancient Greek society highly valued male offspring for maintaining family names and property lineage. Polyandry indirectly increased the likelihood of producing male heirs by providing women with multiple husbands, thus securing the family legacy. Moreover, polyandry was a pragmatic response to gender imbalances and societal needs, reflecting adaptive strategies in ancient Greek civilization. The Lycurgan reforms, which shaped Spartan society, also influenced marriage practices by emphasizing collective over individual interests, aligning with polyandry. These reforms required pragmatic approaches to family, marriage, and inheritance, centralizing the equal distribution of wealth and land. Polyandry indirectly maintained social balances, with men marrying multiple women. The agog, a rigorous educational system for male Spartans, delayed marriages and reduced the number of males available for marriage, making polyandry practical for maintaining birth rates and family lines. Polyandry stabilized property ownership and military strength, foundational to Spartan society. Complex social structures and local traditions influenced its extent. While historical texts provide limited information on polyandry outside Sparta, the economic and demographic motivations observed in Sparta likely applied elsewhere. Besides economic and social factors, religious beliefs likely contributed to polyandry in ancient Greece. The Greeks practiced polytheism, with their gods often engaging in complex relationships, including polygamy and polyandry. These divine examples might have provided a cultural framework, making polyandry more acceptable in certain regions. For instance, the unconventional relationships of gods like Zeus and Hera could have influenced societal norms regarding marriage. Additionally, religious festivals and rituals celebrating fertility and family continuity might have promoted practices ensuring the stability of family lines. Although clear evidence connecting religion and polyandry in ancient Greece is limited, these hypothetical religious influences offer an intriguing perspective on why such practices may have been tolerated or encouraged in certain contexts. Analyzing legal texts and historical records helps us understand the practicalities underpinning polyandry, revealing the interplay between law, economy, and demography in shaping marriage practices in ancient Greece. The geographical and cultural diversity of Greece likely influenced the presence of polyandry. Ancient Greece was a mosaic of city-states, each with distinct customs, laws, and social structures. Different regions faced unique challenges, leading to varied marriage practices. In rural or isolated communities, where survival hinged on maximizing resources and ensuring lineage continuity, polyandry might have been more acceptable or necessary. Coastal communities, influenced by trade and interaction with diverse cultures, likely had different marital practices. Additionally, the influence of neighboring regions and external cultures introduced through conquest, trade, or colonization played a role. Regions influenced by cultures known for polyandry might have adopted similar customs. For example, interactions with cultures from Asia Minor or the Middle East could have introduced or reinforced polyandry. The adaptable and pragmatic nature of Greek society allowed them to incorporate diverse practices to meet local needs and circumstances. While not as prevalent as other marriage forms, polyandry reflects the Greeks' broader adaptive capacity. Future studies delving into archaeological findings, historical texts, and mythological sources can elucidate the extent and nuances of polyandry in ancient Greece, enriching our understanding of Greek social history and the practical and symbolic roles this practice played. And now, the big red country where all the stuff gets made. China. Polyandry in ancient China dates back to legendary times. Historical texts like the Book of Documents, or Shujing, and the Book of Songs, or Shijing, hint at polyandric practices, especially in areas with agricultural challenges and resource management issues. Buddhist scriptures from the 1st millennium AD also mention polyandry, adding a religious aspect to its acceptance. Notable ethnic groups practicing polyandry included the Tibetans, Pumi, Sherpa, and Chang peoples. These communities often faced harsh environments, making solo familial economic survival difficult. Polyandry helped families stay unified and resilient against external pressures and secured landholdings from fragmentation due to inheritance laws. Over time, this practice became embedded in these cultures, forming a cornerstone of their societal structure. Polyandry, often tied to economic and environmental factors, reveals intriguing social dynamics in ancient China. In these communities, the social structure was significantly altered. The practice created a stable family environment where duties and responsibilities were shared among multiple male members. This cooperation facilitated efficient labor division and fostered strong familial bonds. For women in polyandrous marriages, the system offered protections and securities. Multiple husbands mitigated the risks associated with losing a single provider. Widows and their children wouldn't be left destitute, as other husbands would continue to support the family. Polyandry in ancient China varied across regions and ethnic groups. In Tibet, it was predominantly fraternal, with brothers marrying a single woman to maintain inheritance and coordinate agricultural labor, addressing arable land scarcity and harsh climates. Among the Pumi, polyandry arose from frequent male absenteeism due to trade or military duties, ensuring a male presence to support the household. In the Himalayan regions, Sherpa and Chiang communities practiced polyandry to survive harsh conditions and isolation, fostering familial cooperation. Polyandry also provided social stability by balancing the male-to-female ratio, preventing tensions from gender imbalances, and controlling population growth in resource-scarce areas. These marriages formed larger, more stable extended families compared to monogamous ones, providing a collective support system. Defined roles for each husband, from agricultural work to household protection, led to efficient management of family and external affairs. Children benefited from multiple paternal figures, receiving broader support and resources, enhancing their upbringing and education. Socially, polyandry reduced competition among men for wives, stabilizing communities with high male-to-female ratios. Communal inheritance in polyandrous families prevented property fragmentation, maintaining family power and stability across generations. These social structures helped communities endure external pressures and internal frictions, ensuring their survival. Polyandry in ancient China, despite its benefits, faced challenges and criticisms. This unique marital arrangement often led to complex family dynamics. Jealousy and rivalry among brothers sharing the same wife were potential issues, requiring strong cultural norms to manage tensions. Compromises and negotiations were essential to maintain household harmony. Additionally, polyandry complicated lineage and genealogical records, as children had multiple paternal figures. Determining succession and inheritance rights necessitated clear and often complex legal frameworks. Despite these challenges, the benefits of polyandry, such as economic stability, social cohesion, and demographic balance, often outweighed the downsides. Interestingly, polyandry evolved as an adaptive strategy rather than being imposed. Its persistence over centuries highlights its effectiveness in addressing specific environmental, economic, and social challenges. As societies evolved and conditions changed, polyandry diminished, replaced by other forms of marriage more suited to new circumstances. As modern China developed, polyandry fell out of favor. Confucianism's emphasis on monogamous family structures eroded the cultural foundation supporting polyandrous unions. Legal reforms during the Qing dynasty and the establishment of the People's Republic of China introduced marriage laws emphasizing monogamy, making polyandry illegal. Economic changes, such as industrialization and urbanization, also played a role by reducing reliance on agricultural practices that made polyandry advantageous. The rise of individual property rights diminished communal landholding that supported polyandrous families. Despite this decline, polyandry persisted into the 20th century, especially in remote, rural communities where traditional practices lingered. Next up, the Romans, who can always surprise us with something wacky. Though unconventional today, it was not rare in Roman society. Social, economic, and political factors contributed to its prevalence. It stemmed from social structures prioritizing familial alliances and economic stability over romance. Rome's legal system allowed flexible marriage contracts, including multiple husbands for one wife, especially useful during wartime when the male population dwindled. Thus, polyandry addressed societal needs, reflecting Rome's pragmatic legal and social systems. Roman society emphasized family and lineage, and polyandry upheld these values. This comprehensive approach to marriage prioritized familial and societal obligations over personal relationships. Wealth and property were often managed collectively within families. With multiple husbands, a woman could pool more resources, enhancing the family's economic stability. This arrangement benefited elite families with vast estates and wealth, providing more hands to manage resources and forge political alliances. Inheritance laws favoring male heirs meant several husbands could amass and retain more assets within the family. Religious and cultural beliefs in ancient Rome supported polyandry. Roman religion and mythology emphasized family continuity and ancestor veneration. The Vestal Virgins, priestesses maintaining Vesta's sacred fire, symbolized hearth and family continuity. Polyandry, with multiple male protectors, aligned with these values. Roman myths featured gods and heroes with complex family arrangements, normalizing non-traditional marriages. The adaptability of Roman religious practices and cultural integration within the empire fostered a flexible approach to marriage. The practice of polyandry highlights the pragmatic and strategic approach of Romans toward marriage and family life. Instead of being rigidly bound by traditional norms, Romans leveraged marital arrangements to optimize family welfare and security. Next up, the Christian influence. You guessed it, it's the good old strict Middle Ages. Early Middle Ages records mention polyandrous noble families, notably in Brittany, France, aiming to consolidate land and preserve bloodlines. Another example is in the Pyrenees Mountains, spanning France and Spain. Isolated communities adopted polyandry due to economic and environmental pressures, using it to avoid dividing limited arable land into smaller plots. This practice pooled resources, ensuring economic survival and maintaining social status. In Brittany, 6th and 7th century records detail instances of polyandry among the aristocracy. One notable case involved Count Hole III's family, where two brothers shared a wife to preserve their estates. This consolidation prevented land fragmentation and ensured smooth property succession. By maintaining unified estates, noble families secured political influence and economic power. Polyandry, though practical in some regions, was not widely accepted in medieval Europe. it faced resistance from societal and religious norms favoring monogamy. The influential Catholic Church opposed polyandrous unions, promoting monogamous marriages as ideal and pressuring communities to conform. However, in areas like Brittany and the Pyrenees, strong local socioeconomic needs sometimes outweighed ecclesiastical opposition. This tension between local practices and religious doctrine highlights the complexity of medieval marital customs. In isolated communities, the practical need for polyandry often led to selective acceptance. Local authorities might overlook polyandrous arrangements if they ensured economic stability and social order. And now, hopping on to the continent down south, in Africa, different tribes practiced polyandry for reasons like economic necessity and social structure, but for many weird reasons as well. You're going to want to hear it. Polyandry in the Maasai community of Kenya and Tanzania often manifests as levirate marriage, where a widow marries her deceased husband's brothers. This practice ensures the widow and her children's protection and welfare, maintains the family unit, and secures family assets. In West Africa, the Irigwe people in Nigeria practiced polyandry, though less commonly than other marriage forms. For the Irigwe, polyandry ensured women had multiple male protectors in a conflict-prone region. This practice was driven by the need for security, not economic necessity. Multiple husbands provided safety for women and their children in a volatile environment. Polyandry in African culture is also evident among the Nyarwanda of Rwanda. It was part of a broader strategy for alliances and power consolidation. Multiple men within a family might marry the same woman to consolidate wealth and influence. This allowed powerful families to control their assets and influence community decisions. In northern Namibia's Dry River region, the Himba people practiced polyandry to ensure community survival in a harsh environment. As semi-nomads, they adopted polyandry due to the challenges of their arid surroundings. A woman with multiple husbands could gather more resources like livestock and water, essential for survival. This practice distributed risks and responsibilities among several men, offering better insurance for the family's sustenance. It also helped manage population growth and kept the community adaptable to unpredictable climatic conditions. Among the Mbuti Pygmies of Central Africa, polyandry arose due to their societal structures and ecological demands. Living in dense rainforests, the Mbuti depended on hunting and gathering, requiring adaptable family systems. Polyandry fostered cooperation and resource sharing. Multiple husbands contributed to communal hunting, enhancing the likelihood of successful hunts. This cooperative method also ensured efficient resource allocation, meeting essential needs. By combining efforts and resources, the Mbuti Pygmies sustained a viable lifestyle in their challenging environment. Across diverse African cultures, polyandry served multiple purposes, from economic stability to social cohesion. In regions with harsh environments or frequent conflicts, the practice helped communities adapt and survive. It ensured resources were pooled and managed collectively, offered protection and sustenance to women and children, and maintained social structures. Though less common than monogamy or polygyny, polyandry's strategic value cannot be underestimated. Now that we've heard that, let's go forward in time. During the 18th and 19th centuries, polyandry faced significant challenges due to colonialism and the spread of Western cultural norms. European colonial powers often deemed polyandry barbaric and primitive, leading to efforts to suppress it and enforce monogamous marriage. In British India, colonial authorities stigmatized polyandry, especially in Ladakh and parts of South India, where it was more prevalent. Missionaries and officials promoted monogamous Christian marriages as a mark of civilization. Despite this, locals sometimes continued polyandrous practices discreetly, valuing their socio-economic benefits. Polyandry's persistence in Tibet during the 19th century is notable. Throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, anthropologists began studying polyandrous societies, documenting their customs and rationales. These studies highlighted that polyandry was often a practical solution to specific environmental and social challenges rather than a mere cultural peculiarity. In the mid-20th century, polyandry persisted despite modernization and legal pressures. In Nepal, the 1950s laws banned polyandrous marriages, yet remote Himalayan regions continued the practice to manage limited resources and maintain family unity. It kept land undivided, crucial in areas with sparse agricultural opportunities. Media, education, and governmental policies promoted monogamous relationships, redefining societal expectations. I thank you all sincerely who took the time and watched the video. If you found it interesting, go check out our other videos, which should have already appeared on the screen by now. Be sure to smash the like and subscribe buttons so you won't miss our future crazy thumbnails and videos. Your history provider, history but fast. But imagine you just said one day, "Hey guys, I'm out. I'm not going to do it ever again. Women are too much for me and I'm calling it quits." And just like that, stepped out of the whole sexual game and embraced chastity. Seems like a wild idea, to be honest. Not the one I'd go for. At least not right now in these settings. But some guys and girls have chosen this path, and kudos to them, because that's definitely an awesome high as well to experience. Let's go. The origins of chastity. Celibacy, or abstinence from sexual activities, originates from the Latin term celibatus, meaning state of being unmarried. Historically, celibacy is mostly associated with religious and spiritual leaders in Christianity, Buddhism, and Hinduism. In Christianity, particularly within the Roman Catholic Church, clergy members take vows of celibacy to abstain from marriage and sexual relations, believing it fosters a closer relationship with God, free from familial distractions. Beyond religious contexts, celibacy can be a personal choice for personal growth, liberation, or health reasons. In early human tribes, celibacy was virtually non-existent. These communities focused on survival, with reproduction vital for the tribe's continuity. Anthropological studies suggest sexual relations were communal and less governed by strict moral or religious codes. Tribal social structures were often egalitarian, viewing sexual behavior as a natural, essential part of life. Little evidence suggests early humans practiced sustained sexual abstinence akin to later religious celibacy. Mating practices were influenced by kinship, social bonds, and the need for offspring. Some early agricultural societies showed signs of regulating sexual behavior, but these were exceptions. So it's safe to say voluntary celibacy was not recognized in primitive tribal societies, which relied on procreation to survive and thrive. But where did celibacy originate from? Some say the roots lay in India, as celibacy, known as brahmacharya in ancient India, was integral to the spiritual and societal framework, rooted in Hindu philosophy and transcended mere abstinence, representing a disciplined lifestyle aimed at higher spiritual goals. Brahmacharya was one of the 4 ashramas or life stages in Manusmriti, guiding individuals from birth to death. In this stage, young males, typically from upper castes, underwent rigorous academic and spiritual training under a guru. This training included studying sacred texts, meditation, and learning self-restraint and discipline. Celibacy aimed not only at spiritual elevation, but also at conserving energy, deemed vital for intellectual and physical development. Practicing brahmacharya was believed to optimize mental faculties and concentration, essential for scholarly pursuits. Distinguished scholars, sages, and warriors embraced this vow in their early years. This lifestyle was also seen as preparation for household responsibilities, with self-control being fundamental for personal and social harmony. Brahmacharya extended beyond religious and academic pursuits to daily conduct, emphasizing ethical living and moral integrity. This practice demanded high discipline and simplicity in living, including food, clothing, and habitation. Dietary restrictions promoted foods believed to purify the body and mind. Additionally, its communal aspect fostered a culture valuing knowledge, discipline, and spiritual growth. Though primarily linked to males, brahmacharya also influenced societal expectations of chastity and fidelity within marriage. But before we go deeper, you're probably wondering if celibacy exists among animals as well. And I'm going to answer that weird question for you right now. Celibacy, or abstinence from sexual activities, indeed extends beyond humans. In the animal kingdom, some species exhibit minimal or no mating throughout their lives. Factors like environmental conditions, social structures, and survival strategies influence these behaviors. For example, certain insects such as worker bees, ants, and termites practice celibacy as part of their colony's hierarchy. Sterile female worker bees focus entirely on hive duties, leaving reproduction to the queen. Similarly, in some ant and termite species, worker castes abstain from mating, dedicating themselves to nurturing the colony. In certain vertebrates, some fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals show behaviors leading to minimal or no mating. For instance, the female kakapo, a nocturnal parrot from New Zealand, demonstrates selective mating behavior. Due to a small population and low reproductive rates, many females do not mate annually. Another example is the naked mole rat. In their colonies, only the queen reproduces, while other members are sterile and focus on tasks like foraging, tunnel maintenance, and colony protection. Factors such as resource scarcity, predation risks, and social dynamics significantly influence these vertebrates' reproductive strategies. In some animal species, celibacy arises from a lack of sexual dimorphism. In certain fish like clownfish, all individuals are born male, with only the dominant one becoming female. If this female is removed, the next dominant male transforms into a female. This can cause celibacy periods when the dominant female is absent. In asexual lizard species like the New Mexico whiptail, males are entirely absent. These species consist solely of females that clone themselves to reproduce, bypassing mating. I must say, wow, what a world we live in. And now, back into the human realm. In ancient Greece, Orphism, a mystical religion from Thrace, practiced celibacy to achieve spiritual purity and divine communion. Orphic followers believed abstaining from sexual activities broke the cycle of rebirth, leading to enlightenment. The Pythagoreans, followers of Pythagoras, also valued celibacy for maintaining mind and body purity. They believed abstinence led to greater intellectual and spiritual clarity. Their strict lifestyle included a vegetarian diet, communal living, and self-discipline, with celibacy as a key aspect. Another perspective on Greek celibacy was its believed enhancement of athletic prowess and military discipline. Many athletes and warriors practiced temporary celibacy before competitions or battles, thinking it preserved strength and focus. This belief stemmed from the idea that sexual activity depleted energy and reduced combat effectiveness. Spartan society, known for its military discipline, also included celibacy in its training regimen, reinforcing its role beyond religion into practical applications in daily life and society. Celibacy played a crucial role in many religious events, such as the Eleusinian Mysteries, annual secret religious rites at Eleusis dedicated to Demeter and Persephone. These rites promised initiates profound spiritual revelations and an afterlife. Celibacy symbolized purity and readiness for divine knowledge. Participants, known as mystai, fasted and abstained from sexual activity before the ceremonies. In Stoicism, founded by Zeno of Citium in the early 3rd century BC, celibacy was encouraged for self-control, virtue, and rational thought. Stoics believed it helped achieve eudaimonia, a state of flourishing and contentment. Celibacy in ancient Greece was also linked to certain cults and their priestesses. The priestesses of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and chastity, were expected to remain celibate. Artemis symbolized virginal chastity, and her followers embodied this through their practices. The Vestal virgins in ancient Rome, influenced by Greek customs, had to stay celibate for 30 years during their service. These priestesses' celibacy was viewed as dedication and sacrifice to their deities. But before we move forward on the celibacy timeline, let's see the medical and scientific perspective on celibacy. Medical views on celibacy have shifted over time. In ancient Greece and Rome, physicians like Hippocrates and Galen debated its health effects. Hippocrates believed it caused humoral imbalances, while Galen argued it promoted longevity by conserving vital energies. During the Renaissance, renewed interest in the human body and its functions brought new perspectives on celibacy. Influential figures like Leonardo da Vinci practiced celibacy, believing it channeled their energy into intellectual pursuits. Medical scholars began to explore the psychological and physiological impacts of celibacy rigorously. The 17th century saw debates among physicians like Thomas Sydenham, who linked celibacy to ailments like hypochondria. However, others believed it promoted a disciplined and healthy lifestyle. The Enlightenment shifted views on celibacy, favoring empirical studies over religious doctrine. Some Enlightenment thinkers argued that celibacy could lead to unnatural behaviors and mental health issues due to the repression of sexual desires. Others believed it allowed greater focus on intellectual and creative achievements, as seen in some scientific community members. In the 19th century, the study of celibacy evolved with modern psychology. Sigmund Freud argued that celibacy could cause psychological distress by repressing natural sexual instincts. Other psychologists suggested that celibacy could be a healthy lifestyle choice when voluntarily adopted. The Victorian era's strict moral codes influenced medical views, often linking celibacy to purity and moral superiority. Recent research has provided a more nuanced understanding of celibacy. Studies from the late 20th century to the present examine how voluntary celibacy can foster personal growth, autonomy, and mental well-being. Conversely, involuntary celibacy, where an individual cannot engage in sexual activity despite their desire, has been linked to depression and anxiety. In conclusion, the medical community hasn't exactly decided whether celibacy is a good thing for you or not, so I guess it's up to you to decide. But now, a short turn into ancient Egypt. Celibacy in ancient Egypt is often misunderstood. Unlike many societies where celibacy was tied to religious beliefs, in ancient Egypt it had a more complex social framework. Certain priests serving the goddess Isis and god Amun were required to maintain celibacy for ritual purity. Sexual activity was believed to cause impurity, so a vow of celibacy was actually taken seriously. Celibacy extended beyond abstinence to avoiding impurities, certain foods, and adhering to specific hygiene practices. This rigorous lifestyle highlighted their dedication and set them apart from the lay population. Priests often served in cycles, alternating between intense ritual service and time off, during which they could marry and have families. This cyclical approach balanced religious duties with personal lives, reflecting the flexibility of ancient Egyptian religious practices. Female priestesses, though less documented, also observed periods of celibacy, particularly those dedicated to goddesses like Hathor. The meticulous requirements for priestly celibacy ensured the efficacy of rituals and proper honor to the deities, demonstrating profound respect for the gods and belief in ritual purity. And before moving on to ancient Rome, let's see what different religions have to say about celibacy. First up, Christianity. Celibacy has been a significant topic within Christianity, especially regarding clergy and religious life. The practice, implying abstention from marriage and sexual relations, is rooted in early Christian traditions. Apostle Paul, one of its earliest advocates, promotes celibacy in 1 Corinthians 7, emphasizing the spiritual benefits of undivided devotion to God. Early Christians viewed celibacy as a way to emulate Jesus Christ's purity and dedicate themselves more fully to spiritual pursuits. By the 4th century, the practice gained institutional support. The First Council of Nicaea in 325 AD encouraged but did not mandate celibacy for clergy. Over time, regional councils and influential church fathers like Augustine of Hippo and Jerome strongly endorsed it, shaping Christian religious norms. During the medieval period, celibacy laws became more stringent. The Second Lateran Council in 1139 declared clerical marriages invalid, preventing the inheritance of church property through clerical offspring. The 11th century Gregorian reforms enforced these standards, emphasizing celibacy for moral and spiritual authority. Conversely, the Eastern Orthodox Church allowed married priests while maintaining celibacy for monks and bishops. This difference has persisted, illustrating divergent paths within Christianity regarding celibacy. The 16th century Protestant Reformation significantly challenged mandatory clerical celibacy. Reformers like Martin Luther, a former monk, married and argued against the celibacy requirement, viewing it as contrary to scripture and natural law. This led to Protestant denominations permitting clerical marriage, marking a major shift in the Christian approach to celibacy. Despite reforms, the Catholic Church upheld clerical celibacy. The Council of Trent, held in 1545 to 1563, reaffirmed this practice, citing biblical and traditional roots. The council declared celibacy essential for the clergy, emphasizing its role in fostering dedication to God and the Church. Various popes throughout centuries have reasserted celibacy's importance. In the 20th century, Pope Pius XI and Pope Paul VI issued encyclicals affirming its value. Pope John Paul II, in his apostolic exhortation Pastoris Dabo Vobis, highlighted the spiritual and pastoral reasons for maintaining the tradition. Despite ongoing debates and challenges, celibacy remains a deeply ingrained aspect of Catholic clerical life. Meanwhile, other branches of Christianity, such as Anglicanism and various Protestant denominations, permit clerical marriage, reflecting diverse views within the broader Christian tradition. The conversation on celibacy has evolved, mirroring societal changes and theological reflections. The Second Vatican Council, from 1962 to 1965, addressed priests' roles in the modern world but upheld celibacy as a valuable tradition. The council encouraged a more pastoral and personal approach, recognizing clergy challenges. Recent discussions on clerical celibacy have been influenced by clergy shortages and scandals within the Church. Some argue that allowing priests to marry could address these issues, foster relatable clergy, and align with other Christian traditions. Pope Francis has opened discussions on this topic, suggesting a pragmatic approach, especially in regions with severe priest shortages. Proponents argue celibacy mirrors Jesus Christ's life, allowing clergy to serve without family distraction. It symbolizes the kingdom of God and a deep spiritual commitment. Critics note it is not explicitly mandated in the New Testament, and that early leaders, like the Apostle Peter, were married. They claim enforced celibacy can cause personal and psychological issues, such as isolation and loneliness, and point to related church scandals. Many clergy find profound meaning in celibacy, seeing it as a unique expression of faith. The future of celibacy in Christianity remains uncertain and a lively topic of discussion. In Catholicism, the debate reflects broader questions about tradition, modernity, and the Church's evolving needs. Some advocate for maintaining celibacy as a distinctive mark of the priesthood, while others call for reforms to address contemporary challenges. Outside Catholicism, many Christian denominations embrace clerical marriage, reflecting different understandings of clergy life and responsibilities. The diversity of practices across Christian traditions highlights the issue's complexity and the variety of ways faith communities address it. And that's Christianity, whether you like it or not. Next up on our list, Judaism. Celibacy in Judaism is shaped by religious, cultural, and historical factors. Unlike religions that idealize celibacy, Judaism values marriage and procreation. The Torah, Genesis 1:28, commands, "Be fruitful and multiply," indicating procreation as a divine mitzvah. The Talmud, Yevamot 62b, states a man should not abstain from increasing his family unless he has children. Historically, Jewish communities viewed celibacy as contrary to their survival. Despite general opposition, isolated examples exist. The Essenes, a Jewish sect from the Second Temple period, practiced celibacy, believing in higher spiritual purity through abstention from marital relations. Additionally, medieval Jewish mysticism, particularly in Kabbalistic tradition, sometimes embraced temporary celibacy for spiritual refinement. These instances, however, were exceptions. Mainstream Judaism consistently aligned with marital life to fulfill divine commandments and ensure communal continuity. Celibacy, while recognized in certain contexts, never gained widespread acceptance or institutional endorsement within Judaism. The concept of celibacy often contrasts with Jewish law. Halacha mandates marriage for men by 18 to fulfill the mitzvah of procreation. The Shulchan Aruch, a central code of Jewish law, emphasizes the importance of marriage. Rabbinic literature frequently extols married life as essential for spiritual completeness. Marriage also serves practical purposes, contributing to social stability and continuity. Some Jewish sages, like Rabbi Akiva, saw celibacy as neglecting divine commandments. However, certain mystical traditions accepted celibacy under specific circumstances. For example, the Kabbalistic texts known as the Zohar discuss refraining from marital relations to attain a higher spiritual state, but such teachings were esoteric and reserved for a select few. Another rare example is the Nazirite vow described in the Torah, where an individual abstains from wine, cutting hair, and contact with the dead. While not typically involving long-term celibacy, the vow emphasizes periods of spiritual dedication. These examples show that while celibacy exists in Jewish historical and religious texts, it remains limited. In Ketubot 61b, the Talmud extols marital intimacy as a mitzvah. Jewish law obliges both men and women to marry. Thus, remaining single or celibate contradicts this framework. The Sefer HaChinuch underscores procreation's critical role in God's plan. Community standards also impose social pressures to marry. In many Jewish cultures, unwed individuals could face scrutiny or exclusion. The Jewish perspective on celibacy reflects a broader theological view of human purpose. Judaism sees humans as partners in God's creation, with marriage and procreation essential to this role. Isaiah 45:18 emphasizes that the world was created to be inhabited, implying divine intent for population growth. Biblical figures like Abraham and Sarah, despite initial barrenness, are celebrated for their roles as progenitors of the Jewish people. Rabbi Eliezer in Pirkei Avot suggests that those who do not procreate diminish the divine image. While celibacy appears in various global religious traditions, within Judaism it is rarely seen as a path to holiness. Instead, forming and raising families aligns with fulfilling God's commandments and sustaining the Jewish faith and community. It is within the family unit that Jewish traditions, laws, and values are transmitted across generations. Even in mystical Jewish traditions, where celibacy might have a minor role, the broader community adheres to marriage and procreation as core tenets of religious life. The Talmud states that even Adam, the first human, was not meant to live in solitude, emphasizing companionship. Jewish communities have historically shown resilience and continuity due to these values. The emphasis on marriage ensures the perpetuation of Jewish traditions, practices, and beliefs. The Jewish worldview integrates spiritual life with earthly responsibilities, seeing them as complementary. And that's something we should all think about for a minute. I personally am from a nation with less than 1 million people. and no one is having kids, but adopting dogs instead. I wonder how long we'll survive. And the next religion, Buddhism, founded by Siddhartha Gautama in ancient India, emphasizes celibacy within monastic communities. Celibacy, or brahmacharya, is a central vow for Buddhist monks and nuns, aiding in the cultivation of detachment necessary for enlightenment. The origins of celibacy in Buddhism trace back to the Buddha himself. Siddhartha Gautama abandoned his royal life, renouncing his wife and son to seek enlightenment, setting a precedent for his followers. The Buddha's teachings in the Sutta Pitaka emphasize simplicity and self-control, reinforcing celibacy's importance. Early Buddhist texts state that sexual desire and attachment hinder spiritual growth and cause distractions. Celibacy helps monks and nuns maintain focus and discipline. As Buddhism spread across Asia, the tradition of celibacy solidified. Monastic communities in Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Myanmar still adhere to these principles strictly. Celibacy in Buddhism has practical implications. It frees monastics from familial and social responsibilities, allowing full dedication to their monastic community and spiritual duties. This tradition fosters an environment where members support each other in their quest for enlightenment, creating a cohesive, purpose-driven monastic order. Monastics abstain from sexual activity to avoid attachments and desires that lead to suffering. This practice is part of the Vinaya Pitaka, the monastic code of conduct, which outlines rules for monastic life, including strict celibacy. Celibacy involves not just physical restraint, but also mental and emotional purity. By avoiding sexual relationships, monastics devote their energy to spiritual pursuits, focusing entirely on their path to nirvana. Celibacy in Buddhism extends beyond monks and nuns to lay followers. Lay Buddhists often take temporary vows of celibacy during retreats or intense practice periods to cultivate mindfulness and self-discipline. On Uposatha days in Theravada Buddhism, lay people observe 8 precepts, including abstaining from sexual activity. This practice offers a taste of monastic discipline and fosters spiritual insight. Mahayana and Vajrayana traditions also value celibacy. Practitioners like bodhisattvas and tantric adepts may choose celibacy to enhance their spiritual practice and focus on aiding others in achieving enlightenment. Celibacy is viewed as a way to conserve and transform sexual energy into spiritual energy, aiding in the progression towards higher states of consciousness. Celibacy in Buddhism, across various traditions, serves as both a practical and transformative tool for spiritual development. Sexual desire, seen as a powerful force, can cloud judgment and fuel negative emotions like jealousy, anger, and attachment. By practicing celibacy, monastics aim to purify their minds and achieve equanimity, which is essential for deep meditation and understanding reality. Celibacy helps break free from samsara, the cycle of birth and rebirth, by renouncing physical desires and relationships, which are primary causes of continued existence in samsara. This focus aids in achieving nirvana, the ultimate liberation from suffering. Celibacy aligns with kusala, or wholesome actions, adhering to Buddhism's ethical and moral precepts, promoting non-harm and compassion. Celibacy is crucial in monastic life, but presents significant challenges. Monastics must manage natural human desires, requiring immense mental discipline and self-control. The Vinaya, the monastic code, offers detailed guidance to help maintain celibacy. Daily activities, community living, and constant mindfulness are designed to minimize distractions and temptations. Historical lapses have led to strict disciplinary actions, highlighting the difficulty of this vow. The monastic community's support is vital, providing peer support, mentorship, and shared goals to sustain practice. In modern times, some Buddhist scholars and practitioners debate celibacy's relevance, considering contemporary values and lifestyles. Traditionalists emphasize its importance, while others advocate for flexible interpretations. Celibate monastics often become community leaders and respected figures, serving as spiritual guides. Their commitment to celibacy exemplifies profound dedication to the Buddhist path. Celibacy enables monastics to focus entirely on teaching, meditation, and community service, thereby enriching the broader Buddhist community's spiritual lives. However, the emphasis on celibacy can sometimes create misconceptions about sexuality, leading to negative attitudes or unrealistic expectations among followers. Thus, Buddhist teachings must address celibacy with nuance, emphasizing its role in spiritual practice without stigmatizing natural human experiences. Celibacy in Buddhism is a multifaceted practice requiring understanding and respect. It remains a powerful tool for those on the monastic path, representing a commitment to spiritual purity and liberation. And now that we've discussed Buddhism, let's look at Hinduism as well. Celibacy, or brahmacharya in Hinduism, is a vital spiritual practice originating from ancient texts like the Vedas, Upanishads, and Puranas. Brahmacharya combines Brahma, meaning divine, and charya, meaning conduct, representing conduct aligned with divine principles. Hindu society divided life into 4 stages, or ashramas: brahmacharya, meaning student life; grihastha, meaning householder life; vanaprastha, meaning hermit life; and sannyasa, meaning renounced life. During brahmacharya, young men practice celibacy to focus on learning and self-discipline, living with their guru in a gurukul. They studied scriptures, philosophy, and science, and emphasizing moral and spiritual growth. This practice extended to individuals on a spiritual path in later life stages, especially monks and ascetics. The Mahabharata and Ramayana highlight celibacy's importance through characters embodying this ideal. This disciplined living fosters spiritual awakening and inner peace. The Bhagavad Gita advocates for brahmacharya, equating it to attaining divine wisdom. Hindu monks, known as sannyasis, practice strict celibacy, believing it preserves vital energy for spiritual practices like meditation, prayer, and selfless service. This tradition continues today, with many spiritual leaders and followers adhering to brahmacharya principles to seek higher truths and enlightenment. Ashrams and spiritual retreats support practitioners in their journey towards celibacy and self-discipline. The practice is also relevant for lay people balancing worldly responsibilities with spiritual aspirations. Brahmacharya's principles transcend time, offering a pathway to self-realization and higher consciousness. With its emphasis on control, discipline, and spiritual growth, celibacy remains a respected practice within the Hindu community. And last of the religions we're looking into this time is Taoism, being probably the most interesting of them all. In Taoist philosophy, the human body is a microcosm of the universe, and maintaining its purity is crucial for spiritual growth. Celibacy preserves vital energy, known as Jing, essential for health and enlightenment. Laozi, the semi-legendary founder of Taoism, emphasized living in harmony with the Tao, the natural way of the universe. This often included abstaining from sexual activity to avoid dissipating Jing. During the Han Dynasty, when Taoism flourished as an organized religion, monastic communities were established where monks and nuns took vows of celibacy as part of their spiritual discipline. Celibacy was also linked to Wu Wei, or non-action, encouraging practitioners to abstain from desires and attachments that could cause imbalance. Texts like the Tao Te Ching and Zhuangzi reinforced these ideas, depicting celibacy as a path to wisdom and immortality. Alchemists believed sexual abstinence could transform Jing into higher energies like Qi and Shen, essential for spiritual transcendence. But not all Taoist schools mandated strict celibacy. The Quanzhen school, founded in the 12th century, emphasized solitary practices and strict celibacy. Meanwhile, the Zhengi school allowed marriage and family life, but promoted moderation in sexual activities. Some modern Taoist monastic orders still uphold celibacy as crucial for spiritual growth and preserving Jing. However, many lay practitioners and less orthodox branches do not adhere to strict celibacy. Contemporary Taoist thinkers suggest that the essence of the practice lies in the control and mindful management of sexual energy rather than outright abstinence. This perspective promotes a balanced approach, emphasizing alignment with the Tao through regulating desires rather than complete denial. Studies in modern Taoist practices reveal a pragmatic approach to celibacy, blending ancient principles with contemporary lifestyles. The core philosophy remains conserving vital energy and achieving harmony with the universe. Yet, the methods and interpretation of celibacy are more flexible, illustrating the dynamic nature of Taoist traditions in adapting to changing cultural contexts while maintaining their foundational principles. But that right here made me wonder what the Amish people think of celibacy. Let's take a look. The Amish, known for their simple living, plain dress, and reluctance to adopt modern conveniences, are a traditionalist Christian group emerging from the 16th century Anabaptist movement. They reject infant baptism in favor of adult baptism and maintain a separation from the wider world, including in relationships and marriage. Unlike Catholic priests who vow celibacy to dedicate their lives to God, the Amish view celibacy mainly within singlehood and premarital life. Amish youth are generally expected to remain celibate until marriage, with strict courting customs ensuring chaste relationships that honor family values. Courtship begins around age 16, conducted in a way that ensures youth fully embrace their faith before marriage. Celibacy is seen as a period of spiritual preparation and growth leading up to marriage. As Amish youth enter their teenage years, they participate in rumspringa, meaning running around. Starting around age 16, Amish teens gain more freedom to explore life beyond their community's strict confines. This period, lasting several years, allows them to experience modern amenities and lifestyles. Despite this freedom, many continue observing celibacy, guided by their upbringing and religious teachings. Rumspringa's purpose is to enable informed decisions about their faith and future. During this time, they attend social gatherings and church events, often leading to courtship and marriage. The decision to join the church and commit to the Amish way of life becomes more meaningful when made freely, without coercion. For those who choose baptism and remain in the community, celibacy before marriage remains a significant expectation, aligning with Amish values of purity, discipline, and devotion to faith. During Rumspringa, Amish youth experience more freedom, but the community imposes limits to maintain moral integrity. Curfews, rules against alcohol and drug use, and expectations of modest behavior are enforced. Courtship follows structured practices rooted in Amish tradition. Couples spend time together during social events, like Sunday night singings, which promote group cohesion and faith adherence. Privacy is limited, and physical intimacy is strictly avoided. Courtship occurs with family awareness and approval. The church community significantly guides and supports these relationships. Couples marry in autumn or winter, aligning with the farming calendar to avoid disrupting critical farm work. Marriage ceremonies are simple, reflecting Amish values of humility and modesty, typically held in the bride's or groom's home. The couple vows to uphold the community's values and teachings, ensuring the continuity of traditions. The practice of celibacy before marriage among the Amish underscores their commitment to community values and piety. It reinforces their dedication to spiritual growth and readiness for marital responsibilities. By adhering to celibacy, Amish youth respect the sanctity of marriage and their faith's teachings. Structured relationships ensure marriages are based on shared values and mutual understanding. This framework contributes to the stability and cohesion of Amish communities, where family and religion are paramount. Community involvement in courtship and marriage creates a robust support system, preparing young couples for married life. Expectations of celibacy curb behaviors that could lead to moral lapses, reflecting the Amish emphasis on self-control and discipline. These practices help the Amish maintain a lifestyle aligned with their religious beliefs and cultural heritage. And now, as promised, ancient Rome. Celibacy in ancient Rome had complex origins, rooted in religious and socio-political contexts. A notable example is the Vestal Virgins tradition. The goddess Vesta had priestesses known as Vestal Virgins who maintained celibacy for 30 years, 10 years of learning, 10 of performing rituals, and 10 of teaching. Any violation was seen as a grave threat to Rome's safety. Law also played a role in enforcing celibacy. The Lex Papia Poppaea, established in 9 CE by Emperor Augustus, penalized those who remained unmarried beyond a certain age to boost population growth and stabilize society. Ironically, religious celibacy remained respected despite this law, creating a complex dynamic between societal expectations and religious commitments. The origins of celibacy in ancient Rome can be traced to Eastern cults, such as the cult of Cybele and her consort, Attis. Followers of Cybele practiced self-castration and celibacy in devotion to the goddess, introducing varied concepts of sexual abstinence to Roman society. Celibacy among philosophers contributed to its practice in Rome. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus advocated for self-control and the subjugation of physical desires. This intellectual endorsement added another layer to its acceptance and practice within Roman culture. But celibacy in ancient Rome had strong political motives as well. Emperors and officials endorsed celibacy among certain groups to consolidate power. By ensuring religious and philosophical communities adhered to celibacy, leaders mitigated potential threats from large, independent families. This control extended the state's influence into private lives, reinforcing the political hierarchy. The concept of virtus, associated with masculine virtue in Roman culture, sometimes included sexual restraint. Figures exemplifying virtus were expected to control their passions, embedding celibacy within honor and societal respect. Thus, celibacy was valorized and maintained in Rome through its connection to virtus. Class differences also influenced celibacy in ancient Rome. Wealthy families dedicated children to religious life, ensuring celibacy for religious favor and social prestige. This reinforced their status and influence. Dedicating a family member to a celibate religious order was seen as a significant offering, believed to bring blessings or divine favor upon the family. While the Vestal Virgins are the most famous female example, male religious figures observed celibacy too. Flaminii priests serving Mars had to remain celibate during their tenure. As Rome expanded, it absorbed elements from conquered cultures, embedding celibate practices into its social and religious frameworks. Early Christianity also played a crucial role. By the late Roman Empire, Christian values permeated Roman society. Early Christian ascetics and monks who chose celibacy as part of their devotion influenced Roman customs. Christianity's rapid growth and eventual acceptance by the Roman state meant celibacy practices endorsed by Christian leaders gained prominence. And now that we've explored celibacy in ancient Rome, let's look into Japan, where celibacy has a rich history, not solely rooted in religious beliefs. Its origins trace back to the Heian period, spanning from 794 to 1185, when the aristocracy influenced social norms. Nobles often engaged in miai, arranged meetings to find suitable marriage partners, leading to marriages focused more on political alliances than romance. This lack of genuine affection sometimes prompted individuals to lead celibate lives, prioritizing duties over personal relationships. Additionally, the rise of Buddhism in the 6th century, with monks and nuns taking vows of celibacy for spiritual discipline, provided a model for certain population segments. These intersecting social and religious influences during the Heian period established celibacy as a notable aspect of Japanese culture. During the Kamakura period, from 1185 to 1333, Buddhism's influence grew significantly. The samurai, or warrior class, emerged as a dominant force, adhering to a strict code of ethics called Bushido, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and discipline. Influenced by Buddhist teachings, some samurai adopted celibacy to demonstrate dedication to their lords and martial excellence. This era also saw the rise of new Buddhist sects like Zen, which promoted celibacy among its followers. Zen Buddhism emphasized meditation and self-control, aligning with the disciplined samurai lifestyle. These developments reinforced celibacy within Japanese society, especially among the warrior class. The fusion of Buddhist principles with Bushido created a cultural backdrop where celibacy was esteemed for achieving spiritual and personal discipline. Transitioning to the Edo period, spanning from 1603 to 1868, Japan underwent a significant transformation in its social and political structure. The Tokugawa shogunate established a stable and peaceful era, during which the samurai code and Buddhist principles persisted. This period saw a notable increase in Buddhist monasteries and temples, which became centers of education and cultural development, promoting celibacy among monks and nuns. The policy of sakoku, or national isolation, reinforced traditional values, including celibacy. The shogunate enforced strict regulations on social behavior, embedding the practice within the societal framework. Certain sects of Buddhism, such as Jodo Shinshu, began to reshape their views on celibacy, allowing marriage among priests while still advocating the benefits of celibate life for others. During the Meiji period, from 1868 to 1912, Japan underwent rapid modernization and westernization. The Meiji Restoration brought significant changes to Japanese society, including shifts in religion and social norms. The government adopted Western legal and educational systems, promoting ideologies that challenged traditional practices, including celibacy. Christianity and Western philosophy introduced new perspectives on marriage, family, and individualism. Despite these changes, certain traditional elements persisted. Buddhist institutions continued to advocate celibacy among their clergy, viewing it as essential for spiritual purity and discipline. However, societal emphasis on celibacy waned as Western ideas of romance and marriage gained popularity. Post-Meiji Japan has seen an evolution in celibacy practices. In contemporary society, celibacy has diversified due to economic pressures, changing gender roles, and shifting societal expectations. The phenomenon of sekusu shinai shokogun, or celibacy syndrome, describes the trend of young people abstaining from romantic and sexual relationships. Surveys show a significant percentage of Japan's youth are uninterested in dating or marriage, citing career focus, financial insecurity, and a desire for personal freedom. Japan's aging population and declining birth rate have fueled public discourse on celibacy and its societal impacts. While traditional religious celibacy persists in some Buddhist circles, modern celibacy in Japan is often about personal choice and social factors rather than spiritual discipline. This blend of historical and contemporary elements offers a nuanced understanding of celibacy in Japan, highlighting its complex and evolving nature. And not so far from Japan, there's China, where celibacy has an intriguing history. During the Six Dynasties period, spanning 220 to 589 AD, celibacy gained prominence among Taoist practitioners. Taoism emphasized the purity and spiritual benefits of celibacy. Taoist priests adopted celibacy to preserve spiritual energy and strengthen their connection to the Tao, the fundamental principle of the universe. This period saw the rise of religious communities where celibacy was the norm, promoting it as a path to spiritual enlightenment and the transcendence of worldly desires. The interplay between Buddhism and Taoism solidified celibacy's cultural acceptance within religious contexts. However, broader Chinese society continued to value familial duty and procreation, reflecting deep-rooted Confucian principles. The Tang dynasty, from 618 to 907 AD, significantly embedded celibacy into Chinese culture. Under Emperor Taizong, Buddhism thrived, promoting monastic celibacy. The state supported Buddhist institutions, leading to the construction of numerous monasteries and nunneries. These establishments became centers of learning and cultural exchange, where celibacy was a communal norm. Celibate monks and nuns were highly respected, often advising the royal court and aristocracy. The Song dynasty, from 960 to 1279 AD, maintained celibacy trends from previous eras. Neo-Confucianism emerged as a dominant philosophy, often criticizing celibacy as contrary to Confucian family values and lineage importance. Despite this, monastic celibacy persisted in Buddhist and Taoist communities, supported by the government. This period revealed the tension between Neo-Confucian family ethics and monastic celibacy, showing celibacy's selective acceptance primarily in religious contexts. Next up on our list is Africa, with its rich cultural heritage and awesome jumping tribes. And celibacy in Africa has deep cultural, religious, and social roots. Ancient Nubian priests took vows of celibacy to keep their rituals free from earthly desires. Among the Igbo of Nigeria, women dedicated to the goddess Allah took vows of celibacy to become priestesses, known as Allah's brides, who held significant spiritual authority and were believed to channel the goddess's power. In African monastic traditions, like the early Ethiopian Orthodox Church, monks and nuns practiced strict celibacy as a form of asceticism, aiming for higher spiritual enlightenment. Influenced by early Christian teachings, this practice was seen as a path to religious purity and closer proximity to God. In addition, celibacy featured prominently in various African initiation rituals and secret societies. Among the Maasai in Kenya and Tanzania, young warriors, known as Morans, practiced celibacy during their training. This abstention was part of their path to manhood, believed to enhance focus, strength, and warrior spirit. Similarly, in West African secret societies like the Poro and Sande, members took celibacy vows during initiation to demonstrate commitment to the society's spiritual and moral codes. These vows represented personal sacrifice and a means to cultivate discipline and loyalty. Celibacy in these contexts was often temporary, observed during critical periods of personal and communal development. In hunter-gatherer societies like the San of southern Africa, young hunters abstained from sexual activities before significant hunts, believing it enhanced their prowess and ensured success. Among the Zulu of South Africa, celibate maidens played a crucial role in the Umkosi Womblanga, or reed dance ceremony, an annual event celebrating virginity and moral purity. These maidens abstained from sexual activities as a symbol of purity and societal honor. Celibacy in this ceremonial context upheld traditional values and strengthened communal bonds. Celibacy in Africa extended beyond humans to animals in certain cultural rituals. Among the Ashanti of Ghana, animals used in rituals were kept celibate to maintain purity, essential for the ritual's efficacy. Similarly, in some East African cultures, celibate cattle were dedicated to deities as symbols of religious sacrifice and veneration. Colonialism and the spread of Christianity introduced new dimensions to celibacy in Africa. Missionaries promoted celibacy among converts, particularly within the clergy. African converts who became priests, nuns, or lay religious members adopted celibacy as part of their religious commitment. This introduction faced challenges, clashing with cultural norms that celebrated fertility and family lineage. Many adapted, integrating these practices with traditional beliefs, creating a unique blend. This period marked a significant transformation in celibacy's understanding and practice, highlighting its evolving nature within African contexts. Despite these changes, the principles of celibacy, purity, dedication, and spiritual elevation remained constant, demonstrating its enduring importance in African societies. And now we're going to delve into the origins of celibacy among the original tribes of America. Celibacy in pre-colonial Americas had complex roots, often tied to spiritual beliefs and societal structures. Among the Aztecs, it was intertwined with religious practices. High priests, called Quetzalcoatlus, took vows of celibacy to remain pure and dedicated to the gods. Similarly, the Inca Empire valued celibacy for its religious leaders. Virgins of the sun, known as Akla Kuna, were chosen for their purity and lived in temple enclaves, dedicated to serving the sun god, Inti. Their lives entailed rigorous discipline and devotion. In Mississippian cultures, certain elite individuals adhered to celibacy to maintain their spiritual status. These celibate individuals often held influential roles in rituals and were regarded as mediators between the physical and spiritual worlds. In some societies, warriors practiced temporary celibacy before major battles to enhance focus and stamina, believed to provide mental clarity and physical strength. In the Great Plains, certain Native American tribes practiced celibacy as a rite of passage or during mourning periods. For Lakota Sioux warriors, celibacy was expected during vision quests or as preparation for spiritual journeys, enhancing focus and resolve. In the Pacific Northwest, some warrior societies imposed periods of celibacy to ensure spiritual purity and readiness for battle and leadership roles. This temporary celibacy was believed to fortify spiritual and physical capabilities. In Mesoamerican cultures beyond the Aztecs and Maya, celibacy held significant roles. The Zapotecs of Oaxaca practiced celibacy among religious orders dedicated to Xipe Totec, believing abstinence heightened spiritual awareness and connection to the deity. Among the ancient Puebloans of the American Southwest, Kachina priests maintained celibacy to focus on spiritual duties, ensuring good harvests and communal prosperity. Celibacy often extended to those engaging in prolonged fasting and meditation to achieve higher consciousness. For the Chibcha of Colombia, celibacy was observed by their religious elite who led significant ceremonies and acted as spiritual guides, believing it helped channel the spiritual energies required for rituals. The Iroquois Confederacy featured celibate roles among medicine men who believed celibacy enhanced their healing powers and spiritual communion. The Olmecs, one of the earliest Mesoamerican civilizations, practiced celibacy, notably among their shamans. Among the Amazon's indigenous peoples, such as the Yanomami, temporary celibacy was observed during spiritual journeys or significant tribal events. Next on the celibacy list, definitely not sex. We're looking into colonial Americas instead, as things always seem to get wild when the colonists appear. Celibacy in colonial Americas stemmed from religious and social influences brought by European settlers. The Catholic Church promoted celibacy among clergy for spiritual purity and dedication. Protestant groups like the Puritans also valued celibacy for single individuals to enhance religious devotion. Socially, celibacy was seen as a way to avoid family distractions, allowing more focus on community and religious activities. In Spanish colonies, the Jesuits emphasized celibacy, expecting it from teachers and clergy in missions and educational institutions. In early New England, Puritan society esteemed celibacy, especially for those devoted to community service. While marriage and family were central to Puritan culture, celibate individuals often assumed significant community roles. They were perceived as more spiritually inclined and capable of dedicating their lives to God's work. Conversely, in the southern colonies, where the Anglican Church dominated, celibacy was less emphasized, with a greater focus on traditional family structures. Some settlers saw celibacy as a practical choice to avoid the hardships of family life in the challenging new environment. The scarcity of resources, disease, and the harshness of daily survival made celibacy a pragmatically attractive option for some. The 17th century witnessed various religious movements promoting celibacy in colonial America. The Shakers, emerging in the 18th century with roots in earlier Anabaptist communities, practiced celibacy. European settlers in regions like Maryland brought Catholic traditions, emphasizing celibacy among priests and nuns. This practice, imported from European ecclesiastical norms, was crucial in establishing and maintaining religious institutions in the New World. And now, medieval Europe. And as we've discussed celibacy and Christianity, let's focus on celibacy among commoners right now. Celibacy, often linked with religious clergy, had roots among medieval commoners. The cultural and societal environment of the Middle Ages led some commoners to adopt celibacy. Agricultural communities saw celibacy as a way to manage resources and land ownership. For many, it was an economic decision rather than a religious one. Land was precious, and inheritance laws complicated division among heirs. By staying celibate, individuals ensured land holdings remained consolidated within the family, maintaining economic stability. The feudal system also influenced celibacy. As serfs and peasants worked under a lord, fewer mouths to feed meant greater productivity and fewer hardships. Families sometimes encouraged children to remain celibate to keep resources within the kin group. Additionally, with high mortality rates due to diseases like the Black Death, choosing celibacy could be seen as self-preservation. Avoiding marriage and childbirth complications possibly contributed to longer life expectancy for some. In certain towns, specific guilds promoted celibacy among members. Some guilds believed single, celibate members could focus more on their craft and contribute more effectively to the guild's success. Women often chose celibacy for autonomy and protection. Marriage could mean losing personal freedom and legal rights in a male-dominated society. By opting for celibacy, women could join convents or become anchoresses, gaining respect, education, and influence unavailable through marriage. This choice also offered safety from the dangers of childbirth, a significant risk at the time. Some commoners were influenced by the monastic ideals of nearby monasteries. Monastic communities, living celibate lives dedicated to prayer, work, and study, were often idealized. Commoners who admired this lifestyle or its values adopted similar practices. Thus, celibacy in medieval society had economic, spiritual, and socio-cultural dimensions. Another significant factor influencing celibacy among medieval commoners was the economic structure of the family. Primogeniture, where the eldest son inherited the family estate, often left younger siblings with limited options. Celibacy became a viable path for these individuals. By remaining single, they could serve religious institutions, live in monastic communities, or seek other means of subsistence without diluting the family's wealth. Social norms and community expectations also played a role. In some regions, chastity was highly valued, and remaining celibate could elevate one's social status. This voluntary abstention from marriage and sexual activity was seen as a testament to one's piety and moral integrity. Communities held such individuals in high regard, further encouraging the practice. Religious festivals and seasonal cycles significantly influenced celibacy among medieval commoners. Many festivals emphasized chastity, associating it with divine favor and communal prosperity. During Lent, Advent, and other observances, communities promoted abstinence, reinforcing celibacy's value. Economic hardships and warfare were also crucial. During famine or conflict, celibacy might increase as survival became a priority. Scarce resources and unstable environments made marriage and raising families challenging. Frequent wars and skirmishes led to a demographic imbalance, with fewer men available for marriage. Folklore and popular beliefs also contributed. Tales of saints, heroes, and legendary figures often included vows of celibacy, portraying these individuals as morally superior and divinely blessed. Such stories inspired commoners to emulate these ideals. Thus, through economic necessity, religious influence, social norms, and cultural narratives, celibacy emerged as a multifaceted practice among medieval commoners. And now, let's look at some of the most historical figures who have chosen celibacy and nonetheless influenced the world beyond imagination. First up, Nikola Tesla, an inventor and electrical engineer, made significant contributions to alternating current AC electricity and embraced celibacy. Born in 1856 in modern-day Croatia, Tesla dedicated his life to his work, believing celibacy aided his scientific endeavors. He thought refraining from romantic and sexual relationships kept his mind focused and free from distractions. Tesla often stated that his chastity played a significant role in his intellectual achievements, attributing his innovative ideas and relentless energy to his celibate lifestyle. His commitment to work and celibacy set him apart from contemporaries, enabling groundbreaking advancements in electrical engineering. Tesla's celibacy underscored his belief in mental clarity and self-discipline, traits highly regarded in the scientific community. Rest in peace, you legend. And secondly, Augustine of Hippo, a pivotal figure in Christianity, is renowned for his theological and philosophical works and is considered to be the first Christian to practice celibacy. Born in 354 AD in Roman Africa, Augustine led a hedonistic life before converting to Christianity at 31. His notable works, Confessions and The City of God, emphasize celibacy and sexual purity, profoundly influencing Christian thought. Augustine equated celibacy with spiritual purity, setting a precedent for future religious leaders. He argued that sexual desires distracted from God, advocating for a life focused on spiritual rather than earthly pleasures. His teachings heavily shaped the doctrine of original sin and human nature in Western Christianity. Augustine's views on celibacy influenced monastic life, where monks and nuns embraced chastity as devotion. His ideas resonated through centuries, solidifying celibacy as a virtuous path within Christianity. Celibacy has also profoundly influenced art, literature, and music as a symbol of devotion, purity, and discipline. During the Renaissance, artists like Michelangelo depicted religious figures practicing celibacy, using the human form to convey spiritual and moral ideals. Michelangelo's works highlighted the chaste beauty of these figures, reflecting their inner purity. Literature across centuries features celibate characters facing moral and spiritual challenges, extending into modern narratives that explore the complexities of celibate life in contemporary society. Classic texts depict celibate characters as wise and spiritually advanced, yet facing internal and external conflict. In Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales, the parson's celibacy underscores his devotion to the church. In Leo Tolstoy's Anna Karenina, celibacy adds complexity and tension, with characters like Sergei Ivanovich reflecting its philosophical and spiritual ramifications. In Hermann Hesse's Siddhartha, celibacy is crucial to the protagonist's spiritual journey, emphasizing self-discovery and purity. In music, the tradition of celibate composers spans from medieval Gregorian chants to later choral works. Many Gregorian chants, composed by celibate monks, possess a pure, serene quality reflecting their vows. Celibacy's role in cultural artifacts reveals its deep-rooted influence on perceptions of spirituality and artistic expression throughout history. In contemporary society, celibacy, traditionally linked with religious life, has evolved. While it remains vital in certain religious traditions, more individuals now choose celibacy for secular reasons, influenced by personal, psychological, or societal factors. For some, celibacy allows focus on personal goals, career, or self-development without romantic distractions. Others see it as a response to past relationship dissatisfaction or a way to heal from emotional hardships. Movements like NoFap promote celibacy for mental health and well-being. Researchers note this trend as part of a broader cultural dialogue on the value of intimate relationships today. Digital communication also influences this shift, as some find virtual connections less demanding than physical ones. The future of celibacy suggests ongoing diversification. With societal changes, celibacy may become more accepted as a legitimate lifestyle, free of stigma. Younger generations are showing fluid attitudes towards relationships and sexuality, partly due to increased awareness of mental health, personal boundaries, and consent. Online platforms supporting celibacy reinforce its validity. Celibacy may intersect with movements focusing on self-care and minimalism. As awareness of the mental and emotional toll of unhealthy relationships grows, celibacy might be seen as a path to well-being and autonomy. Technological advancements, like virtual reality, could offer alternative companionship, influencing celibacy decisions. And now imagine you wanted to do it but couldn't because you had nothing to do it with. There have been many of those around the world, and many of them have had legendary lives, despite missing an important limb. Let's take a deep dive into their lives. I'll guarantee you, it's going to be interesting. Here's the origins of eunuchs. Did you know that in ancient China, eunuchs had to carry their deceased private parts with them at all times in a wooden box? And although losing your precious nuts might seem bad at first, eunuchs have actually been integral to various civilizations for centuries, often holding significant roles in royal courts and administrations. The practice of castrating men for societal functions dates back thousands of years, as they were seen as loyal and non-threatening, thus being ideal for roles near the king and his harem. And as the weather is so extremely beautiful today, I've decided to take you on a journey as wild as possible through a history full of the best and the worst eunuchs there have ever lived, because stormy days deserve special occasions. Try and give it your best to hang in there until the end, as those who watch till the end make the best jokes at the family Christmas dinner table. So, without further ado, let's look at some crazy facts about eunuchs. The concept of eunuchs, men castrated for societal roles, did not exist in early human tribes. These societies, lacking complex social structures, relied on all members, including men, for survival tasks like hunting and protection. Castration was neither practical nor beneficial in such contexts. Unlike later civilizations, early tribes lacked bureaucratic or religious institutions that employed eunuchs. They operated on communal living principles, with roles based on physical ability and immediate skills rather than strict hierarchies. The division of labor was fluid and necessity-driven. Historical evidence indicates that the rise of agricultural societies in city-states led to the practice of castrating men for specific roles. This marked a shift from the egalitarian hunter-gatherer groups to more stratified societies where eunuchs became prevalent. Ancient Mesopotamia, situated between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, is often deemed the cradle of civilization. By 2500 BC, Mesopotamians were pioneering urban societies, legal systems, and bureaucratic administrations. Historical records from cities like Lagash and Uruk indicate that eunuchs existed and served various roles in both religious and secular capacities. They were frequently appointed as palace officials, scribes, and priests. The exact reasons and methods for creating eunuchs remain debated by scholars, but inscriptions indicate that eunuchs were considered trustworthy and less likely to engage in familial power struggles. Tablets from King Shulgi of Ur's reign, from about 2094 to 2047 BC, provide detailed accounts of eunuchs administering temples and palaces. These eunuchs wielded considerable influence and played key roles in Mesopotamian governance and religion. Eunuchs played significant roles in various ancient civilizations, but their presence in ancient Egypt is debated among scholars. Unlike civilizations like China or the Ottoman Empire, clear evidence of eunuchs in Egypt is limited. Some argue that the absence of specific terms for eunuchs in Egyptian texts complicates their verification. However, carvings and literature references subtly suggest their presence. Ancient Egyptian society was hierarchical and bureaucratic, with a complex system of administrators and courtiers. Some records hint at individuals who might have been eunuchs, described as keeper of the royal harem, or attendants to female royalty. These roles, though not explicitly requiring castration, align with typical eunuch duties in other cultures. Indirect evidence comes from medical papyri detailing surgeries and bodily alterations, indicating knowledge of practices like castration. This suggests that castration could have been performed, even if not well documented. The debate continues as scholars explore language, art, and indirect clues. The debate around the title, Keeper of the Royal Harem, is fascinating. This role entailed overseeing the pharaoh's wives and concubines, demanding utmost trust and impartiality. Lucius Flavius Philostratus, an ancient Greek writer, mentioned eunuchs in Egypt in his accounts of Apollonius of Tyana. He describes visiting Egypt and meeting individuals with roles akin to eunuchs in sacred and royal domains. However, this account is from centuries after early ancient Egyptian history, complicating historical accuracy. Certain wall reliefs and inscriptions depict figures near the queen or royal household who might have been eunuchs. Though these images lack explicit identifiers, the portrayal of these attendants shares traits with known eunuch depictions in other cultures. Egypt's interaction with neighboring regions, where eunuchs were more common and documented, could have influenced their practices. For example, interactions with regions like Assyria or Persia, where eunuchs were prevalent, suggest a cultural exchange of norms, including employing eunuchs in administrative or protective roles. Ancient Greeks had similar attitudes. Early Greek literature, such as Homer's works, lacks mentions of eunuchs, suggesting their rarity. By the classical period, evidence of eunuchs appears, primarily linked to Eastern influences. Greek historians, including Herodotus, wrote about eunuchs serving the Persian Empire, and some wealthy Greeks acquired eunuchs as exotic servants. Despite this, eunuchs were not widely incorporated into Greek society or government. The practice of castration clashed with Greek values, celebrating masculinity and the male body. Eunuchs entered Greek society mainly through cultural interactions during Alexander the Great's era. Greek exposure to Persian customs, including the use of eunuchs, increased significantly. Alexander reportedly employed eunuchs, mirroring Persian practices. These eunuchs served as personal attendants and administrators. Greek sources often depicted eunuchs with a sense of otherness and occasional disdain, viewing them as symbols of decadence and foreign luxury, which contrasted with Greek ideals of freedom and citizenship. This outsider status restricted their integration and influence within Greek society. While eunuchs were present in ancient Greece, their roles were limited and shaped by foreign influences rather than native traditions. And when usually you can be sure that the Spartans had something to do with it, then no, they definitely didn't castrate men for any reason whatsoever. In ancient Rome, on the other hand, eunuchs, castrated men, existed, though they were more common in Eastern cultures. In Rome, eunuchs often held significant roles within the imperial household and religious contexts. Castration, the removal of testicles, was performed for various reasons, including enabling men to serve in trusted positions or incapacitating slaves for specific tasks. By the early imperial period, eunuchs became a distinct group associated with power and intrigue in the Roman court. They served as chamberlains, personal attendants, and advisors to emperors. Eunuchs were considered reliable because they could not marry or father children, making them less likely to engage in dynastic politics. The use of eunuchs in royal courts was a tradition borrowed from Eastern empires like Persia and later adapted by Rome. Despite their significant roles, they were often viewed with suspicion and stigma. However, their indispensability in Roman administrative and domestic spheres cannot be understated. Eunuchs in ancient Rome were prominent in religious practices as well, particularly in the cult of Cybele, serving as Galli or priests. These priests underwent voluntary castration to show devotion to the goddess. The Galli held significant religious influence and were known for their ecstatic rituals. Eunuchs also served in the households of wealthy Romans, managing domestic affairs as trusted slaves or freedmen. Their unique status often granted them considerable influence within these households. Despite their roles, eunuchs faced societal restrictions and stigmas. Legal texts indicate they were often barred from holding public office or military command. In the later Roman Empire, eunuchs' roles evolved significantly. They became pivotal in Byzantine politics, holding key military and administrative positions. Influential figures like Narses commanded armies and executed intricate political maneuvers. Their loyalty to the emperor made them crucial for maintaining stability. However, their growing influence led to increased scrutiny and suspicion. Despite their contributions, eunuchs were often depicted negatively in literature and historical accounts as scheming and untrustworthy. But what is the medical and scientific perspective on eunuchs and castration? As castration involves removing testicles and sometimes the penis, it causes significant hormonal changes. Without testes, eunuchs do not produce testosterone, leading to distinctive physical and physiological changes, such as a lack of facial hair and higher-pitched voices. Additionally, eunuchs generally have reduced muscle mass. The physiological effects of being a eunuch extend beyond appearance. Lack of testosterone weakens bone density, increasing fracture risk. Eunuchs also exhibit slower metabolism, leading to higher body fat. The absence of testosterone causes infertility, affecting social roles. Ancient scientists and physicians noted these changes, though their understanding was limited compared to modern medicine. Contemporary studies delve deeper into the hormonal and genetic aspects of eunuchs. Hormone replacement therapy is used today to address health issues from lack of testosterone, mitigating risks like osteoporosis and cardiovascular problems. Genetic studies reveal specific gene expressions altered by the absence of testosterone, enhancing our understanding of the hormone-gene relationship. Psychological studies suggest that the lack of testosterone affects mood and cognitive function. Modern research supports that testosterone maintains mental well-being and cognitive sharpness. Eunuchs, lacking this hormone, may have experienced different psychological states compared to non-castrated males. However, historical records indicate that many eunuchs adapted to their roles and excelled in their duties, showing resilience and capability despite their condition. And eunuchs even have parallels in nature. Certain animals exhibit similar traits. For instance, some ant species produce sterile worker ants, females who cannot reproduce but perform essential tasks like foraging and defense. This sterile caste is also seen in other eusocial insects, such as bees and termites, where specific individuals focus on colony survival rather than reproduction. Parasitic wasps display a form of eunuchism. Some male wasps develop without sexual organs, dedicating themselves to protecting and supporting their siblings. This is notably observed in fig wasps, where sterile males help ensure their fertile siblings can reproduce. Certain marine animals also exhibit non-reproductive roles. Clownfish live in strict hierarchies. Non-dominant males maintain their anemone homes without breeding. Naked mole rats in East Africa have a eusocial structure where only the queen and select males breed, while others remain sterile, caring for the nest and defending it. These examples illustrate that while the term eunuch is specific to humans, the concept of individuals losing or never developing reproductive abilities is widespread in the animal kingdom, serving crucial, non-reproductive roles for group survival. Back in the human realm, in African history, eunuchs served in royal courts as advisors, guards, and administrators. In the Kingdom of Benin from 13th to 19th centuries, modern-day Nigeria, eunuchs, known as Ilari, managed palace affairs. In the Kingdom of Dahomey from 17th and 18th centuries, modern-day Benin, they managed harems and other duties. But the role of eunuchs in African history extended beyond political and administrative duties. In Ethiopia, during the Aksumite Empire from 100 to 940 AD, and later, eunuchs served in courts, overseeing the royal treasury and managing crucial state documents. The process of becoming a eunuch often involved significant rituals and ceremonies, underscoring the importance and sanctity of their roles. Some eunuchs were captured slaves, while others volunteered, seeking power and influence. Eunuchs profoundly impacted African societies, shaping culture, governance, and history. Travelers and scholars documented their roles, providing insights into their significance. For example, Arab historian al-Makrizi detailed the influence of eunuchs in 15th century Mamluk Egypt. Additionally, the presence of eunuchs in African slave trades highlights a darker historical aspect, reflecting their demand in various roles across continents. Often castrated and sold, they endured brutal conditions. But who have been the most famous eunuchs throughout history? Well, there are a few who have impacted the world we live in more than others. One, for example, was born in the Byzantine Empire, named Narses, an Armenian-born general around 478 AD, who rose to prominence under Emperor Justinian I. A master strategist, he led the Byzantine army to key victories in the Gothic War, notably at the Battle of Taganai in 552 AD, helping to re-establish imperial control over Italy. Similarly, Zheng He, a Chinese admiral during the Ming Dynasty, was captured and castrated as a boy to serve in the imperial court. Born in 1371, he commanded 7 maritime expeditions from 1405 to 1433, extending China's influence to the east coast of Africa and demonstrating its naval strength. In more recent years, during the Qing Dynasty in China, Li Lianying was a prominent eunuch who wielded considerable influence. Serving Empress Dowager Cixi from 1869 until her death, Li became one of the most powerful men in the imperial court. His control over court affairs and his role as a close advisor to Cixi allowed him to amass significant wealth and political power. However, the existence of eunuchs in ancient Japan remains debated among historians. Unlike China, where eunuchs held significant court positions, historical evidence of their widespread presence in Japan is limited. Some theories suggest Japanese culture and social structures did not favor eunuchs. Additionally, the dominant religions, Shintoism and Buddhism, may have discouraged such practices. Sparse historical references indicate eunuchs possibly served in minor roles, but these mentions are neither detailed nor frequent. During the Heian period, 794 to 1185, Japanese court life was intricate and sophisticated, but it lacked the dominant eunuch presence seen in other Asian courts like the Tang Dynasty in China. Historical records, such as the Tale of Genji, do not mention eunuchs in court administration or daily life. Roles typically filled by eunuchs in other cultures were assigned to women or trusted male advisors in Japan. While there are accounts of castrated individuals in Japanese history, these were rare and usually punishments for crimes rather than for court service. From the Kamakura period, from 1185 to 1333 to the Edo period, spanning from 1603 to 1868, Japan saw almost no eunuchs. Unlike China's centralized bureaucracies, Japan's decentralized feudal system had no need for eunuchs in governance. The samurai class wielded significant power, and the Bushido Code dominated societal values, emphasizing martial virtues and loyalty, leaving no role for eunuchs. Japanese literature and legal documents from these periods rarely mention eunuchs, and when they do, these individuals are anomalies rather than a recognized class. Eunuchs hold a notable place in the history of many Asian countries, and while they didn't exist much in Japan, they were deeply included in Korean history. In Korea, eunuchs, called naesi, were pivotal in the royal court, especially during the Goryeo and Joseon dynasties. Serving as confidants and servants to the royal family, naesi often wielded significant influence. Their duties ranged from managing court affairs to acting as intermediaries between the king and the outside world. Becoming a eunuch was a rigorous process. Boys, often from low-income families or war captives, were castrated before puberty to ensure their reliability, as they could not engage in dynastic politics through direct lineages. Once accepted into the court, eunuchs underwent extensive training in subjects like writing, accounting, diplomacy, and management. They were trusted with sensitive tasks, including safeguarding royal secrets and managing treasury affairs. Eunuchs could ascend to powerful positions, serving as the king's advisors or even regents. Despite their significant roles, their personal lives were closely monitored and restricted by the state's security apparatus. Eunuchs were sometimes adopted by childless court couples, securing their social standing and allowing them to accumulate wealth and power. However, their position was precarious, often facing suspicion and hostility from officials who saw them as competitors for royal favor. This reliance on eunuchs highlighted deeper issues within the Korean political system, such as loyalty and corruption. The decline of the eunuch system in Korea coincided with the end of the Joseon dynasty and the pressures of modernization. As Korea opened to foreign interactions in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, societal structures transformed. Modern reforms by the Korean Empire and Japanese colonial rule diminished the traditional role of eunuchs. By the early 20th century, the practice of employing eunuchs had significantly waned. The last known eunuchs lived away from the political sphere, and castration for court service was abolished. Eunuchs have also played significant roles in art, literature, and music. In literature, they often symbolize themes like loyalty, betrayal, power, and emasculation. For instance, Varys in George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire series embodies the cunning and manipulative traits often attributed to eunuchs. In music, the contributions of castrati, male singers castrated before puberty to retain their high-pitched voices, are notable. This practice was prevalent in Italy from the 16th to the 18th centuries. Farinelli, a celebrated castrato, gained immense fame across Europe for his vocal range and technique, underscoring the significant yet controversial role of eunuchs in music history. Additionally, eunuchs in some cultures were notable patrons of the arts. In the Ottoman Empire, Chief Black Eunuch Kızlar, Aga sponsored various architectural and artistic endeavors, enriching the cultural tapestry of the period. Eunuchs significantly influenced the arts. In Chinese opera, where women were barred from performing, eunuchs often played female roles with exceptional grace and skill, most notably in the Peking opera of the late 18th century. In the Mughal Empire, eunuchs were prominent patrons of art and music, serving as guardians of royal harems. Khwaja Sara Roshan Ara, a celebrated patron of music during Emperor Aurangzeb's 17th century reign, exemplifies this. European Renaissance artists like Caravaggio and Titian depicted eunuchs, exploring themes of ambiguity and transformation. And while the concept of eunuchs, castrated males, is well documented in ancient Asian and Mediterranean civilizations, the existence of eunuchs in pre-colonial Americas remains under-researched and poorly evidenced. There are no widespread records or direct references to the institutionalized castration of males in Aztec, Maya, Inca, or other native cultures before European arrival. Roles typically associated with eunuchs, such as harem guards or court officials, were not evident in pre-colonial American societies. Some historians argue that the complex socio-political systems of pre-Columbian civilizations, like the Maya and Aztec, rendered eunuchs impractical or unnecessary. Others believe evidence may have been lost or destroyed during European conquest. Spanish chronicles do not directly indicate the practice, but describe intricate social hierarchies. And although the Quetzalcoatl cult in ancient Mesoamerica and the Timbira society in Brazil have been mentioned in discussions about gender and castration, they do not provide conclusive evidence of eunuchs. The Quetzalcoatl cult, part of the Aztec and Toltec religions, involved self-sacrifice and bloodletting, yet no records indicate castration. Linguistic evidence from native languages has not suggested a term or concept analogous to eunuchs. Concrete archaeological or textual evidence has yet to surface to definitively answer whether eunuchs existed in pre-colonial Americas. When Europeans arrived in the Americas, they documented many facets of native cultures through their own cultural lenses, often leading to misunderstandings or misinterpretations of local customs. European chroniclers focused more on describing new lands and peoples, rather than delving into the nuances of indigenous social systems. If practices resembling those of eunuchs existed, they might have been overlooked or misrepresented. Indigenous cultures were dramatically altered by European colonization, which included social, political, and demographic disruptions. The Spanish conquest of Latin America marked a period where European cultural norms were transplanted into the New World, including the use of eunuchs. In colonial Latin America, eunuchs were often found in slavery and servitude contexts, frequently brought from Africa, where certain regions practiced the castration of slaves before transportation. The demand for eunuchs in household roles, particularly as trusted attendants in elite households, echoed earlier practices seen in European and Asian courts. Records indicate these individuals were valued for their perceived loyalty and inability to procreate, minimizing sexual liaisons' risks and ensuring complete devotion to their masters. In the Caribbean, especially in Brazil and Cuba, eunuchs worked in plantations, both in fields and households. This practice extended African and European traditions. The exact number of eunuchs brought to the Americas is unclear, but their impact was notable in specific social strata. In prominent households, eunuchs often served as intermediaries between European colonialists and other enslaved people. They were sometimes placed in managerial roles due to the trust their masters had in them. Some historical accounts indicate eunuchs could gain favor and influence within these settings. Despite their elevated status compared to other enslaved people, eunuchs still faced significant social and personal challenges. They were often ostracized and looked down upon by peers due to their physical condition and close alignment with their oppressors. Eunuchs in post-colonial Americas extended their roles to religious and cultural institutions. Some joined the Catholic Church, where their celibacy aligned with church requirements, often serving as choir members. Eunuchs also held unique positions in indigenous communities, participating in rituals and mediating tribal disputes. The historical presence of eunuchs in post-colonial Americas remains a lesser-known aspect of the era. Despite limited documentation, their roles in various societal levels were significant. Their existence highlights how Old World customs adapted to New World realities, deepening our understanding of the period's social dynamics. And here's a message to my precious wife, who never listens to these documentaries. Thanks for putting our son to bed tonight, so I can focus on this script and further feed our family. Coming back to eunuchs, as weird as that may sound, maybe the most intriguing eunuch history comes from ancient China. Eunuchs have been integral to Chinese history since the Shang dynasty, spanning from 1600 to 1046 BC. Initially, eunuchs were prisoners of war or those punished by castration. Over time, they became influential figures in the Chinese court, serving in essential roles within the imperial household. By the Han Dynasty, from 206 BC to 220 AD, eunuchs wielded considerable influence over state affairs and could command military forces. Their power peaked during later dynasties, notably the Ming. During the Han Dynasty, eunuchs managed the imperial library and archives, acting as intermediaries between the emperor and officials. Their education and proximity to the emperor enabled many eunuchs to gain substantial power and wealth. Some became confidants of the emperor, influencing administrative decisions and military campaigns. The power wielded by eunuchs often led to court intrigues and power struggles, resulting in violent purges where eunuchs were executed or exiled. Key figures included Zhang Rang, a prominent eunuch who wielded considerable influence during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Additionally, Gao Lishi, serving under Emperor Xuanzong, wielded considerable court influence, exemplifying the significant role eunuchs played in court politics during this period. Eunuchs' influence persisted into the Tang Dynasty, dating from 618 to 907 AD. The Tang government heavily relied on eunuchs for their administrative skills, significantly enhancing their power. Eunuchs served as gatekeepers to the emperor, controlling access and often acting as kingmakers. The prominence of eunuchs persisted into the Song and Yuan dynasties. Although their influence waned compared to the Tang dynasty, eunuchs still wielded considerable power. In the Song dynasty, they managed the inner palace and ensured the emperor's security. During the Yuan dynasty, the Mongol rulers expanded eunuchs' roles to include diplomatic missions. Despite their lower status compared to Mongol nobles, eunuchs exerted significant control over court affairs due to their close relationship with the emperor. The Yuan period also introduced foreign eunuchs, who served and gained favor with the Mongol rulers. Eunuchs reached the zenith of their power during the Ming dynasty, spanning from 1368 to 1644 AD. They held influential positions in the imperial court, with figures like Zheng He becoming renowned. Zheng He, a eunuch admiral, led monumental maritime voyages that expanded China's influence across the Indian Ocean. Eunuchs controlled the Directorate of Ceremonial, supervised palace construction, and managed state monopolies, making them integral to Ming governance. The Ming emperor's reliance on eunuchs often resulted in corruption and factional strife, as these powerful servants manipulated court politics. The Tumu crisis of 1449, where eunuchs' mismanagement led to a devastating defeat, highlighted the dangers of their unchecked power. With the Qing dynasty, dating 1644 to 1912 AD, the role of eunuchs changed significantly. Early Qing emperors, learning from the Ming dynasty, aimed to curtail eunuch power. Measures limited their roles to managing the inner palace, reducing their involvement in state and military affairs. The Qing government introduced stricter regulations to prevent eunuchs from amassing power. Despite these efforts, some eunuchs still wielded influence through close relationships with the emperor and imperial family, but their overall power was reduced compared to previous dynasties. One of the last notable Qing eunuchs, Li Lianying, served Empress Dowager Cixi. The fall of the Qing dynasty in 1912 ended the historic role of eunuchs in Chinese governance. The Republic of China abolished the imperial court, dismantling the structures that had sustained eunuchs for centuries. Many former eunuchs faced unemployment and hardship, with some taking humble jobs. Historical records and personal accounts from this period highlight their drastic and often heartbreaking transitions. The last imperial eunuch, Sun Yaoting, lived until 1996, providing valuable first-hand insights into this unique class of court officials. And now that we've explored almost all human history until medieval Europe, I think it's time we delved into the lives of eunuchs in medieval Europe. Here we go. Eunuchs were indeed also present in medieval Europe, though less prominently. Unlike their Byzantine counterparts, Western European eunuchs rarely held military or political positions. The Catholic Church employed eunuchs in various roles, including choir singers, later known as castrati, who retained their high-pitched, prepubescent voices. The Schola Cantorum in Rome, founded by Pope Gregory the Great in the 6th century, featured eunuch singers performing liturgical music. Although detailed records are sparse, eunuchs were notably present in ecclesiastical settings. The use of eunuchs as church musicians declined in the late Middle Ages, but briefly revived during the Renaissance with the rise of castrati in Italian church choirs. In the 11th century English monarch Edward the Confessor's court, eunuch officials sometimes held power, but did not receive the same acceptance and authority as their Byzantine counterparts. Castration practices in Western Europe were often secretive and stigmatized, influenced by complex social, religious, and moral views. Still, both societies recognized, to varying extents, the unique capabilities eunuchs could bring to specialized roles. But before we hop on to modern times, let's see how different religions throughout the world view eunuchs. First up, Judaism. Eunuchs have a significant role in Judaic history, often serving as administrators, harem guardians, and court officials. The Hebrew Bible references eunuchs in multiple contexts. In Isaiah 56:3-5, a passage offers hope to eunuchs, suggesting those who keep God's Sabbaths and uphold His covenant will receive a name better than sons and daughters, indicating spiritual acceptance despite their condition. In Jeremiah 38:7-13, Ebed-Melech, an Ethiopian eunuch, saves the prophet Jeremiah from a cistern, showcasing their impact in critical moments of Jewish history. Eunuchs are also prominent in rabbinic literature, which examines their legal and social status. The Mishnah, a central rabbinic Judaism text, addresses eunuchs in marriage laws, showing their defined societal roles and integration. The Talmud further elaborates on their treatment and status, providing insights into their perception and interactions within the Jewish community. Eunuchs in Judaism played roles beyond biblical texts. Historical records from the Second Temple period onward show eunuchs in various societal capacities. During this period, eunuchs were present in royal courts, often serving as close advisors. In the Talmudic era, Jewish scholars debated the halakhic implications of eunuch status, discussing their participation in religious rituals and communal life. The Talmud mentions different types of eunuchs, such as those born that way, or saris chama, and those made so by human intervention, called saris adam, each with distinct legal ramifications. Eunuchs were also seen as protectors of women and children, entrusted with safeguarding households. But eunuchs in Judaism faced significant challenges. Their physical condition often marginalized them, leading to varying degrees of acceptance within the Jewish community. Rabbinic literature outlines specific laws for eunuchs, including restrictions on marriage and certain religious duties. Eunuchs were prohibited from becoming priests or kohanim and barred from certain ritualistic practices. Nonetheless, their contributions in non-religious roles, such as administration and protection, were undeniable. The spiritual acceptance mentioned in prophetic books offered some solace and recognition for their status. In modern times, perceptions and roles of eunuchs have evolved significantly. Traditional views persist in some Orthodox circles, but contemporary Judaism tends to adopt a more inclusive approach, recognizing the historical contributions of eunuchs. And now, Christianity. Eunuchs in Christianity have a complex history. Early Christian texts often mention eunuchs, with the most notable reference in the New Testament's Gospel of Matthew 19:12, where Jesus says, "For there are eunuchs who were born that way, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are those who choose to live like eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven." This passage is widely interpreted to signify various forms of celibacy, both chosen and imposed. In the Eastern Orthodox Church's monastic traditions, eunuch monks were respected for their commitment to celibacy, embodying virtues of chastity and devotion. This respect created a unique social niche for eunuchs within Christian societies during certain historical periods. Eunuchs held significant roles within the early Christian church hierarchy. Early Christianity often sought to diminish the stigma of castration by viewing eunuchs as models of purity and devotion. In the 4th century, Byzantine eunuchs served as trusted officials within church authority. Some became deacons and bishops, underscoring their importance in the religious structure. Origen of Alexandria, an early Christian scholar and theologian, is believed to have castrated himself to avoid sexual temptation, though this account remains debated. By the Renaissance, the role of eunuchs in Christianity had significantly decreased. The Council of Trent in 1545-1563 reaffirmed the prohibition against castration, emphasizing the dignity and sanctity of the human body. The Reformation and Counter-Reformation further marginalized eunuchs in ecclesiastical roles. Remnants of the tradition persisted in liturgical music, where castrati performed in some churches until the 18th century. The last known castrato, Alessandro Moreschi, recorded performances in the early 20th century. The decline of eunuchs in Christianity mirrored broader social and theological shifts, focusing on bodily integrity and changing attitudes toward celibacy and piety. Next up, Buddhism. The role of eunuchs in Buddhism is an often overlooked aspect of this major world religion's history. Eunuchs, known as pandaka in Pali texts, were individuals with ambiguous sexual characteristics or those who had undergone castration. The term pandaka appears in early Buddhist scriptures, discussing their roles and status within the monastic community to varying extents. Early Buddhist texts generally approach eunuchs with ambivalence, reflecting broader societal views of the time. Some scriptures depict them as individuals with diminished spiritual capabilities. However, their presence in Buddhist texts provides insight into the social dynamics of ancient Indian society. While certain texts suggest restrictions on their ordination, others highlight their integration into the Buddhist community and potential for spiritual development. Buddhist communities were diverse, and the inclusion of eunuchs indicates the religion's broad human scope. The Buddha himself accepted followers from all walks of life, preaching universal salvation and enlightenment. Despite varying degrees of acceptance, eunuchs found a place within the Buddhist narrative, contributing to its rich and complex history. The ordination of eunuchs in Buddhism is complex. Early Buddhist texts restrict their ordination, believing their sexual characteristics limit spiritual potential. The Vinaya Pitaka includes specific regulations on eunuchs, reflecting ancient Indian gender norms and biases. Acceptance varied among Buddhist sects and regions. Some sects allowed eunuchs full participation in monastic life, while others imposed stricter limitations. While some texts and traditions imposed limitations, overarching Buddhist principles of compassion and inclusivity often led to greater acceptance over time. Eunuchs in Buddhism played roles beyond ordination regulations, often serving as caretakers, cooks, and attendants in monastic communities. Their presence was crucial to daily operations, highlighting their practical importance despite doctrinal constraints. King Asoka's edicts notably mention eunuchs among groups deserving respect and support, indicating that they were sometimes afforded dignity and acceptance. Their historical narratives challenge modern readers to consider the complexities of gender and spirituality, and how these identities have been navigated through history. And last of the religions we're going to discuss related to eunuchs is Hinduism. Eunuchs, or Hijras in South Asia, occupy a unique place in Hinduism. Their presence in Indian history spans thousands of years, with mentions in texts like the Ramayana and Mahabharata. In these epics, eunuchs often play significant roles, sometimes as key advisors and protectors of royalty. The Laws of Manu, an ancient Indian text, references eunuchs, placing them within the societal structure. The Kama Sutra provides detailed descriptions of eunuchs, acknowledging their existence and roles. In Hindu mythology, gods and goddesses often exhibit fluidity in gender expressions, resonating with the modern understanding of gender among Hijras. The god Shiva, for instance, takes the form of Ardhanarishvara, embodying both male and female aspects. During certain rituals, the blessings of eunuchs are considered auspicious, and their presence is sought after in ceremonies like childbirth and marriage. During festivals like Diwali and Holi, their presence is believed to bring prosperity and ward off evil. They perform dances and rituals to invoke divine blessings. In temples, especially those dedicated to deities like Bahuchara Mata, eunuchs often serve as caretakers and priests. Hijras traditionally follow this goddess, worshipped as their patron deity. Over centuries, devotional texts and folklore have celebrated the divine powers of eunuchs, highlighting their role as spiritual intermediaries who bless the faithful. Despite their revered status in religious contexts, societal acceptance of eunuchs is still evolving. Many Hindu communities struggle to modernize their views on gender and adopt inclusive practices. Today, Hijras still influence culture, participating in religious ceremonies, blessing births and marriages for alms, and performing at festivals believed to bring good fortune. In 2014, India's Supreme Court recognized Hijras as a third gender, granting legal rights and protections. Despite this, many face discrimination and limited opportunities, leading some to begging or sex work. And now, home stretch to modern times. It all starts with the Enlightenment era. The Enlightenment era, spanning from the late 17th to early 19th centuries, emphasized reason, science, and individualism over social and political structures that required eunuchs. Eunuchs were rare in Europe during this period, unlike in the courts of the Ottoman Empire and Imperial China. Castrato singers, castrated before puberty to maintain high-pitched voices, existed but were not typically called eunuchs. They held distinct roles in music and the arts, not in political or administrative functions. Eunuchs were traditionally associated with harems, as guardians of women, or as court officials in various non-European societies. European nations during the Enlightenment moved towards bureaucratic and democratic governance structures that did not require such roles. Enlightenment values promoted personal freedom and bodily integrity, making practices like castration increasingly unacceptable. By the late 18th and early 19th centuries, changing societal norms and advancing medical ethics questioned the morality of such practices. Major Enlightenment figures, including philosophers and scientists, advocated for humane treatment and emphasized natural rights. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, eunuchs remained prevalent in traditional structures. Eunuchs played unique roles throughout history, even during the Victorian era. Although Victorian Britain wasn't known for a flourishing eunuch culture like ancient China or the Ottoman Empire, eunuchs still existed and had distinct roles. They were rare but present, especially in circuses and freak shows. These venues capitalized on the public's fascination with the exotic and unusual, featuring individuals with rare conditions or significant bodily alterations. Eunuchs sometimes performed alongside bearded ladies, giants, and other curiosities, captivating and horrifying audiences. Colonial territories like India and parts of Africa had established traditions of eunuchs, often integrated into local governance and societal structures. British officials in these regions interacted with eunuchs serving as palace guards, court officials, or entertainers. British perspectives on these eunuchs ranged from curiosity to disdain. The British colonial administration sometimes employed eunuchs in bureaucratic roles, leveraging their trusted positions within local societies. However, once returned to Britain, these individuals generally faced social ostracization and discrimination, sharply contrasting with their roles abroad. Medical and legal changes in the Victorian era further reduced the visibility of eunuchs. Advances in medicine and evolving social norms increasingly pathologized eunuchs, casting them as aberrations rather than integral members of specific cultures. Legislation against mutilation and exploitation also limited practices that led to the creation of eunuchs, reflecting broader shifts towards modernity and human rights. And eunuchs also influenced Victorian culture and scientific thought. The Victorian fascination with the other extended to their views on eunuchs. Scientific journals often discussed human anatomy and sexuality, citing eunuchs. Public health reforms and modern medical practices sought to eliminate unhealthy practices, including the creation of eunuchs. Health campaigns and educational efforts aimed to reform societal views on bodily integrity and human rights. Legal and social reforms in the 19th century curtailed the practice of creating eunuchs. Interestingly, the literature of the time occasionally references eunuchs, providing a glimpse into their roles and perceptions. They were seen as exotic figures, often misunderstood and marginalized, and the presence of eunuchs during World War II was unusual but noteworthy. Typically viewed through ancient historical lenses, eunuchs did appear in this conflict. During World War II, the German T4 program enforced sterilizations to eliminate those deemed genetically inferior, echoing Nazi genocidal policies. Many victims were sterilized to prevent reproduction. In Japan, during the occupation of Korea and China, forced sterilizations and sexual slavery were rampant. Comfort women, often taken from occupied territories, sometimes included emasculated individuals due to medical or punitive reasons. Eunuchs or emasculated men were part of these tragic narratives, both in forced brothels for soldiers and other disrupted wartime roles. In the Soviet Union, minor groups faced brutal treatments, including castration for political prisoners. In India, some hijras, a community of eunuchs and transgender people, were involved in espionage, using their unique social positions to gather intelligence. Similarly, in Southeast Asia, eunuchs or third-gender individuals sometimes participated in resistance movements against occupying forces. Wartime chaos often altered or reaffirmed traditional roles under duress. The complex intersection of gender, war, and cultural traditions meant eunuchs once again occupied significant roles. Whether as victims of sterilization programs, resistance participants, or intelligence tools, the fate of eunuchs during World War II offers a unique perspective on the conflict's social history. Today, some individuals, primarily in South Asia, still identify as eunuchs. In India, eunuchs, or hijras, are recognized as a third gender with distinct communities and cultural roles, often participating in ceremonies like births and weddings. In Bangladesh, hijras have gained official recognition and can vote as the third gender. Health issues are another major concern, as eunuchs often have restricted access to medical care and suffer from a lack of public awareness about their needs. Advocacy groups strive for better legal protections and opportunities for eunuchs. The role of international organizations and local governments will be crucial in improving their living conditions and ensuring their rights. Integrating into society, new policies focused on inclusivity and equal rights can offer vital support to their communities. If you're watching all this in one setting, then you're a real stand-up guy. I'm not saying you're less of a man if this is your fourth or fifth night watching this, but the dude watching this in one go is something else. And because of this, here's something special for you. This one's dedicated to my brother, he who makes it all possible. Here's the origins of hammer, the first tool ever crafted. The hammer, a tool that has shaped human civilization, has a history that stretches back over 3.3 million years, when early humans would shape stones and rocks with sharp edges that served as cutting, digging, and smashing tools. These primitive stone hammers played a crucial role in opening new possibilities for survival and advancement. The bone hammer, also known as a bone club, has its origins traced back to the Stone Age, around 2.5 million years ago. Early humans used them as an everyday tool for hunting and protection. They were made by breaking and shaping animal bones, usually of large mammals. The lump hammer, also known as a club hammer, also has roots in prehistory, thought to have emerged around 2.3 million years ago during early human tool usage. It was a simple stone tool variant of today's lump hammer, mainly used where there is a need for controlled force due to its substantial, concentrated weight. The origin of the antler hammer dates back to 500,000 BC. People from the Paleolithic era utilized reindeer antlers as raw materials to create antler hammers. These hammers were essentially used for various rough tasks, such as shaping or carving objects. The mallet originated around 26,000 BC during the Upper Paleolithic era. It was a basic tool crafted from bone, wood, or stone with a handle attached. Early humans used it to strike or apply force on objects in conjunction with chisels for carving wood or stone. Surgeon's mallet traces back to the year 10,000 BC, where primitive versions were used in trepanation, an ancient surgical operation where a hole is incised or scraped into the human skull using simple surgical tools. In ancient times, it was used to treat health problems related to intracranial diseases or injuries, but it also had a ritualistic or religious role. By 9000 BC, in the Neolithic era, humans had begun to polish their stone hammers, improving their durability and effectiveness. The invention of agriculture around this time led to the development of a new type of hammer, the grain flail, which was used to separate grains from their husks. The copper hammer dates back to 8000 BC. Humans discovered native copper and recognized its potential as a tool-making material, due to it being easily shapeable and created hammers by beating the copper into shape with stones. The lead hammer, also known as a lead mallet, dates back to 4000 BC. The earliest found record is from Rome around 27 BC. They were used in jewelry making for their soft characteristics, causing less damage to delicate materials. In the Bronze Age, around 3000 BC, the first bronze hammers were created when human societies began to smelt copper and tin to create bronze, a significant advancement in technology at the time. In addition to other purposes, bronze hammers were also used for religious rituals. The forging hammer originates from around 2900 BC. Initially, they were simple stone or bronze devices. Over time, with development in metallurgy, forging hammers evolved into more sophisticated tools with wooden handles for a better grip and leverage. The planishing hammer originates from 2800 BC and was used by ancient civilizations for metalworking. It was a tool used to finish and refine the surface of a metal after it's been shaped with forging hammers or other tools. The design hasn't changed much over the millennia, reflecting its enduring effectiveness. Historically, it was instrumental in creating armor, precious metals, and weaponry. The welding hammer, also known as a chipping hammer, dates back to the invention of welding in the Bronze Age around 2700 BC. These hammers were used to chip slag off metal after welding, and that's why they have sharp, pointed, and flat ends. Over centuries, their design has evolved to suit different types of welding processes, like electric arc welding, but the principle remains the same: to clean and shape welds. The stonemason's hammer, also known as a masonry hammer, dates back to ancient Egypt circa 2650 BC. It was an essential tool for the construction of monuments, tombs, and pyramids. The original form composed of a heavy stone attached to a wooden handle. Throughout the Bronze and Iron Ages, the tool was refined and modernized, with the stone replaced by a metal head. The upholstery hammer, or claw hammer, dates back to 2300 BC, to the ancient Egyptians, used for constructing furniture. It has two ends, one with a flat surface for hammering, the other a claw for removing nails. Its design made it perfect for securing fabric to furniture frames. Sledgehammer was likely first developed between 2000 BC for construction and warfare. Larger than a regular hammer, it allowed for application of more force, crucial in tasks such as forging iron or breaking stones. The straight peen hammer's origin dates back to the Bronze Age, around 1900 BC, when it was primarily used by blacksmiths and metalworkers. Its unique design, featuring a flat face for hitting and a straight vertical peen for shaping, was specific to the task of manipulating and forging metal. The gold hammer was forged during the Bronze Age in 1800 BC by ancient blacksmiths in Mesopotamia. The hammer was made entirely from a single gold meteorite that fell to Earth. The blacksmiths claimed it was a divine gift and used it in various religious ceremonies. Over time, the hammer was lost, turning into a mythical object. The development of iron metallurgy around 1200 BC led to the creation of iron hammers, which were stronger and more durable than their bronze counterparts. They were primarily employed in blacksmithing for shaping and molding metal. The cross-peen hammer, or chicken peak hammer, originated in around 800 BC with direct links to blacksmithing. It was developed as a specialized tool to spread and shape red-hot metal, particularly in places difficult for other tools to reach. Its unique design, featuring a flat face and a beak-like wedge on the backside, allowed blacksmiths to perform more refined metalwork, and thus become a symbol of the craft. The bush hammer's origin traces back to ancient Rome, around 2,000 years ago, or the year zero. It's a masonry tool primarily used to refine rough-cut surfaces or create an artificial weathered effect. It featured a metal head embedded with rows of conical or pyramidal points, resembling the natural foliage or bush, hence the name. Romans used it to make stone surfaces smoother and more aesthetically pleasing. Later, it became essential in construction, for removing old concrete or creating a textured surface for better adhesion. The Roman war hammer, known as a martio barbuli, originated around the 1st century BC. Mostly used by Roman auxiliary infantry, it was a versatile weapon with a short handle and a hammer-like head, traditionally designed for combat in close quarters or for breaking the enemy's defense. The power hammer, also known as a trip hammer, has roots in ancient Rome around 2nd century BC. It was used for forging iron. Early versions of the power hammer were driven by water wheels and utilized a system of cams to raise and drop the hammer. Industrial versions of the power hammer emerged during the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, with steam and later electricity providing the power. The critical invention was attributed to British engineer James Watt in 1784. The gavel symbolizes authority and respect in public forums, originating from Norse cultures in the 7th century, used as a tool by shipbuilders. The word comes from Old English gaffel, meaning tribute or rent. Its use in law started in the early 19th century in the USA, where judges started using small mallets during trials to maintain order. The tradition spread globally over time. The Viking warhammer, also known as Mjolnir, is linked to Norse mythology and symbolizes the power of Thor, the god of thunder. It became popular among Viking warriors around the 10th century. It was known for its destructive power and was often symbolized in jewelry and artifacts, demonstrating its significance in the Viking war culture. Claw hammer's design was refined during the Middle Ages in Europe around 1350 AD. Originally designed for woodworking, the claw was added to pull out nails. Its modern design, with a flat hammer head and a curved claw, became standardized in the 16th century. The Korean dogbone hammer originated in Korea during the 14th century. It got its name from its unique shape, resembling a dog bone. Traditionally used by blacksmiths and jewelers for precision work, it is crafted with two different heads, one flat and one round. Its invention was necessary for intricate designs on metal artworks during the Goryeo dynasty. The horseman's pick, also known as the war pick, first appeared in the 14th century in medieval Europe. It was primarily used by cavalry during warfare. The tool served a dual purpose. The hammer face was used for striking the opponent, while the pick was used for piercing armor. The latter use was particularly effective against plate armor. As horse-mounted combat declined, so did the usage of the horseman's pick. The Scotch hammer originated in Europe during the Middle Ages, around the late 14th century. Named after the Old English word scuchin, meaning to shake, the tool was for shaping and dressing stone. Masons used its wedge-shaped Scotch combs, or drives, at one or both ends to chip off small pieces of stone. Today, its usage extends beyond masons to include bricklayers and other construction trades. The bec de corbin is a type of polearm that originated in medieval Europe, especially popular in France. Its name, derived from the French for raven's beak, speaks to its distinct shape. Introduced around the late 14th century, it combines the features of a hammer and a pick. It was commonly used until the early 15th century. The double-head open-end drum hammer, also called the bongo hammer, lacks a distinct origin story or date. It's assumed it was invented when drummers started needing a more diversified range of sounds. Rather than using hands, sticks, or mallets, an open-ended hammer allows both ends to be used, increasing the range of sound. Adapted from regular hammers, these are normally softer to avoid damaging the drum. The Lucerne hammer is a medieval weapon named after the city of Lucerne, Switzerland, where numerous examples of it were found. It emerged around the late 15th century and was a type of polearm known for its unique design, a long shaft topped with a three-pronged hammerhead, flanked by a spike and a beak-like hook. It was primarily used by infantry for combating enemy armors and horsemen. The true origin of its design is unclear, but its effectiveness in battle made it common across Europe in the age of armored warfare. The coffin maker's hammer, also known as a cabinet hammer, traces its origins back to the 16th century. In funeral practices of this time, it was essential for the coffin to be made well and quickly. Skilled artisans, known as coffin makers, used this special hammer designed for precision work in tight spaces. The name derives from its primary function, constructing coffins. With its broad, flattened head and claw for pulling nails, this tool allowed coffin makers to swiftly build burial boxes. The geologist's hammer, also known as a rock pick or rock hammer, originated in the early 18th century when geological exploration started becoming popular during the Industrial Revolution. Before this, most geologists were miners or quarrymen who used regular mining tools. As geology emerged as a professional field, a Swedish miner named Bergrat designed a specialized, robust, two-sided hammer. One flat and one pointed end improved precision and sample quality. The geologist's hammer was thus a modification of mining picks, made lighter and more portable for fieldwork. The ball-peen hammer, sometimes called a machinist's hammer, dates back to the 18th century. It was primarily used in metalworking, specifically by blacksmiths and engineers. The ball-peen design in particular was intended for riveting, rounding off edges of metal pins and fasteners, and closing rivets. Sailmaker's hammer, also known as a roping hammer, evolved around the 18th century when sailing was primarily done in large wooden ships. Sailmaking was crucial and required specialized tools, leading to the creation of the sailmaker's hammer. The flat face was used for hammering, while its round side for hole punching. It was often used in conjunction with a sailmaker's palm, a protective leather device worn on the hand. The railroad spike maul hammer can be traced back to the 1830s with the advent of railroads. They were essential for manually driving spikes into railroad ties to secure rails. The design features a long handle for better swing momentum and a heavy metal head to drive spikes. They played a crucial part in the American railroad expansion in the 19th-20th centuries and have seen minimal changes since. The pile driver hammer, used for pushing piles into the earth for foundation construction, dates back to ancient times. Historically, people used simple wooden hammers or dropped weights, and workers often manually lifted and dropped these weights. The modern steam-powered pile driver was invented in 19th century Scotland, circa 1804. It was a significant invention credited to Scottish engineer James Nasmyth. Since then, technological advancements have led to its current variant, the hydraulic piledriver, providing increased efficiency and accuracy. The framing hammer originated during the 19th century. It's an improvement over traditional hammers, designed specifically for framing wooden houses. Engineers tweaked the design to include a longer handle for better swing power and a heavier head to drive nails efficiently. Flathead nails became common during this time, leading to framing hammers having waffle-like faces to reduce the chances of missing the nail. The curved claw for nail removal was retained from older hammer designs. The lineman's hammer, also known as a linesman or bell hammer, originated in the late 19th century. It was specially designed for telephone and electrical line workers. The hammer, featuring a straight claw and elongated neck, was used for reaching and pulling cables or nails in hard-to-access places. Its weight and design ensured less damage to lines during repairs and installations. Its use became widespread with the expansion of telephone lines post-1880s. The demolition hammer, also known as the breaker hammer, traces its origins back to the year 1895. It was first conceptualized by the German company Bosch. This power tool was designed to break down large structures with considerable force. The initial versions were bulky and required a tremendous amount of manual effort. The modern handheld, electric-powered demolition hammer was developed during the mid-20th century, adding more versatility and reducing manual labor involved in demolition work. The lath hammer, or roofing hammer, originated in Germany. Its design dates back to the late 19th century. Traditional hammers were inconvenient for roofers who had to remove nails, so a new design was introduced. This hammer featured a square head for pounding nails, a pointy tip for making holes, and a claw for removing nails. It became widely popular among European craftsmen and was officially named lath hammer. Its production was optimized in the early 20th century, enabling mass production and global distribution. Now, it's a fundamental tool for roofers worldwide. The soft-faced hammer originated around the 1930s. It was designed with a malleable surface, typically plastic, wood, or rubber, to prevent damage when striking delicate or finished surfaces. Often used for precision, shaping, or upholstery work. Its unique feature allows force application without marring the contact surface, which would be impossible with a traditional steel hammer. It revolutionized safer and damage-free assembly in industries like automotive and woodworking. The drywall hammer, also known as a tacking hammer, originated in the US around the 1940s. It was developed to satisfy the need for efficiency in hanging drywall and to make the process easier. The hammer's design, including a flat face for driving nails and a hatchet-like back for chopping and cutting, offered a more specialized tool for a specific trade. The invention of drywall hammers coincided with the widespread adoption of drywall, which replaced lath and plaster as a more cost-effective wall covering. The Piton hammer, also known as the climbing hammer, was developed in the mid-20th century. Before this, climbers used standard carpenter's hammers to drive pitons into rock. As climbing evolved from an alpine pursuit to a sport, the need for specialized equipment arose. In the 1950s, companies like Chouinard Equipment started selling hammers specifically designed for pitons. These hammers were lighter, balanced for accuracy, and had features for removing pitons. The piton hammer revolutionized rock climbing, allowing for safer and more effective practices. The dead blow hammer originates from 1960s. It was designed for metalwork, woodworking, and automotive applications. This hammer reduces rebound when striking a surface due to its hollow, plastic-coated design filled with lead shot or sand. This unique construction allows the hammer to apply more force with each blow, limiting potential damage to the struck surface. It has become a popular tool for delicate precision work and knockout tasks. The titanium hammer was invented in 1998 by Mark Martinez, an American professional carpenter. Inspired by aerospace technology, particularly the use of titanium in aircraft construction, he sought to develop a hammer that would reduce recoil vibration, increase striking power, and be lighter than traditional steel hammers. He founded Stiletto Tools and revolutionized the construction industry, changing the idea of hammers from mere tools to high-performing instruments. The virtual hammer originated in the early 2000s with the advent of 3D and virtual reality (VR) technologies. Following the digital rendering of real-world objects for virtual environments, developers began creating virtual tools, including hammers. These virtual hammers were initially used for entertainment in video games, later finding practical uses in virtual construction and design projects. They significantly influenced the development and acceptance of VR technologies. Can you guess how many types of hammers were listed in this video? Here's a quote I like. "Of two evils, choose neither." Stay wise out there, my friends, as it's about as much as we can do. Because you've reached the end, I've decided to include one more documentary for you. just because I love you. Next up, the entire history of spells, because I know you love these naughty witches. Prehistoric witchcraft, or rather shamanism at the time, dates back to the Paleolithic era, around 30,000 years ago. Evidence of early shamanistic practices is found in cave paintings, artifacts, and burial sites across Europe and Asia. But don't think shamans were just old men who danced around the fire with pretty young ladies. Many shamans were in fact women, and the curse or blessing of shamanism was even said to fall on the most beautiful women in the tribe, or the smartest of men. As always, the upcoming hour and a half is packed with mind-blowing, fact-filled information, so try to hang in there, as there's a special cookie waiting for you in the end. And don't forget to grab something to eat right now as well, as nothing beats a good ham sandwich. Your wife would make you one, but considering you clicked on this thumbnail, she's probably asleep already. So without further ado, shamans or witches were seen as intermediaries between the physical and spirit worlds, conducting rituals involving trance states induced by drumming or hallucinogens. Cave paintings, like those in Lascaux, France, depict figures resembling shamans with animalistic features, suggesting their role in hunting magic. These paintings date to around 15,000 BC. The discovery of elaborate burial sites, such as the Sungur site in Russia from 28,000 BC, highlights the significance of shamans in prehistoric societies. Buried with intricate beadwork and ritualistic items, these graves show the reverence for shamans as mediators of the unknown. Artifacts like carved figurines found in Eurasian sites suggest the use of totems and charms in shamanic rituals. These figurines, often depicting hybrid human-animal forms, likely represent spiritual guides or protectors. Shamanistic practices were crucial in prehistoric societies, offering a means to understand and influence their world. But before we start crawling the timeline of witchcraft, let's answer an important question first. Has witchcraft ever been used in warfare? We know Gandalf did it in Lord of the Rings. Rarely, but he did it. But has witchcraft been used in war outside science fiction books and blockbuster movies? Well, witchcraft has long been linked with warfare, serving as a tool of psychological manipulation and strategic advantage. In ancient societies like Egypt and Rome, curses and spells were believed to weaken enemies. Military leaders often consulted oracles and seers to predict battle outcomes. Romans had augurs who interpreted divine will through bird flight patterns. In medieval Europe, wartime saw rampant witchcraft accusations, with leaders and commoners alike believing witches could sway conflicts. A notable instance is the 100 Years' War, where Joan of Arc was accused of witchcraft by the English to discredit her and justify her execution. Fear of witchcraft often led to mass hysteria and witch hunts, destabilizing war-torn regions. In the 16th century, the Scottish government used witch trials to control the population and consolidate power during turbulent times. During World War II, both the Allies and Axis powers reportedly used astrologers and occultists for intelligence and battle forecasts, but more of World War II later. Thus, witchcraft remains a potent tool for psychological manipulation and control in warfare. But which of the witch trials is most well known throughout history? Well, not definitely the most known, but definitely one of the most gruesome was the Pendle witch trials of 1612, held in Pendle Hill, Lancashire. 12 people were accused, 8 women and 2 men from 2 families, charged with using witchcraft to cause harm, including murder. Alison Device allegedly cursed a peddler who then claimed illness, leading to her arrest and that of her family and other locals. The trial at Lancaster Assizes relied on confessions obtained under duress or from children. 10 were found guilty and hanged, 1 was acquitted, and another was tried later and acquitted. Thomas Potts documented the trials in The Wonderful Discovery of Witches in the County of Lancaster, providing a detailed account of the events and insights into the legal processes and societal fears of the time. A pivotal aspect of the Pendle witch trials was the role of 9-year-old Janet Device, whose testimony was crucial in convicting many accused witches. Janet, daughter of accused Elizabeth Device, was notable because child witnesses were typically deemed unreliable. However, her detailed accounts of witch meetings and activities were taken seriously by the court. This reliance on a child's testimony highlights the intense fear and paranoia about witchcraft at the time. Janet's evidence was considered credible due to the specific details that supported convictions. It's important to note that the era's lack of scientific understanding fueled the panic, as people often blamed unexplained illnesses or misfortunes on witchcraft. The region, plagued by poverty, superstition, and religious tension between Catholics and Protestants, saw witchcraft accusations as a way to explain misfortune and blame certain individuals. The accused were mostly poor, marginalized women, making them easy targets. The Pendle witch trials illustrate how fear and superstition could override rational judgment and due process. Over time, the story of the Pendle witches became embedded in local folklore, remaining a significant historical and tourist attraction. Annually, visitors come to Pendle Hill to learn about the trials and reflect on social and judicial changes since then. Up next, Mesopotamian civilization, including Sumer, Akkad, Assyria, and Babylon, which dates back to around 3500 BC, and their belief system was deeply intertwined with witchcraft and demonology, centering on the Anunnaki, gods governing various aspects of the world and underworld. Beneath these deities were numerous lesser spirits, demons, and supernatural beings influencing daily life. Witchcraft in Mesopotamia combined protective and harmful practices. Ashipu practitioners used protective magic, averting harm through rituals and incantations. Conversely, Kaspapu engaged in harmful witchcraft, blamed for causing illness, misfortune, and death. Legal texts like the Code of Hammurabi imposed severe penalties on those accused of evil witchcraft, reflecting societal fear of its malevolent aspects. Mesopotamian demonology was intricate, with specific demons linked to particular afflictions. Pazuzu, for instance, was associated with the southwest wind, bringing famine and locusts. Yet, Pazuzu was also invoked for protection, such as warding off the more dangerous demon Lamashtu, who threatened pregnant women and infants. Divination was a crucial aspect of Mesopotamian magic, used to discern the god's will and predict the future. Common methods included extispacy, examining the entrails of sacrificed animals, and lechanomancy, interpreting oil patterns on water. Temples and ziggurats were centers for these practices, with priest-magicians conducting and interpreting these rituals. Mesopotamians also believed in amulets and charms to protect against evil forces. These objects, inscribed with specific incantations and symbols, were worn or placed in homes. The Maklu series of tablets, a significant collection of anti-witchcraft rituals, combated malevolent magic. These texts detailed ceremonies to purge demonic influence, reflecting the pervasive concern for spiritual security. Mythological texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh showcased encounters with supernatural forces, blending human experience with divine intervention. Ancient Egyptian witchcraft, on the other hand, dating back to around 4500 BC, was deeply intertwined with religious practices. Egyptians believed in a complex pantheon of gods and goddesses controlling various aspects of life and nature, and most importantly, Heka, the divine force of magic. Witchcraft involved invoking these deities for protection, healing, and guidance. The Ebers Papyrus, a medical text from around 1550 BC, contains numerous spells and incantations used by Egyptian healers. And magic was not separate from religion. The same priests who conducted religious rituals also performed magical acts. Amulets were commonly used in both life and death for protection. The Ankh, representing life, and the scarab, symbolizing rebirth, were some of the most popular amulets. Pharaohs often employed magicians thought to possess the ability to interpret dreams and foresee the future. These magicians were always highly respected members of society. Ancient Egyptian witchcraft was also characterized by its use of symbols, rituals, and a strong belief in the afterlife. Many spells were designed to ensure safe passage to the next world, reflecting their deep-seated beliefs. The Book of the Dead, for example, is a famous text providing detailed instructions for navigating the afterlife, with spells and rituals designed to protect the deceased and ensure a safe journey. Overall, witchcraft in ancient Egypt was a multifaceted practice deeply embedded in the fabric of daily life, and its deep legacy can still be observed in modern magical practices across the world. And now, let's take a look at how our friends in Israel have dealt with witchcraft. I'm sure they have a rich history with it, so let's see if I'm right. The Hebrew Scriptures, or Tanakh, consist of 3 sections: the Torah or Law, Nevi'im or Prophets, and Ketuvim or Writings. These texts have significantly shaped Jewish history, culture, and religious practices. A notable topic within these texts is the stance on witchcraft and sorcery. Various passages oppose witchcraft. Exodus 22 verse 18 is often cited. "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," indicating witchcraft was a capital offense. Leviticus 19:26 and Deuteronomy 18:10-12 also prohibit divination, soothsaying, and sorcery. These prohibitions aim to maintain the religious purity of the Israelite community and focus worship on Yahweh, the God of Israel. The Hebrew Scriptures condemn these practices without detailing what constituted witchcraft, leaving interpretation to religious authorities and scholars. Despite strong prohibitions against witchcraft in Hebrew Scriptures, ancient Israelites were not immune to such practices. One notable story is King Saul and the Witch of Endor in 1 Samuel 28. Facing the Philistine threat and abandoned by God, Saul consults a medium to summon the prophet Samuel's spirit for guidance. This act highlights the tension between prohibitions and the reality of seeking forbidden practices in distress. Hebrew scriptures also mention false prophets and sorcerers, like Pharaoh's magicians in Exodus, portrayed negatively. Their abilities are shown as inferior to Yahweh's divine power. Thus, these stories reinforce the idea that reliance on witchcraft and sorcery is futile and disobedient to God's will. The prohibitions against witchcraft in the Hebrew scriptures significantly influenced Jewish thought and legal tradition. Rabbinic literature, forming the basis of Jewish law or halakha, elaborates on these commands. The Talmud addresses various prohibited magics and their consequences. Medieval scholars like Maimonides reinforced these bans, deeming such practices futile and contrary to faith in God. Despite clear prohibitions, historical and archaeological records show that some forms of folk magic persisted in Jewish communities. Amulets, charms, and artifacts suggest a blurred line between accepted religious practice and condemned witchcraft. Who would have guessed? Their history checks out as relatively witchcraft-free. Time to move on to somewhere where beautiful chicks cast spells. I know, there must be some in ancient Greece or ancient Rome. And yes, there indeed are. Witchcraft in ancient Greece and Rome involved various practices and beliefs. In ancient Rome, erotic magic was prominent, with spells designed to invoke love or sexual desire frequently documented. The poet Ovid wrote extensively on love potions and charms, teaching how to use them and how they've been used in the past. There was also a strong belief in the potency of curses. Lead curse tablets have been discovered across the Roman Empire, inscribed with invocations to deities to bring misfortune upon enemies. In Greece, it intertwined with religion and medicine. Greeks believed in deities controlling nature, and many witches claimed to harness these powers. Figures like Circe and Medea from mythology were renowned for their magic. Greeks used herbs, potions, and spells, believing they could ward off evil, cure diseases, and influence gods. Witchcraft was linked to the underworld, with Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft and ghosts, venerated by practitioners of dark arts. She was often depicted at crossroads, considered hubs of supernatural activity. But Roman society viewed witchcraft with a little suspicion, meanwhile acknowledging its potential power, often associating it with foreign traditions. The 12 Tables, Rome's earliest code of laws, included provisions against spellcasting intended to harm crops or livestock. Indeed, I wouldn't want to lose my livestock over a fight with the neighbor, who happens to be a witch. However, not all witchcraft was seen as malevolent. Some practices were part of daily life. Roman witches, or saga, used enchantments and herbal remedies, serving as healers or midwives. Unlike in Greece, where gods were central to magical practices, Roman witchcraft emphasized rituals and spells independent of divine intervention. During the late Roman Republic and early imperial periods, witchcraft took on sinister connotations. Accusations of witchcraft became tools for political maneuvering and personal vendettas. Historian Tacitus recorded instances where powerful individuals were accused of using magic to eliminate rivals, often leading to trials and executions. Despite fear and legal consequences, magical practices persisted among the general population. Love spells and protective amulets were common, reflecting the people's desire to control their environment and fate. The poet Virgil mentioned magic in his epic, the Aeneid, highlighting its presence in Roman cultural life. Necromancy, invoking the dead to predict the future or influence events, was a significant aspect of Roman witchcraft. This dark form of magic often involved elaborate rituals. The use of wax figures to represent enemies and curses is a noted example, where the figure would be pierced or melted to harm the intended victim. Witchcraft in ancient Greece and Rome was closely tied to divination. Diviners, called mantis in Greece and augur in Rome, interpreted the gods' will through methods like reading animal entrails, observing bird flights, or casting lots. Divination was crucial for decisions in warfare, politics, and daily life. Another key practice was creating magical objects, known as phylacteries in Greece and deficciones in Rome. Phylacteries were amulets with magical texts for protection or good fortune. Deficciones were curse tablets invoking supernatural forces against enemies, typically made of lead and placed in graves or wells to enhance their power. Witchcraft remained a potent and feared element in ancient Greece and Rome until the rise of Christianity. As Christian doctrines spread, they clashed with pagan practices, including witchcraft. Early Christian leaders condemned magic and witchcraft, associating them with diabolic influences. Texts like those of St. Augustine argued against the legitimacy of magical practices. By the late Roman Empire, witchcraft was increasingly criminalized and linked to heresy. Laws against magic expanded and became more severe, culminating in the persecution of supposed witches. The Code of Theodosius, issued in 438 AD, included strict penalties for practicing magic, reflecting the Christianization of the Roman Empire. Despite the crackdown, folk practices and remnants of ancient magic persisted among rural populations. Amulets and charms continued to be used for protection and healing. But now, something I know you'll love and enjoy. Always beautiful, always weird, it's the good old Japan. Witchcraft in ancient Japan dates back to the Jomon period from 14,000 to 300 BC. Yeah, that's some old-ass magic right there. Archaeological finds reveal clay figurines known as dogu used in magical and shamanistic rituals. These figures, often depicting women with exaggerated features, suggest women's significant role in early magical practices. During the Yayoi period from 300 BC to 300 AD, the role of shamans, or miko, became more prominent. Miko, usually women, served as intermediaries between the spiritual and physical realms, performing rituals for bountiful harvests, curing illnesses, and protecting against natural disasters. This period also saw the integration of animistic beliefs, worshipping natural entities like trees, mountains, and rivers as deities. Early Japanese witchcraft was deeply connected to these animistic practices, emphasizing harmony between humans and nature. By the Kofun period, spanning from 250 to 538 AD, Chinese folk religion and Taoism began influencing Japanese spiritual practices, shaping the evolution of witchcraft and shamanistic traditions in Japan. Witchcraft in Japan evolved significantly during the Asuka period, from 538 to 710 AD, with the introduction of Buddhism and Confucianism from China and Korea. These new beliefs blended with indigenous Shinto, creating a unique spiritual landscape that included witchcraft. The role of the miko remained prominent, performing kagura, a ritual dance and music to appease kami or spirits and ancestral ghosts. These rituals maintained societal balance and harmony, highlighting the importance of spiritual practices in daily life. Continental traditions introduced formalized rituals and complex pantheons, enriching Japanese spiritual heritage. By the Nara period, from 710 to 794 AD, the amalgamation of diverse beliefs fostered an environment where witchcraft thrived within the broader religious and spiritual experience. During the Heian period, the years 794 to 1185 AD, witchcraft and shamanistic practices became more structured, intertwined with court ceremonies. The miko, originally shamans, evolved into an organized institution within Shinto shrines, performing rites and divinations for the empire's well-being. Onmyoji, practitioners of Onmyodo, a blend of natural science, occultism, and Taoist principles, used divination, astronomy, and rituals to influence spiritual and physical realms, conducting exorcisms, protection against evil spirits, and ensuring harmony between humans and nature. Famous onmyoji like Abe no Seimei achieved legendary status, impacting various aspects of Japanese culture. This period saw the codification of spiritual practices and the integration of witchcraft within Shinto and Buddhist frameworks. And lastly, during the Kamakura period, spanning from 1185 to 1333 AD, Japan's socio-political landscape transformed with the rise of the samurai class. Witchcraft practices adapted, retaining influence in both rural and urban areas. The miko continued their roles, blending with local folklore and samurai protective practices to ward off evil and ensure favorable battle conditions. Onmyoji served the shogunate and samurai lords, advising on auspicious times for warfare and construction based on astrological and geomantic readings. Witchcraft and magic stories thrived in literature. Incorporating witchcraft into military strategies demonstrated its relevance and adaptability to Japan's evolving culture. And now that most of the Japanese tentacle history is reviewed, let's look at another fun continent instead. African witchcraft has ancient roots, significantly shaping cultural and social dynamics across various communities. One thing's for sure, these bad boys do know how to cast a spell. I can guarantee you that. African societies often attributed misfortune and disease to witchcraft. To address these issues, communities employed diviners and healers. These specialists conducted ceremonies to identify problems and neutralize malevolent forces, using objects like bones and shells for divination and guidance from the spirit world. Witchcraft also helped maintain social order. Accusations of witchcraft reinforced social norms and discouraged antisocial behavior. In many West African communities, being accused of witchcraft was a serious offense, leading to social ostracization or even death. Such accusations often emerged during crises, like famines or epidemics, when communities sought explanations for their suffering. Interestingly, some African societies viewed witchcraft positively. In certain cultures, witches were seen as guardians of communal knowledge and spiritual secrets. Their magical powers were believed to benefit society, ensuring successful harvests and protecting communities from harm. In southern Africa, witchcraft was integral to rites of passage and life events. The Zulu people, for instance, incorporated witchcraft into ceremonies for birth, puberty, marriage, and death. Witch doctors, known as sangomas and inyangas, were key figures in these rituals, performing healing practices, divinations, and protective magic to ensure the health and prosperity of individuals and communities. Southern African witch doctors used herbs and natural remedies to treat illnesses. During the colonial period, the perception and practice of witchcraft transformed significantly. European colonial powers viewed African witchcraft with suspicion and hostility, associating it with paganism and barbarism. Consequently, colonial authorities sought to suppress these practices through legal and religious campaigns. These efforts forced witchcraft underground, where it persisted despite attempts at eradication. Ironically, colonialism also led to a resurgence in witchcraft practices. As traditional social structures were disrupted, many Africans turned to witchcraft to cope with the uncertainties of colonial rule. This period saw the emergence of new forms of witchcraft, blending traditional beliefs with elements introduced by the colonial experience. In East Africa, witch hunts were regular and targeted those accused of harmful witchcraft, resulting in severe punishments like banishment or execution. Conversely, beneficial magic, mundumugo, was respected for protection and healing. The Maasai of East Africa also had rich traditions related to witchcraft. They believed in the spiritual power of Liban. Spiritual leaders and witch doctors who foresaw the future, healed the sick, and offered protection against evil. Maasai witchcraft stories passed down orally were often depicted in folklore and legends. Despite missionaries and colonial administrations' efforts to eradicate these practices, witchcraft and traditional beliefs thrived across Africa. Today, witchcraft remains a significant aspect of African spirituality and culture, coexisting with modern religions and adapting to changing social dynamics. Let's be sure to keep these awesome traditions alive. But enough with Africa. I know they're fun down there, but Jesus Christ, let's give some screen time to someone else as well, right? How about the ancient Chinese? They do make everything that's in your home, so why not give these guys a chance? Let's overlook the camps this time. Chinese witchcraft is deeply rooted in early religious and spiritual beliefs. One of the earliest mentions dates back to the Shang dynasty, which spanned from 1600 to 1046 BC, where oracle bones were used for divination. These bones, from ox scapulae or turtle shells, were inscribed with questions for deities about harvests, warfare, or royal affairs. Diviners, often shamans or witches, interpreted cracks formed by intense heat. This practice, pyro-osteomancy, linked the earthly and spiritual realms. Texts like the Zhou Li, or Rites of Zhou from the Zhou dynasty, years 1046 to 256 BC, document shamanic roles, highlighting their socio-political significance. These ritual specialists could invoke spirits, perform exorcisms, and mediate between humans and gods. This underscores how spiritual and political realms intersected in ancient Chinese witchcraft. The Qin and Han dynasties significantly influenced the development of witchcraft in ancient China. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of Qin, was obsessed with immortality and frequently sought the expertise of magicians, alchemists, and shamans. These masters of esoterica claimed to summon spirits and create elixirs of life, merging witchcraft with early Chinese medicine and Taoist practices. During the Han dynasty, these practices became more structured and were documented in texts like the Book of Han and records of the Grand Historian. Han emperors consulted shamans and diviners for state and personal health guidance. This era established the Wu tradition, a class of shamans specializing in rituals to expel demons, attract good fortune, and heal the sick. State sponsorship of their activities underscored the formal recognition of witchcraft's societal role. Ancient Chinese witchcraft is intertwined with medicine and healing. Texts like the Huangdi Neijing blend medical knowledge with shamanistic practices, underscoring witchcraft's role in early Chinese healthcare. Shamans and witches diagnosed and treated illnesses by invoking spirits, conducting rituals, and preparing herbal remedies. Talismanic scripts inscribed on paper, wood, or metal were thought to harness supernatural powers for protection and healing. Witches and shamans also performed rituals for good harvests, favorable weather. While some practices were viewed with suspicion, witchcraft was generally respected for its perceived benefits. The Tang dynasty from 608 to 907 AD saw a flourishing of esoteric practices, including witchcraft. During this period, the state heavily patronized witchcraft, integrating it into religious and state functions. Examples include using talismans and incantations to protect the state or individuals against maleficent forces. In the Song dynasty, from 960 to 1279 AD, the institutionalization of witchcraft continued, blending Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist elements. Song scholars documented various magical practices in encyclopedic works like the Taiping Guangji. This era also saw the emergence of female shamans, or wu, who played crucial roles in local religious activities and community health. These women were believed to have special connections with spirits, providing services ranging from spiritual guidance to medical treatments. The portrayal of witchcraft evolved over centuries, reflecting broader cultural, religious, and political changes. Its integration into daily life underscores its enduring influence on Chinese culture, signifying a multifaceted tradition woven into the fabric of ancient Chinese society. Next up, India. The concept of witches in India is deeply rooted in historical and cultural traditions. Known locally as Dayans, their origins trace back to ancient Indian folklore and mythology. Historically, Dayans were believed to possess supernatural powers granted by malevolent spirits or deities. They were often depicted as women who mastered magical practices and could cause harm through their mystical abilities. Ancient texts like the Atharva Veda, one of the four Vedas written between 1200 and 1000 BC, reference witchcraft and rituals to ward off evil spirits. In rural India, belief in witches persists among certain communities. Women seen as deviating from societal norms or possessing certain knowledge were often labeled as witches, facing social ostracism and severe punishments, including violent exorcisms. During the medieval period, witch hunts became common, with those accused of witchcraft subjected to trials often ending in death. Branding women as witches in India was not merely superstition, but also a tool for social control, particularly over women's behavior and independence. In various regions of India, the portrayal of witches varies based on local customs and beliefs. In Assam, witches, known as daini, are believed to cause diseases and calamities through their malevolent powers. In Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, witch hunting has historical roots, with tribal communities targeting individuals presumed to be witches. In Rajasthan and West Bengal, tales of chudales, or female ghosts who died during childbirth, are prevalent, often serving as cautionary stories to ensure women adhere to societal expectations. Historical records indicate that accusations of witchcraft were frequently used to settle personal vendettas and disputes, generally targeting widows, elderly women, or those without powerful family backing. This strategic targeting highlights a gendered aspect, as the majority of accused witches were women, reflecting patriarchal structures within Indian society. The British colonial period further complicated the witchcraft narrative. British authorities initially dismissed witchcraft as irrational superstition, yet colonial policies inadvertently reinforced local power dynamics, allowing witch-hunting practices to persist in rural areas. Reports from the 19th and early 20th centuries document cases of witch hunts and the brutal treatment faced by accused women. Witchcraft beliefs and witch hunts in India persist due to socioeconomic, cultural, and psychological factors. Economic distress, lack of education, and social tensions underpin witchcraft accusations, typically targeting vulnerable individuals. Local healers or shamans perpetuate these beliefs, acting as both protectors and accusers. Psychological phenomena like hysteria and mass panic also fuel accusations. Remote communities with limited access to modern medicine and education are particularly susceptible. The Indian government has enacted laws like the Prevention of Witch Hunting Act in several states, but enforcement is challenging due to ingrained beliefs and local resistance. Activists educate communities, support victims, and advocate for stronger legal protections. Fear of witchcraft influences social dynamics in rural India, highlighting the need for a multifaceted approach involving economic development, education, and community sensitization to combat this practice. Despite modern advancements, witchcraft accusations still significantly impact Indian society. Educational programs aim to dismantle the superstitions fueling witchcraft accusations. Legal aid and counseling services support victims and their families, aiding their reintegration into society. But now, the infamous medieval Europe. The origins of witchcraft and the burning of witches in medieval Europe have deep historical roots. The term witch comes from the Old English Wicca, meaning craft of the wise. Initially, witchcraft was linked to folk healing and pagan practices. Early medieval healers and wise individuals were respected community members. However, this changed around the 11th century when the Christian Church sought to consolidate power and eliminate competing beliefs. The Church began viewing these practices as heretical and dangerous, marking a turbulent era for those accused of witchcraft. The fear of witchcraft surged with the spread of the Black Death in the 14th century, which decimated a third of Europe's population. Seeking scapegoats, people turned to accusations of witchcraft as an outlet for their fear and paranoia. In 1487, Malleus Maleficarum, written by Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, intensified the witch hunt frenzy. This book, endorsed by the Pope, served as a manual for identifying, interrogating, and executing witches and became a key text in their persecution. The witch hunts peaked between the 15th and 17th centuries, resulting in thousands of executions, mainly of women. Methods of identifying and persecuting witches were brutal and often lacked due process. Accused individuals faced trials involving torture to extract confessions, using devices like the rack, thumbscrews, and sleep deprivation. Confessions often led to execution by hanging or burning at the stake. The trials lacked transparency, with accusations frequently based on personal vendettas or unfounded rumors. Communities were gripped by fear, neighbors turning against each other. Witch trials occurred across Europe, notably in Germany, France, and England. The witch trials in Würzburg and Bamberg, Germany, during the 1620s were among Europe's largest and deadliest. Over 1,000 people were executed. In Würzburg, entire families, including children as young as 7, were accused. The trials were marked by extreme violence and hysteria, driven by religious and political turmoil. Bamberg faced similar chaos, with Prince Bishop Heinrich Forner fervently pushing the persecution. Both cities extensively used torture, destabilizing the regions. The Salem witch trials of 1692 in Massachusetts were influenced by European practices and fears, but we'll get to Salem later in the documentary, as it's so important of a trial. By the late 17th and early 18th centuries, the fervor surrounding witch trials began to wane. The Enlightenment era brought a shift towards rational thought and skepticism of superstitions. Intellectuals like Voltaire and John Locke advocated for reason, individual rights, and scientific inquiry, challenging the belief in witchcraft. Legal reforms also played a crucial role as more structured judicial systems emerged, emphasizing evidence-based trials and due process. Additionally, the horrific outcomes of past witch hunts served as cautionary tales, prompting societies to reconsider their stance on witchcraft accusations. Although witch trials declined, their historical impact profoundly marked European society. Literature and folklore continued portraying witches, often as malevolent figures linked to dark magic. The legacy of witch hunts also spurred legal and social reforms to prevent future injustices. Examining the origins of witchcraft and witch burnings requires considering the broader socio-political context of medieval Europe. The Church's role, shifting power dynamics, and pervasive fear of the unknown contributed to witch hunts. Economic hardships like famines and wars exacerbated social tensions, making scapegoating vulnerable individuals more likely. The intersection of religious, social, and political factors created an environment ripe for witch hunts. Understanding these complexities elucidates how fear, ignorance, and authority can combine to produce widespread persecution. Recognizing the mechanisms that fueled the witch hunts, religious zealotry, economic strain, and social tensions, provides insight into how similar patterns might manifest today. By remembering these dark chapters of history, we can advocate more effectively for reason, justice, and the protection of vulnerable communities. But now that we've discussed Europe for a while, let's look at Americas, specifically pre-colonial Americas. In pre-colonial Americas, witchcraft and shamanism were integral to many indigenous cultures, each with unique beliefs and practices. The Aztecs viewed witchcraft through spiritual and medical lenses. Aztec women, Tizitl, were essential healers using herbs and rituals. The Inca civilization had sorcistas, who consulted spirits and performed healing ceremonies. Inca shamans believed they could communicate with gods, predict the future, and influence natural events, blending religious and everyday life. Similarly, the Mapuche of Chile had machi, mainly women, who served as healers and spiritual guides, performing intricate ceremonies to cure ailments and protect communities from evil spirits. The Huron-Wendat nation recognized Arendio Wania, shamans who mediated between the physical and spiritual worlds, using dreams and visions to guide their people. Witchcraft among North American tribes, such as the Navajo, Hopi, and Apache, included various rituals, protective charms, and healing practices. Navajo witches, Aunt Ihni, were thought to use witchcraft for both helpful and harmful purposes. The Maya civilization featured shamans called Amen, who practiced divination, performed ritual sacrifices, and acted as intermediaries between gods and humans. They used objects like crystals and mirrors for their rituals. The Olmecs believed in Naguals, humans who could shapeshift into animals for spiritual purposes. The Australian Aboriginal concept of dream time involved a state beyond the physical realm where spiritual beings could be encountered for guidance and knowledge. Among the Cherokee, Ottawahai witches served as healers and protectors, performing ceremonies and crafting talismans for healing and protection. The Zuni people believed in Uwanami, beings who could control the weather and influence events, using rituals and prayers to maintain community harmony. The Sioux had Wikasa Wakan, spiritual practitioners who sought visions to guide their tribes, cure diseases, and secure favorable conditions through spiritual communication. The Abenaki, a Native American tribe from the northeastern United States, believed in powerful witches known as Midewiwin, who could heal, protect, and control elements using herbs, chants, and rituals. The Haida people of the Pacific Northwest believed in Skana, spirits that could possess people and animals, invoked during ceremonies for hunting success and community well-being. The Kwakwaka'wakw had Hamatsa rituals, with secret societies performing exorcisms and spiritual healings. The Yucatec Maya had an elaborate pantheon of deities, and their shamans, Chilam, used bloodletting and hallucinogens to communicate with the gods. The Iroquois Confederacy had false faces, a society of medicine men and women wearing carved wooden masks to ward off evil spirits and cure diseases through dances and rituals. Among the Inuit, shamans called Angakuk traveled to the spirit world for guidance and healing, using drumming and chanting. In pre-colonial Mesoamerica, the Tepehuan believed in shamans called Hecha, who could both heal and curse. The Tarahumara had Owiruame, who communicated with spirits and performed protective and prophetic rituals. The Huichol practiced shamanism through Mara Akate, who undertook pilgrimages and used peyote in ceremonies to connect with the spiritual realm. In South America, the Tucano of the Amazon had Yai Masa, shamans who performed intricate rituals with chanting and hallucinogenic plants to mediate between humans and spirits. The Carib tribes of the Caribbean believed in Boye, shamans who conducted healing rituals and linked the physical and spiritual worlds. The Yanomami of the Amazon had Reahu, shamans who used tobacco and other plants to enter trances and communicate with spirits for guidance and healing. These practices highlight the extraordinary range and importance of witchcraft and shamanism across pre-colonial Americas. During the 16th and 17th centuries, European colonists brought their beliefs and fears about witchcraft to the Americas. These superstitions merged with indigenous folklore and the unique challenges of the New World. Colonists feared witchcraft, believing it manifested through malevolent magic or pacts with the devil. Laws against witchcraft were stringent. Accusations often led to trials and severe penalties. The infamous Salem witch trials of 1692 epitomized these fears. Witchcraft beliefs among colonists stemmed from European traditions dating back to the late medieval period. The case of Grace Sherwood, the Witch of Pungo, in Virginia, highlighted these attitudes when she was accused in 1698 and subjected to a trial by water. Clergy often reinforced these fears, interpreting natural disasters as divine punishment for the community's sins and linking them to witchcraft. Religious leaders like Increase Mather emphasized purging the community of perceived devilish influences. Supernatural explanations were used for unexplained events, and accusations could stem from personal vendettas or financial disputes. The link between witchcraft and medical practices complicates the historical narrative. Many accused witches were folk healers or midwives whose knowledge of herbs and natural remedies was misunderstood and feared. With limited formal medical knowledge, these women provided essential services but also aroused suspicion. In 1640, Margaret Jones of Charlestown, Massachusetts, was executed for witchcraft, largely due to her role as a healer. Colonial records indicate she was accused of using her remedies to cause harm rather than heal. Jealousy and distrust likely played roles in her conviction. The blending of indigenous healing practices with European methods often led to greater mistrust. Colonists were wary of anything unfamiliar or inexplicable. Religious leaders warned that these healers could be conduits for the devil's work, furthering the fear surrounding their activities. Community dynamics significantly influenced witchcraft accusations. Close-knit colonial settlements allowed personal disputes and neighborhood tensions to escalate into allegations. Land ownership and inheritance disputes were common sources of conflict. Children sometimes initiated witch hunts, and once accused, proving innocence was nearly impossible due to the belief in spectral evidence and the community's fervent desire to punish witches. Colonies like Massachusetts and Connecticut faced frequent threats from their environment, amplifying fears of witchcraft. The new and unpredictable New World environment made many natural occurrences frightening and inexplicable to colonists, feeding into supernatural fears. Puritans, Quakers, and other sects often viewed each other with suspicion, and these differences could morph into witchcraft accusations. For instance, Quakers in New England were sometimes accused by Puritans who saw their beliefs and practices as heretical. The legal framework at the time facilitated these trials. Colonies adopted English legal practices, including severe penalties for witchcraft. The use of spectral evidence, testimony that the spirit or specter of the accused was seen committing witchcraft, was a particularly controversial aspect, often leading to convictions based on unprovable evidence. Colonial courts, influenced by English common law, followed strict procedures. Witch hunts often relied on confessions obtained through duress or torture. Giles Corey's case, where he was pressed to death during the Salem witch trials for refusing to plead, exemplifies the brutal methods used. Legal records show that even spectral evidence, a highly disputed form of testimony, was allowed in court. Clergy actively participated, serving as judges, witnesses, and advocates, often interpreting unexplained phenomena as diabolic evidence. This overlap of religious and legal spheres further complicated the judicial process. The Massachusetts Body of Liberties, enacted in 1641, included death penalties for witchcraft, setting a precedent for harsh punishments. Pamphlets and sermons circulated widely, inciting fear and providing theological justification for witch hunts. These publications reinforced a cultural narrative viewing witchcraft as a dire threat to the community's moral and spiritual well-being. Under such conditions, rational discourse was overshadowed by fear and superstition, perpetuating a cycle of paranoia and execution. Over time, hysteria surrounding witchcraft in colonial America waned. By the early 18th century, skepticism about witch trials grew. The Enlightenment encouraged rational perspectives and questioned superstitions fueling witch hunts. Legal reforms reduced witchcraft prosecutions. In 1702, the Massachusetts General Court declared the Salem witch trials a tragic mistake and annulled many convictions. Public apologies were issued and reparations made to the families of the accused. Prominent figures like Increase Mather, who had supported the trials, began to oppose spectral evidence. This shift marked the start of a more secular, evidence-based justice system. Next up, a Baltic country with the most amazing forests, Estonia. Witchcraft in Estonia holds a deep, mysterious history, blending ancient pagan traditions with later Christian influences. Tracing back several centuries, Estonian witchcraft initially aligned with pagan rituals. Estonian pagans believed in various nature spirits and conducted rituals to honor them. Folk legends often portrayed witches as cunning women living on village outskirts, believed to control natural forces, and feared for their curses and misfortune-bringing abilities. One notable type of Estonian witch is the krat, a magical creature made from household items and brought to life by a witch or sorcerer through a pact with the devil. Krats performed tasks for their master, but could become dangerous if not properly managed. Additionally, tales of werewolves or libahunt were prominent in Estonian lore. These werewolves were thought to be humans who could transform into wolves, often with a witch's aid. With Christianity's spread in the 13th century, many pagan practices were suppressed but persisted in rural areas. During the Middle Ages, Estonian witchcraft became associated with the devil, influenced by broader European beliefs. Folk practices, often involving local healers using herbs and spells, still dominated. By the 16th and 17th centuries, witch hunts emerged, echoing European hysteria. A notable case in 1615 involved Mattis Mats, an Estonian witch accused and executed for her alleged practices. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, Estonian witchcraft evolved amidst Enlightenment ideals and peasant uprisings. During this period, Estonia experienced a resurgence of national consciousness, with folklore, including tales of witches, shaping national identity. By the 20th century, witchcraft practices receded, overshadowed by modern medicine and science. Today, Estonian museums and cultural festivals highlight these mystical aspects, ensuring the intriguing history of witchcraft remains in public consciousness. Witchcraft practices have been integral to Southeast Asian cultures for centuries. In Indonesia, dukun shamanic healers use traditional spells and herbs to cure illness and ward off evil spirits. Their role extends to blessings and protection in agriculture and familial harmony. In the Philippines, pre-colonial Babaylan were female spiritual leaders and healers, revered for communicating with the spirit world. They held social and political influence, participating in decision-making and leading community rituals. In Thailand, Morphe, or spirit mediums, act as intermediaries between humans and the spiritual realm, offering guidance, protection, and healing. These practitioners undergo rigorous training and initiation rites. Cambodian witchcraft, rooted in ancient Khmer traditions, involves kru, or traditional healers, who use charms, amulets, and rituals to address physical and spiritual ailments. In the Tibetan region, witchcraft and shamanistic traditions are deeply interwoven with Tibetan Buddhism. Bon, an ancient pre-Buddhist religion, incorporates magical practices to influence natural and spiritual forces. Bon rituals involve complex ceremonies, including protective amulets and elaborate offerings to appease deities and spirits. Tibetan lamas engage in esoteric practices to maintain harmony between the physical and spiritual realms. In Mongolia, the role of Bo, or shamans, is central to spiritual life. Mongolian shamans conduct rituals to summon spirits, protect against misfortune, and ensure communal well-being. These practices date back to the nomadic tribes, reflecting a strong connection to nature and the ancestral world. In Bhutan, witchcraft and magic are part of the spiritual tapestry. Pawo and Pamo are male and female shamans responsible for healing illnesses, exorcising spirits, and providing divinations. Their rituals often involve trance states and invocations of protective deities. In Vietnam, witchcraft, known as Thut Phu Thuy, invokes spirits and ancestors for guidance and protection. Vietnamese shamans, or Thay Phap, are pivotal in community rituals, especially for healing and safeguarding against supernatural forces. They perform intricate ceremonies with incantations, offerings, and talismans. In Malaysia, traditional witchcraft, referred to as Bomoh or Pawang, involves mystical chants, plants, and spiritual guidance to heal and protect the community. Bomoh serve as both healers and spiritual advisors. In Myanmar, witchcraft intertwines with local animist traditions, where Weza, semi-immortal beings with mystical powers, guide and protect humans. Practices often include creating yadaya, or protective charms, to avert misfortune. In Sri Lanka, witchcraft has a long-standing history, with rituals invoking benevolent deities for blessings and healing. Kadadiya, or traditional exorcists, conduct ceremonies to expel evil spirits and cure illnesses using sacred chants and elaborate rituals rooted in local belief systems. In ancient witchcraft practices in Pakistan, the pir, or revered saint, is believed to possess supernatural abilities through spiritual connections. Rooted in Sufi traditions, these rituals involve healing, protection, and guidance. In Bangladesh, witchcraft, or jadoo tona, intersects with local folklore and religious practices. Shamans and traditional healers use spells, amulets, and herbal remedies to address physical and spiritual issues. In Bhutan, witchcraft and magic are deeply integrated into its spiritual culture, with Pawo and Pamo exorcising spirits and healing through trance rituals and invocations. But now, the European country that maybe burned the most witches of all, good old Portugal. Witchcraft in Portugal has ancient roots, blending indigenous beliefs with Roman pagan rituals. During Roman rule, Lusitanian practices merged with Roman deities, forming a syncretic tradition. By the Middle Ages, European Christianity dominated, demonizing former pagan customs. The Catholic Church labeled witchcraft heresy, associating it with the devil, sparking persecution. By the 14th century, the Inquisition investigated alleged witches. A notable case in 1559 involved Maria Gonçalves in Lisbon, who was tried and executed for witchcraft, heightening fear and suspicion. Despite scant evidence, accusations often arose from personal vendettas or social tensions. Between 1626 and 1744, about 816 individuals were accused of witchcraft in Portugal, mainly in rural areas where folkloric traditions thrived and church influence was weaker. The interaction between local customs and church mandates fostered an environment of fear, exacerbated by social factors. The Inquisition, established by King João III in 1536, prosecuted witchcraft in Portugal, enforcing Catholic orthodoxy and eliminating heresy. Many accused were women, particularly healers, midwives, or those involved in traditional medicine. Accusations were often driven by local rivalries or economic jealousy. Torture was used to extract confessions, leading to many false admissions. Penalties ranged from public penance to execution by burning. A notorious incident in 1626 saw women in Coimbra accused of causing a plague, tortured, and burned at the stake. Public sentiment and church doctrine reinforced the belief that witches were allied with the devil, increasing pressure on the Inquisition to act decisively. In the 17th century, fear of witchcraft and persecution surged in Portugal, influenced by Spain's fervent witch hunts. The Portuguese Inquisition adopted similar methods, including public trials and executions. One notorious trial involved Isabel Fernandez, accused of harming neighbors with spells. Her 1650 trial drew significant attention, with coerced testimonies from townspeople. Isabel was found guilty and burned at the stake, heightening the fear of witchcraft. Records show accusations often targeted vulnerable individuals like widows, the elderly, and the mentally ill, who were marginalized and easy targets. Fear of witches extended to urban centers like Lisbon, with numerous trials and executions. This widespread hysteria, fueled by religious fervor, social unrest, and superstition, created a climate where accusations could easily lead to fatal outcomes. The Church played a central role in the persecution of witches in Portugal. The Catholic Church viewed witchcraft as a direct threat to its authority and collaborated with secular authorities to eliminate it. Sermons and teachings highlighted the dangers of witchcraft, depicting it as a malevolent force allied with Satan. Religious festivals and public gatherings included dramatic plays and reenactments of the battle between good and evil, reinforcing the idea that witches were agents of the devil. The Church's influence permeated the legal system, where ecclesiastical courts held significant power in prosecuting witchcraft cases. Punishments were severe, not only to deter the accused, but also to serve as a warning to others. The fear of being labeled a witch loomed over many, and even minor infractions or eccentric behavior could arouse suspicion. Archives reveal instances where people accused neighbors of witchcraft out of personal grudges or to curry favor with authorities. These accusations could escalate, leading to prolonged investigations and brutal torture to extract confessions. The Church's role in these processes was crucial. Its doctrines and practices were key in sustaining the witch-hunting fervor in Portugal. By the late 17th and early 18th centuries, witch hunts in Portugal began to wane. Skepticism among intellectuals and some clergy led to increased criticism of witch trials. Enlightenment ideas permeated Portuguese society, emphasizing reason and scientific inquiry over superstition and fear. High-profile cases of wrongful accusations and executions fueled public outcry against the Inquisition. One notable case involved Ana de Castro, accused of witchcraft in 1701. Her exoneration after severe torture highlighted the injustices of witch hunting. This case sparked debate and calls for reform. Shifting attitudes led to legal changes. By the mid-18th century, fewer witchcraft cases went to trial, and the use of torture declined. In 1755, the Marquis of Pombal implemented significant reforms to curtail the Inquisition's power. The Marquis of Pombal's mid-18th century reforms curbed the Inquisition's power and marked the decline of witch hunts in Portugal. Influenced by Enlightenment principles, Pombal promoted rationalism and reduced superstition in legal and social matters. His reforms included secularizing education and fostering a more scientific mindset among the populace. He also limited the Church's judicial intervention, ensuring fairer handling of alleged witchcraft cases. The decline of witch hunts was also due to changing societal attitudes. By the late 18th century, belief in witchcraft had significantly weakened. Prominent literary and academic figures criticized the irrationality of witch hunts, and publications debunking witchcraft myths further eroded public support. Portuguese society transitioned from fear-driven superstition to a culture valuing reason and justice. The end of witch hunts in Portugal marks a significant period, reflecting European trends towards enlightenment and rational thought. Moving away from superstition and fear opened the way for modern legal principles and human rights. By the 19th century, Portugal embraced many Enlightenment aspects, including a secular approach to governance and justice. While the intense witch-hunting period left a dark legacy, it highlighted the importance of critical thinking and skepticism in shaping a just society. Portugal's transformation into a nation valuing reason over superstition was gradual, influenced by various intellectual and social currents. Today, the history of witch hunts in Portugal reminds us of the dangers of letting fear and ignorance dictate actions and policies. It underscores the necessity of vigilance in protecting human rights and ensuring justice systems are founded on fairness and rationality, rather than fear and prejudice. And now, the infamous Salem witch trials. The Salem witch trials began in spring 1692 in Salem Village, now Danvers, Massachusetts. This series of hearings and prosecutions led to the execution of 20 people, mostly women. The catalyst was the strange behavior of Elizabeth Parris and Abigail Williams, daughter and niece of Reverend Samuel Parris. Their fits and screaming led a local doctor to diagnose them as victims of witchcraft. As fear spread, Other young girls exhibited similar behaviors, fueling suspicion and accusations. The hysteria extended beyond Salem Village to other towns in Massachusetts, with 200 people accused of witchcraft. Reverend Samuel Parris played a significant role in spreading the panic through his sermons. The trials were influenced by local politics, family feuds, and superstitions about the supernatural. As the Salem witch trials progressed, the Court of Oyer and Terminer, established by Governor William Phips in May 1692, oversaw the trials. The court used spectral evidence, testimony that the spirit of the accused was seen committing witchcraft. This evidence, based on visions and dreams rather than tangible proof, was heavily criticized and controversial. Judges Samuel Sewall, William Stoughton, and John Haythorne presided, with Stoughton particularly zealous in prosecuting alleged witches. The most infamous trial was Bridget Bishop's, the first executed on June 10, 1692. Known for her unconventional lifestyle, Bishop was an easy target. Her conviction set a severe precedent, leading to a wave of trials and executions. The court's reliance on spectral evidence and intense societal pressure ensured many more followed Bishop to the gallows. During the Salem witch trials, accusations were rampant. Respected community members like Rebecca Nurse and Martha Corey faced charges. Nurse, a devout elderly woman, was initially acquitted but retried and executed on July 19, 1692. Corey, known for her strong will, was also convicted and met the same fate. The trials devastated families. Giles Corey, Martha's husband, refused to plead and was subjected to pressing, a torture method involving heavy stones on his chest, leading to his death. Confessions were often extracted through intense psychological pressure, threats, and physical coercion. Fear of accusation led some to falsely confess to witchcraft, hoping to save themselves by implicating others. This created a vicious cycle of accusation and confession, exacerbating the hysteria. The pervasive atmosphere of distrust and fear in Salem made any dissenting voice a target, ensuring the trial's relentless progression. By late summer 1692, the Salem witch trials faced increasing scrutiny. Doubts about spectral evidence and confession methods grew. Prominent figures like Increase Mather, a respected minister, publicly denounced spectral evidence. His influential work argued it was better for 10 suspected witches to escape than for one innocent person to be condemned. Governor William Phips, influenced by Mather's arguments, intervened. In October 1692, Phips dissolved the Court of Oyer and Terminer, halting the witch trials. He replaced it with the Superior Court of Judicature, which did not allow spectral evidence, leading to the acquittal and release of many prisoners. This change marked a significant turning point, signaling the beginning of the end for the Salem witch trials. After the dissolution of the Court of Oyer and Terminer, the mood in Salem shifted. Public sentiment turned against the trials, and apologies emerged. The families of the accused sought to clear their loved ones' names. In 1697, Judge Samuel Sewall publicly confessed his role in the trials and asked for forgiveness. Massachusetts declared a day of fasting and reflection for the tragedy. In 1702, the trials were declared unlawful. Further restitution came in 1706 when Ann Putnam, one of the original accusers, publicly apologized. The state continued addressing the injustices, culminating in 1711 when the Massachusetts legislature passed a bill restoring the rights and reputations of the accused, along with financial reparations. The legacy of the Salem witch trials endures as a cautionary tale, reminding us of the dangers of unchecked mass hysteria and the potential for injustice when due process is ignored. Sites like the Salem Witch Museum and the Witch House commemorate this dark chapter in American history. The trials have inspired numerous studies, books, and films, each analyzing the paranoia and social dynamics involved. Salem has transformed its historical notoriety into a platform for educating about the perils of intolerance and the need for a rational, humane judicial system. Next up, one of the most famous witches of all time, or so they say about her, the Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc was born around 1412 in Domremy, a small village in northeastern France. Her early life was ordinary. She was the daughter of a tenant farmer living in a time of conflict. When she was born, the 100 Years' War between France and England had already raged for 2 generations, devastating parts of France. Joan grew up with tales of French heroes like Charlemagne and the war's events, which would shape her future. At 13, Joan began experiencing visions and hearing voices. She claimed that St. Michael, St. Catherine, and St. Margaret instructed her to support Charles VII and drive the English from France. Initially, her claims met with skepticism, but she persisted. By 16, she convinced a local garrison leader to escort her to the Dauphin Charles. Despite her youth and gender, her passionate pleas secured a meeting with Charles, leading to her military campaign. Joan of Arc's influence surged after her 1429 meeting with Charles VII. Granted a small army, she was tasked with lifting the English siege of Orléans, a strategic city. Defying expectations, Joan led her troops to crucial victories, ending the siege in 9 days. This triumph marked a pivotal moment in the Hundred Years' War, bolstering French morale and affirming Charles VII's legitimacy as the rightful heir to the French throne. After her triumph at Orléans, Joan of Arc continued to secure victories. She played a crucial role in several battles, culminating in Charles VII's coronation in Reims on July 17, 1429. Her battlefield presence became symbolic, rallying French forces and intimidating the English. Despite her successes, Joan faced growing opposition from both the enemy and within the French court. Her conviction and leadership cemented her as a legendary figure in French history. In early 1430, Joan of Arc's fate shifted. On May 23, 1430, defending Compiègne, she was captured by the Burgundians, English allies. They handed her to the English, who imprisoned her in Rouen. The English and their allies viewed Joan as a threat to their control over France and aimed to discredit her. Joan's trial for heresy, witchcraft, and cross-dressing began in January 1431. The proceedings were biased, aiming to discredit her and the French cause. Despite limited legal knowledge, Joan defended herself with remarkable composure, insisting her visions were from God. On May 30, 1431, Joan of Arc was convicted and burned at the stake at 19 years old. After Joan of Arc's death, her legacy flourished. In 1456, Pope Calixtus III authorized a posthumous retrial. The investigation declared her innocent and proclaimed her a martyr. Her exoneration solidified her status as a French heroine and symbol of resistance. Joan's image evolved over centuries, becoming a figure of national pride and unity for France, especially during conflicts. Her story was invoked during the Napoleonic Wars and both World Wars as a symbol of courage and patriotism. In 1920, Joan of Arc was canonized as a saint by the Roman Catholic Church, recognizing her spiritual significance. Joan of Arc endures as a symbol of faith, courage, and patriotism. Her life has inspired numerous books, films, and studies. She remains pivotal in French history and Christian iconography. Streets, statues, and churches dedicated to her exist throughout France and globally. Joan of Arc's journey from a teenage visionary to a national military leader and martyr enriches our understanding of medieval Europe. Labeled a witch by her enemies, her sainthood and heroism have eclipsed these accusations. Joan of Arc exemplifies how conviction and bravery can alter history. Moving forward in time, witchcraft during the Renaissance era is deeply rooted in the socio-political and religious upheavals of the time. The early Renaissance, spanning the 14th to 17th centuries, marked a revival of classical learning and values, creating fertile ground for intellectual and cultural expression. However, it also sparked fears and superstitions within communities. The era was characterized by centralization of power, widespread wars, and religious fracturing, particularly between the Catholic Church and the Protestant Reformation. These disruptions heightened uncertainty and anxiety among the populace, making them more susceptible to beliefs in witchcraft and the supernatural. The infamous Malleus Maleficarum, published in 1487 by Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, played a pivotal role in shaping views on witchcraft. This manual sanctioned the identification, persecution, and execution of supposed witches, establishing a framework for widespread witch hunts. Key figures, such as John Calvin and Martin Luther, contributed to the discourse, often promoting the idea that witches were in league with the devil. This period also saw secular courts involved in witch trials, reflecting the deep entanglement of political power with the fear of witchcraft. The Renaissance's fascination with the mythical and occult fueled interest in witchcraft. Scholars like Agrippa von Nettesheim and Paracelsus studied alchemy and esoteric subjects, blurring lines between science and magic. Their studies included astrology, divination, and necromancy, all linked to contemporary views on witchcraft. The printing press played a significant role, spreading texts and ideas about witchcraft. Pamphlets, books, and manuals detailing witch trials and confessions circulated widely, contributing to the hysteria. Rulers used witch hunts to consolidate power. Folklore and popular beliefs significantly influenced witchcraft during the Renaissance. Many witch legends were rooted in pre-Christian and pagan practices, reinterpreted to blend old superstitions with contemporary fears. Unmarried, widowed, or outspoken women were often viewed with suspicion. The Church's teachings on women's inherent sinfulness and moral weakness amplified these fears. The intersection of medicine and witchcraft during the Renaissance is a fascinating historical aspect. Medical knowledge was nascent, with many ailments attributed to supernatural causes. Physicians and apothecaries often competed with folk practitioners using herbal remedies and charms. These healers faced witchcraft accusations as their practices diverged from emerging medical science. Midwives were frequent targets due to their role in childbirth, surrounded by superstitions and high mortality rates. The church and state viewed these women's medical practices with suspicion, fearing their herbal knowledge linked to witchcraft. The Renaissance's emphasis on empirical observation and scientific inquiry sometimes clashed with entrenched superstitions. Figures like Galileo and Leonardo da Vinci, who championed new scientific methods, indirectly influenced societal views on unexplained phenomena, including witchcraft. Their work symbolized a shift towards rational explanations, even as superstition remained prevalent. Renaissance legal frameworks profoundly impacted witch persecution. Trials became systematic, with standardized procedures and documentation. Accusations followed a pattern: suspicion, arrest, interrogation, and often torture for confessions. Local magistrates and inquisitors, adhering to secular and ecclesiastical laws, played central roles. Torture devices like thumbscrews and the strapado were common to force admissions of guilt. Detailed records of trials, including confessions, accusations, and verdicts, were meticulously kept, fueling hysteria. Witch hunters documented alleged pacts with the devil, attendance at witches' sabbats, and malevolent magic against neighbors. Cultural works, including plays and pamphlets, depicted witches as evil, entrenching these ideas in popular consciousness. Despite challenges by skeptical thinkers, fear and persecution of witches persisted throughout the Renaissance. During the Enlightenment, the concept of witchcraft transformed significantly. Unlike previous centuries marked by rampant witch hunts and trials, the Enlightenment ushered in rational thought and scientific inquiry. European intellectuals questioned the existence and nature of witches. Figures like Voltaire and Diderot promoted skepticism and criticized superstitions surrounding witchcraft. The Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and evidence led to a decline in witch hunts, as accusations were increasingly seen as irrational and baseless. The Enlightenment saw the publication of influential texts that challenged traditional beliefs about witchcraft. Reginald Scott's The Discovery of Witchcraft, first published in 1584, gained significance during this period. Scott argued that witchcraft was a delusion and criticized the harsh punishments inflicted on alleged witches. Johann Weyer published De Praestigiis Demonum in 1563, also questioning the validity of witch hunts. These texts laid the groundwork for a more rational and humane approach to suspected witchcraft cases during the Enlightenment. Legal reforms during the Enlightenment significantly contributed to the decline of witchcraft persecution. The introduction of systematic legal procedures and the emphasis on empirical evidence reduced witch hunts. In 1682, Louis XIV of France issued an edict ending witch trials in his kingdom. Similarly, in 1714, Prussia's Frederick William I decreed that witchcraft accusations were mere superstitions and not legally prosecutable. These reforms reflected Enlightenment ideals of reason, justice, and human rights, fostering a more critical view of witchcraft allegations. Scientific advancements in the 17th and 18th centuries significantly changed perceptions of witchcraft. The rise of natural sciences and the scientific method promoted rational examination of phenomena once attributed to witchcraft. Medical progress improved understanding of mental illnesses and neurological disorders, often misinterpreted as witchcraft or demonic possession. Researchers like Antony van Leeuwenhoek, a pioneer in microbiology, showed that many diseases had natural causes. This shift in understanding reduced the credibility of witchcraft allegations and contributed to their decline. The decline of witchcraft persecution during the Enlightenment can be attributed to changes in religious thought. Enlightenment thinkers promoted deism, emphasizing reason and morality over superstition and dogma. This new perspective encouraged skepticism towards witchcraft accusations. Additionally, the separation of church and state reduced religious authorities' influence over legal matters, leading to fewer witch trials. The shift towards secular governance and the promotion of human rights fostered a more humane attitude towards individuals accused of witchcraft. The Victorian era, spanning from 1837 to 1901, was a time of significant social, cultural, and technological changes. Amid these transformations, witchcraft experienced a notable revival, fueled by growing interest in the occult and reactions against industrialization. The era saw a blend of scientific inquiry and superstition, as people turned to witchcraft to reclaim a sense of mystery and control in lives increasingly dominated by technology and industry. Witchcraft adapted to contemporary Victorian sensibilities, with books on the subject blending folklore and emerging scientific theories. Notable works include The Witch Cult in Western Europe by Margaret Murray, which posited an organized pagan religion predating Christianity. This period also saw a boom in spiritualism, linked with witchcraft, as people sought communication with spirits and the dead, providing comfort in an era of uncertainty and change. Organizations and societies dedicated to witchcraft and the occult, such as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, emerged. These groups combined ancient rituals, Hermeticism, and magic theories, making their teachings accessible to the Victorian intellectual elite. The resurgence of witchcraft during the Victorian era stemmed from a fascination with the exotic and unknown. The British Empire's expansion introduced Victorians to diverse religious practices and occult traditions, sparking curiosity and a desire for mystical exploration. Many turned to witchcraft to access ancient wisdom and esoteric knowledge. The rise of literacy and the publishing industry made occult knowledge more accessible. Witchcraft-related publications, such as grimoires, manuals, and pamphlets, circulated widely, catering to a growing interest in the supernatural. Notable examples include the Key of Solomon, detailing magical practices, and Helena Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine, which combined occultism with philosophy and comparative religion. Victorian witchcraft often intertwined with the era's feminist movement. As women sought greater autonomy, witchcraft offered alternative spiritual practices that empowered them. Female practitioners, like self-styled witch and occultist Dion Fortune, played influential roles in promoting and preserving witchcraft traditions, linking them with contemporary social movements. Psychological theories bolstered the appeal of witchcraft. The burgeoning field of psychology, represented by Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, delved into the unconscious mind and the power of symbols and archetypes. This climate fostered the acceptance of witchcraft within mainstream culture. People sought to understand their inner lives and anxieties through magical rituals and symbol interpretation. Witchcraft intersected with the Victorian interest in nature and pastoral life. The era saw a renewed appreciation for the natural world, contrasting the grim realities of urban industrial life. Witchcraft, emphasizing natural elements and cycles, resonated with those yearning for a deeper connection to the environment. Practices like herbalism, moon rituals, and seasonal celebrations gained prominence. The Victorian era's fascination with death and the afterlife intertwined with witchcraft. Mourning rituals, seances, and a preoccupation with communicating with the dead were prevalent. Witchcraft offered structured ways to engage with these themes, providing comfort and a sense of control over life's unknown aspects. Figures like spiritualist medium Florence Cook captivated public imagination, blending witchcraft and spiritualism. Folklore and local traditions significantly influenced the origin and revival of witchcraft in the Victorian era. Many Victorian households preserved ancestral beliefs and practices, merging them with a newfound fascination for the occult. This blend created a unique form of Victorian witchcraft, rooted in tradition, yet adapted to contemporary interests. The impact of literary works was also profound. Gothic novels like Bram Stoker's Dracula and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, though not directly about witchcraft, fostered an atmosphere of supernatural intrigue. These stories captivated the public's imagination, prompting deeper exploration of related occult practices. Authors such as Arthur Machen and Algernon Blackwood explicitly focused on witchcraft and the supernatural, further fueling interest in occult themes. Rapid technological advancements, exposure to global cultures, psychological theories, nature reverence, and literary contributions all played significant roles. Together, these elements created an environment where witchcraft thrived, offering solace and a connection to the mysterious and mystical in an ever-changing world. And before we hop on to modern times, let's see how different religions have viewed witchcraft. Witchcraft, deeply embedded in global cultural narratives, originates from various religious traditions, including Buddhism. Early Buddhist texts from around the 5th century BC mention rituals and spells. These references appear in the Pali Canon, the ancient scriptures of Theravada Buddhism. Contrary to modern perceptions, these practices aimed at protection and healing, not malevolence. Monks and lay practitioners used spells and charms to ward off evil spirits, cure sickness, and ensure safe travels. The Buddhist concept of Maya, often translated as illusion or magic, further complicates understanding witchcraft in this context. Texts like Siddhartha Gautama's Jataka tales depict Buddha using supernatural powers to teach moral lessons. This depiction of magic is morally neutral, emphasizing intent over inherent good or evil. Such narratives enriched Buddhist thought on supernatural phenomena, influencing later interpretations and practices. Buddhist witchcraft blends indigenous beliefs and practices encountered as Buddhism spread across Asia. In regions like Tibet and China, shamanistic traditions merged with Buddhist teachings. Tibetan Buddhism integrated Bon religion's rituals involving spirits and protective deities, including complex ceremonies and chants believed to influence natural and supernatural forces. A prominent figure in Tibetan Buddhist witchcraft is Padmasambhava, an 8th century Indian tantric master revered for his magical abilities. Legends assert he subdued local demons and established Buddhism in Tibet through powerful rituals and spells. In China, the integration of Taoist elements into Buddhism further exemplifies this blend. Taoist alchemy, astrology, and talismanic practices enriched Buddhist monastic routines, enhancing the approach to spiritual well-being. Southeast Asia offers unique perspectives on Buddhist witchcraft. In Thailand, practitioners called ajarns blend Buddhist and animist rituals, using amulets, tattoos, and sacred objects imbued with magical properties for protection and fortune. Sakyant tattoos, often intricate, are believed to grant supernatural powers to the wearer. Sri Lanka's approach to Buddhist witchcraft shows another distinct adaptation. Healing rituals called hunian are performed by specialists to address illness, possession, and bad luck. These ceremonies involve elaborate incantations and offerings to deities and spirits, illustrating how Buddhist witchcraft adapts to regional cultures while maintaining core principles of compassion and protection. The historical trajectory of witchcraft in Buddhism illustrates its ability to integrate diverse cultural elements. Buddhist rituals and spells were adapted to align with local beliefs and customs. Modern practitioners might use traditional rituals for personal and communal well-being. The enduring presence of these practices highlights the continued relevance of the supernatural in Buddhist traditions. Whether through healing rituals, protective charms, or spiritual tattoos, the intersection of witchcraft and Buddhism remains a rich field of cultural and religious significance. Next religion we're going to look into is Taoism, which is going to surprise you, I bet you that. Taoism, a spiritual and philosophical tradition from ancient China, has a deep history with witchcraft. This connection reflects the reverence for nature and the supernatural. Taoist witchcraft's origins lie in ancient Chinese shamanistic practices, where shamans mediated between human and spirit worlds. Rituals included invoking spirits, divination, and seeking spiritual guidance. Early Taoist texts discuss controlling natural elements, akin to modern witchcraft. Key components of Taoist witchcraft involve talismans, spells, and incantations for healing, protection, and harm, believed to harness natural energies. Prominent Taoist figures, like Ge Hong from the Eastern Jin dynasty, wrote extensively on alchemy and practices for immortality and spiritual transcendence. He detailed summoning spirits, using magical herbs, and performing complex rituals. The Daozang, or Taoist canon, contains numerous texts detailing the practices and rituals involving witchcraft. A prominent feature was the use of fu, Taoist talismans with specific symbols and characters believed to carry magical powers. These fu were used for various purposes, including warding off evil spirits, healing illnesses, and ensuring good fortune. Another significant aspect was the role of Taoist priests, intermediaries between the spiritual and human realms. They performed complex rituals to balance the energies of yin and yang, critical concepts in Taoism representing opposing forces in the universe. These priests also practiced divination to foresee future events and offer guidance. Historical records from the Han Dynasty mention the use of witchcraft in state affairs, reflecting its accepted role in society. The court often sought the counsel of Taoist practitioners to perform rituals aimed at securing political stability and success in military campaigns. By the Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907 AD, Taoist witchcraft had become integral to popular culture and state religion. Taoist temples served as hubs for spiritual and magical practices, where priests performed rites to harness supernatural powers. This era saw the development of sophisticated Taoist magic, including alchemical experiments aimed at achieving immortality and creating elixirs for eternal life. A notable aspect was the emphasis on inner alchemy, focusing on cultivating spiritual and physical energy through meditation and specific training to align with natural forces. Texts like the Taiping Jing detail complex magical rites and interactions with deities and spirits. Records also show Taoist practitioners involved in healing plagues and natural disasters, highlighting their role in addressing communal crises. Taoist witchcraft evolved through the Song and Ming dynasties, with practitioners refining techniques and expanding influence. The Song dynasty saw a flourishing of Taoist literature, with manuals on magical practices becoming widely available. These texts provided instructions on crafting talismans, conducting exorcisms, and summoning spirits. The Ming dynasty emphasized integrating Taoist rituals into daily life, making household exorcisms and protective charms common. Taoist witchcraft played a role in village affairs, where local priests mediated between the community and the spirit world. Practices evolved to include more communal and accessible forms of magic, aiming at collective well-being and protection. This era also marked the standardization of many rituals, making them more uniform across regions. And now, Hinduism, one of the oldest religions, has a rich tapestry of supernatural beliefs, including witchcraft. References to witchcraft in Hinduism date back to the Vedic texts around 1500 to 500 BC. The Atharva Veda, one of the four Vedas, contains hymns describing rituals to ward off evil spirits and curses, highlighting the belief in supernatural forces and the need for protection against them. In ancient Hindu society, witches were seen as individuals with the power to harness supernatural forces for both benevolent and malevolent purposes. They were believed to cast spells, heal illnesses, and communicate with the spirit world. The dual nature of witches, as both protectors and threats, added to their mystique and fear. A significant aspect of witchcraft in Hinduism is the concept of agoris. Agoras are ascetics who engage in post-mortem rituals and are often associated with black magic. They worship Shiva in his Bhairava form, a manifestation of Shiva associated with destruction. Their practices include meditating on corpses and using ash from cremation grounds, symbolizing their defiance of orthodox norms and their connection to the supernatural. The Rudra Kalpa, an ancient Hindu text, describes methods to invoke spirits and control supernatural entities, underscoring the societal belief in the power of words and rituals to influence reality. The Yajurveda references Yatudanas, practitioners of black magic believed to be possessed by demonic forces and capable of causing harm, indicating a deep belief in the supernatural in ancient Hindu culture. Medieval India saw the rise of Tantrism, a complex system incorporating elements of witchcraft, emphasizing mantras, yantras, and rituals to attain spiritual power and control over supernatural forces. This marked a significant departure from Vedic traditions, highlighting the diverse nature of Hindu spiritual practices. Deities like Kali and Durga, depicted in fierce forms, were worshipped for protection against evil forces. These goddesses embody both destruction and protection, resonating with the dual nature of witchcraft. Their worship involves intense rituals and offerings, emphasizing the connection between Hinduism and witchcraft. Hindu witchcraft intriguingly incorporates amulets and talismans, believed to protect against evil spirits and negative energies. Common materials include herbs, metals, and sacred threads, each empowered by specific mantras and rituals. Certain Indian regions have a tradition of witch doctors, known as ojas, or tantrics. These practitioners address issues like health problems, protection from black magic, and finding lost objects. Their roles combine spirituality and practical problem-solving, making them vital community figures. Village deities, or Gramadevata, are crucial in local witchcraft practices. Unique to specific villages, these deities are invoked for protection and blessings. Rituals honoring them may include animal sacrifices, fire rituals, and community feasts. Hindu mythology offers numerous tales illustrating witchcraft. One prominent story involves the demoness Putana, who tried to kill the infant Krishna with poisoned milk. Instead, Krishna sucked the life out of her, highlighting the belief in evil forces and supernatural counteractions. The legend of Bhashmasura tells of a demon who received a boon from Lord Shiva, granting him the power to turn anyone he touched into ashes. This myth underscores the peril of misusing supernatural powers, a recurring theme in witchcraft stories. Festivals like Holi and Diwali also have ties to witchcraft and the supernatural. Holi, the festival of colors, is linked to the burning of the demoness Holika, symbolizing the triumph of good over evil. Diwali, the festival of lights, involves rituals to ward off evil spirits and invite prosperity and protection from deities like Lakshmi and Kali. Modern India still retains traces of these ancient beliefs. While a scientific worldview has gained prominence, traditional practices related to witchcraft remain, especially in rural areas. Witchcraft in Hinduism is a complex interplay of ancient texts, societal roles, myths, and modern realities, reflecting both fear and wonder. Next on our list, Christianity and the New Testament. The origins of witchcraft in the New Testament are both fascinating and complex. Understanding the cultural and historical context of these texts is crucial for grasping early Christian views on witchcraft. In the New Testament, witchcraft intertwines with themes of good and evil, salvation, and divine power. The Greek term pharmakia, often translated as witchcraft or sorcery, appears in Galatians 5:20 and Revelation 18:23, originally referring to the use of potions or drugs. Early Christians were wary of pharmakia due to its associations with pagan rituals and its potential to manipulate free will or alter reality. Mediums and spiritists, believed to communicate with the dead or predict the future, were also condemned. In Acts 8:9-24, Simon Magus, a sorcerer in Samaria, exemplifies this condemnation. Simon's attempt to buy the Holy Spirit's power from the apostles underscores the early church's stance against using magical practices for personal gain. The New Testament's portrayal of witchcraft is influenced by Mosaic law in the Old Testament. Early Christians inherited Jewish laws that prohibited witchcraft and sorcery, labeling them abominations. Deuteronomy 18:10-12 denounces practices such as divination, soothsaying, and necromancy. This Jewish framework shaped New Testament writers' perspectives, ensuring continuity in anti-witchcraft sentiment. Additionally, the Greco-Roman context in which Christianity spread played a role. Magic and witchcraft were prevalent in the Greco-Roman world, with various rituals and spells aimed at influencing divine and natural forces. However, early Christians distinguished their faith by rejecting these practices, emphasizing the miracles performed by Jesus and the apostles as acts of divine intervention. Witchcraft was viewed as a remnant of paganism and a challenge to the authenticity and power of Christian miracles. This dichotomy created a boundary between acceptable divine miracles and prohibited magical practices, strengthening the early church's identity. Evidence of the New Testament's stance on witchcraft appears in several key incidents and teachings. The story of Elymas the sorcerer in Acts 13:6-12 is particularly revealing. Elymas, also known as Bar-Jesus, is a Jewish sorcerer who opposes Paul and Barnabas in Cyprus. Paul, filled with the Holy Spirit, rebukes Elymas, striking him blind. This event underscores that sorcery is inherently opposed to God's work. In Revelation 21:8, sorcerers are listed among those who will face the second death, indicating divine judgment against magical practices. The New Testament consistently associates witchcraft with falsehood and opposition to divine truth. Early Christian writers like Ignatius of Antioch and Justin Martyr warned against the dangers of sorcery and magic, reinforcing the New Testament's warnings. Their writings reflect an ongoing struggle to define Christian identity against prevailing cultural practices. Witchcraft and sorcery were thus not only theological issues, but also practical concerns in the daily lives of early Christians, guiding them away from influences that threatened their spiritual well-being. The New Testament's references to witchcraft significantly influenced early Christian views on magic and sorcery. As Christianity spread, these references defined acceptable religious practices. Condemning witchcraft reinforced Christian identity, distinguishing divine miracles from pagan magic. Over time, these biblical views were integrated into Christian theology and ecclesiastical law. Church fathers like Augustine of Hippo expanded the argument against witchcraft, seeing it as demonic influence. This interpretation solidified in medieval doctrine, leading to infamous witch hunts. The fear of witchcraft, linked with heresy and diabolic pacts, resonated throughout Christian history. Despite cultural shifts, the New Testament's initial condemnations left a lasting legacy, providing a framework for addressing alleged witchcraft into the early modern period. And now, as promised, World War II and witchcraft. During World War II, British intelligence agency MI5 used unconventional tactics to deceive the enemy, including witchcraft and the occult. This idea stemmed from a military interest in the supernatural, championed by Aleister Crowley. Known for his occult practices, Crowley was engaged in spreading misinformation and psychological operations to confuse the Nazis. MI5 aimed to exploit the Nazis' belief in the occult to manipulate their decisions and sow discord. The Nazis believed in astrology and occult symbols, thinking they could predict and alter outcomes through mystical means. By feeding false astrological predictions and creating fake occult symbols, British intelligence sought to mislead Nazi leaders and foster uncertainty in their decision-making. Aleister Crowley's involvement remains one of the most enigmatic and lesser-known aspects of the war, blending psychological warfare with mystical intrigue. Beyond Aleister Crowley's contributions, other figures and events intertwined wartime activities with the supernatural. One notable instance is Operation Mistletoe, involving Duncan Cameron, a prominent occultist. The operation focused on creating deceptive magical rites to destabilize Nazi confidence and included the distribution of mystical artifacts believed to have magical properties. Cameron staged elaborate rituals intended to be intercepted by enemy intelligence, suggesting the British harnessed supernatural powers. These operations aimed to influence enemy morale and create fear, reflecting the British military's understanding of the psychological impact of the occult. Another significant event was the supposed hexing of Adolf Hitler. In 1941, a group of witches, organized by Dion Fortune, performed rituals to protect Britain and hinder Hitler's advances. These acts of wartime witchcraft, whether fully believed by practitioners or used as psychological tools, illustrate the lengths to which wartime strategies extended, embracing both traditional intelligence methods and the mystical. During the war, both the Allies and Axis powers sought to exploit supernatural fears, tapping into age-old superstitions as tools in psychological warfare. The British government endorsed these methods for their potential results and low cost compared to conventional warfare. Reputed mediums and astrologers were consulted to develop enemy-directed propaganda. One bizarre example involves phony horoscopes crafted by British intelligence to negatively affect enemy morale. By predicting catastrophic outcomes for key Nazi figures, they fostered dread and uncertainty. Additionally, British propaganda efforts tried to convince the enemy that supernatural forces were aligned against them, compounding their anxieties. Historical records reveal that the occult played a role in rallying British spirits. In desperate times, people turned to any means that might offer hope. This environment led to the rise of figures like Dion Fortune, who influenced through her writings and public rituals aimed at manifesting protective energy over Britain. Fortune's work received attention from both the military and civilians, blurring the lines between conventional support and mystical practices. By employing symbols and rituals steeped in British folklore and mysticism, these acts reinforced national identity and resilience. Symbols like the pentagram, or rituals invoking ancient deities, reclaimed and fortified a sense of heritage and purpose against the Nazi threat. The cultural impact of these wartime practices showcased the multifaceted nature of psychological warfare, encompassing not just fear tactics, but also communal strength and solidarity. The war's end did not abruptly halt the intrigue surrounding occult practices. Post-war, many involved in these activities faded into obscurity, while legends of their contributions grew. The blend of fact and folklore during the war years created a complex tapestry of myth and reality that fascinates historians and enthusiasts. The legacy of wartime witchcraft testifies to human creativity and resilience amid existential threats. These efforts, whether rooted in genuine belief or psychological tactics, underscored the adaptability of wartime strategies. The use of witchcraft and occult practices in World War II reminds us how unconventional methods can be employed during great uncertainty. It also highlights the lengths nations will go to preserve morale and cultural identity. While the practical impact of these mystical methods may never be fully quantifiable, their story remains a captivating chapter in the broader war narrative, illustrating extraordinary measures taken in pursuit of victory. Witchcraft has fascinated and frightened cultures for centuries. Historically, it has been linked to both harmful practices and healing traditions. Its modern resurgence, particularly in Western societies, gained momentum in the 20th century, often tied to the countercultural movements of the 1960s and 1970s, which embraced alternative spiritualities. The establishment of Wicca in the 1950s by Gerald Gardner was pivotal in shaping contemporary witchcraft. Wicca, a modern pagan religion, emphasizes nature worship and ritual magic. Gardner's work highlighted witchcraft as a legitimate spiritual path, not malevolent sorcery. This shift in perception boosted witchcraft's popularity as a form of personal empowerment and spiritual expression. By the late 20th century, witchcraft had evolved into a diverse, eclectic movement, incorporating various traditions and practices. Today, the internet and social media have further fueled modern witchcraft's growth, providing platforms for practitioners to connect, share knowledge, and build communities. Online resources like blogs, forums, and social media groups have made information about witchcraft more accessible, allowing people from different backgrounds to explore and engage with these practices in new ways. Since the 1990s, the visibility and acceptance of witchcraft have surged. Media portrayals in books, TV shows, and movies have depicted witches from villainous to heroic. The 1996 film The Craft and the series Buffy the Vampire Slayer showcased witchcraft as empowering for young women. Literature like Starhawk's The Spiral Dance has become foundational for modern witches. This period also embraced feminist and LGBTQ+ perspectives within witchcraft, broadening its inclusivity and appeal. The late 20th and early 21st centuries saw the rise of public witchcraft events, such as pagan pride days, where people openly celebrated and learned about their practices. Online technology remains crucial in spreading and evolving witchcraft. Platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube feature influencers sharing tips, tutorials, and personal experiences. This digital era has fostered global witchcraft communities, enabling rapid and diverse information exchange. Modern witchcraft is continually evolving. Social justice movements have increased activism within the witchcraft community. Many modern witches engage in environmental activism, advocating for sustainable living and natural resource protection. The intersection of witchcraft with mental health has become prominent, with practices like mindfulness, meditation, and herbalism used for emotional and psychological healing. Technology has given rise to techno-paganism, blending traditional practices with digital tools like astrology, moon phase, and spellcasting apps. Modern witchcraft is also gaining scholarly interest, with academic studies exploring its cultural, social, and psychological impacts. The community continues to grow and diversify, welcoming practitioners from various backgrounds and belief systems. Despite varying practices and beliefs, modern witchcraft emphasizes personal empowerment, community building, and reverence for nature and its cycles. The future of witchcraft is dynamic and expanding. As society becomes more interconnected, global influences will shape modern witchcraft practices. Integrating diverse cultural traditions could create new rituals and beliefs, enriching the practice. The increasing availability of digital resources and online communities suggests that knowledge sharing and communal support will thrive. Additionally, as the world faces environmental challenges, the eco-centric aspects of witchcraft might gain relevance, positioning it as a significant voice in sustainability and ecological preservation. Mental health awareness is also expected to intertwine with witchcraft, blending modern psychological understandings with traditional spiritual healing. Growing academic interest could lead to deeper insights and broader acceptance of witchcraft in mainstream culture. If you enjoyed the last hour and a half of your life, be sure to check out our other documentaries as well, which should have appeared on the screen by now. Don't forget to press the like and subscribe buttons as well. See you again soon, your one and only history provider, History But Fast.